Ah, man. How you guys doing, chat? Can we get a check-in? Oh my god, Nate's still going crazy in the chat.
All right, I have some time. What's up?
All right, cool. I just say, listen, man, you're welcome to be here. Just,
I don't hate anyone. Yeah.
fine. It's fine. No, I don't think anyone's accusing you of that. Maybe they are. Doesn't matter.
So, what is the main reason that people believe in the
No,
globe?
Sasha, just tell him. Stop asking him. Just tell him.
No, this is different question, CB.
No, it's the same. It's the same, dude.
No,
Stop
it's
asking.
not the
Dude.
same.
Yes, it is,
What is
Sasha.
the main reason he believes in the globe? That's
Oh
not
my
the
God.
same.
This guy's too confused for a riddle.
You just gotta tell him, Sasha. Make a statement. Don't ask questions.
Okay, flat surfaces always are flat. They are never curved. The flat surfaces. The curved surfaces, they are curved.
I guess it really depends on your definition of flat, because even a smooth ball, someone could see smooth as meaning flat, right?
Okay, is it level flat? Is it level flat?
Is it level flat? The Earth?
No, I'm asking you, is it level flat?
It's level flat.
Is level flat? In some definitions, yes.
Is level curved?
In which definitions level is not flat?
Level is not curved, but to me, level is also relative.
In
level
which
could be different in different areas.
In which definition level is not flat? Can you tell me? You said in some definition are flat.
I just like kind of hearing the general conversations rather than arguing flat and globe Earth or whatever, because I don't think the conversation's going to go anywhere.
Maybe you need to go to general 24/7.
I don't mean that as a swing at you guys. I mean that in the sense that I don't think we're going to move at all on our opinions.
We don't have opinions to offer you, brother.
Or what we believe as in fact, because I understand you guys. I'm not saying you guys are wrong, but I believe I'm
Listen
correct.
to yourself. What we believe in to be fact. I mean, do you not even hear what you say, dude?
What that's the same.
You keep putting yourself behind the 8 ball and all kinds of different things. Tying yourself in a knot, putting your foot in your mouth.
I don't think any of us are more special.
Oh my God! There is no pause for you to think, is there?
Do you want me to finish my statement? I was trying to get along with you. I don't want to fight with you or anything.
I have enough friends.
I think I was just trying to be friendly then. We don't have to be friends, but I'm trying to be friendly.
Okay, pal. Just listen when people speak, respond in turn. Don't insta-cope rationalize, spaz. It does no good. You're right. It is going to go nowhere if you spaz out in the same way, no matter what anyone says to you.
So what did you say to me, and how did I not respond to it properly?
Well, I'm asking, what opinion has Flat Earther shared today?
Everyone thinks they're correct on everything, so I'm going to call it.
Dude, what the hell? No one said. No one was that an opinion someone shared? Did a Flat Earther say everyone thinks everyone's correct?
I
what opinion did you hear today uttered by a Flat Earther? Simple as that.
What opinion? I'm just making a general statement about people's opinions, but maybe I should have said.
Okay, well, stop making general statements, because this isn't an opinionate forum as much as you would like it to be.
What do you mean? So you're saying
acknowledging the surface of water at rest doesn't take an opinion. It's just an acknowledgement of reality.
When did I argue that? I did not argue that.
Okay. Well, so what opinion has your panties in a bunch today?
Let me just paint a picture of what's going on here. If I told you I saw God, and that is fact.
Oh my Lord! The picture being painted is what you're tap dancing anytime anyone asks you anything. You have this pre-canned response. So just step by step, if you actually want to have a decent conversation.
I don't even think you want to have a decent conversation, though.
Thank you for repeating.
Other people do, but I could tell there's some tension between us in particular.
No, dude, I pity the fool.
I appreciate it, though.
I'm in disbelief of your thing that you do,
What, my stupidity, my beliefs,
or whatever you want to
my
call it,
beliefs
bro.
of fact? What? Call me stupid if you think I'm stupid. I can.
No, you're just
say anything.
you're acting stupidly.
It's not that you're stupid, it's you're acting stupid. So stop it.
You put yourself in my. I understand. What's up? I was just gonna say, I understand that you guys probably get attacked a lot, and I think a lot of it is unfair. I think you guys probably attack other people in here unfairly, but I understand that in a space like this, you have to be more defensive. But when someone like me, who I feel like I'm being a little more reasonable than most other people who argue in here, why not
You know
be a
what?
little more inviting?
Based on what you're saying, I think it's a language barrier.
It's a language barrier. In what
Yeah.
sense? I just don't understand certain words and definitions.
Because someone says something to you and you say something totally different that has nothing to do with what is being said.
I wouldn't quite call that a language barrier, more so just me not understanding words.
Yeah, it's definitely not a language barrier.
I'm not here to attack anyone's knowledge on like basic information, like aside from the flat Earth stuff. I'm here to argue I'm not even here to argue the flat Earth. I just wanted to kind of talk about the other stuff we were talking about like 20 minutes ago.
Are you saying if you visit the TV where they're speaking about sport football, you want to speak about basketball? If somebody from football show calling you, you will go to that show, but you want to speak about basketball.
Is this in regard to me mentioning the RMS Titanic before?
What is the title of this server?
So, okay, sure. I brought that up to explain something else, but sure, yeah, I did bring up Titanic, but that was to connect to Flat Earth. I won't bring that up again if you guys don't want to talk. It's fine.
Titanic is connected with the flat Earth, you are saying?
I was going to connect it in a way, yes. Not necessarily it was going to be an analogy, but that's fine.
Yeah, because boats cannot work on a globe. Everybody knows that.
It was going to be more so about how do you prove something as fact if you have not experienced it for yourself? So, for instance, things that happened 100 years ago, how do you know that's true? I think that's a very fair
like a boat sinking. That happens almost daily.
No. I'm specific historical events like the Titanic sinking in 1912 or whatever.
Yeah, like the Titanic before the Titanic, others boats sank before that one, and then after it, more boats sank after. And even today, you can probably search a live YouTube video in some type of seashore, and there's gonna be one boat sinking somewhere, and you can see that boats do sink.
This isn't a question about the Titanic. It's a question about historical events. I could say, prove to me that the Civil War happened. Like you.
Yes. If a boat sinks today, that's history because it happened today, and by tomorrow or the next hour, it's history already.
You can ask also, prove me the flat surface in reality. You can say something like that also.
What's this got to do with the shape of the Earth?
Everything.
It does. It's not directly connected. I admit that, but
it is connected because boats go across the water, and that's across the surface of the Earth.
We're in two different wavelengths right now with what we're talking about. I think because it has nothing necessarily to do with
Nate, are you saying
of something that happened that no one's alive to talk about it anymore? I think.
What do you mean? Listen, boats go on water. Some float, some sink, and that's what it is.
I think we're just having two different conversations now.
Well, Nate,
I think it's a language barrier.
Your idea of how you understand history.
So say that first part again. I missed it.
Are you thinking about how you can verify claims made about history? Is that what you were talking about?
I'm just curious how you guys verify things that you've never experienced and cannot test as well, because I think that's also a very core point to this, is that you cannot test certain things that happened in history. You just kind of have to take people's account of it. Or
You don't have
Do
to.
you have,
Well, we're
do
not
you have a
making-
specific
You-
question
yes, you don't
related
have
to the Earth, right?
things
you
in
have to
history.
take people's account if you believe it. That's what I meant.
So,
Right,
do
but
you have a
history
specific
and
question
the
of how this
present
relates,
surface-
Nate?
Yeah, history and the surface of the Earth are two different things.
Yeah.
It was
So, do you have a specific question, Nate?
I do not. No.
But it's a good point, Nate. It's a good point in general to consider how do you know that the things that we've been taught about historically are correct or true? Because there's no way to go back and verify it. Then you have to start thinking about what the sources are and all of that. So that's not an invalid question by any means. But it's not really going to tell us anything about the surface of the Earth being curved or not.
That is fair. I agree with that.
Except that most stuff in history happens across the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, but we're not in here saying,
Yeah.
you know, this is how the history is, this is what it is, we're measuring it, we're observing it. We're not saying that. We're just talking about the Earth when it comes to observations and measurements. So the inability to confirm that what happened 100, 200, 1,000 years ago doesn't really change our ability to test the globe story.
You're right. Like, talking about historical events won't talk about why the Earth is round or flat. It's more so just to link the logic used for both of those things.
Right, but you're trying to act like we're making claims akin to claiming what happened 100 years ago, which we're not.
No, I'm not. Yeah. If that's what you guys took it as, then that's not what I meant.
Okay, so what was the point?
It was just an analogy to link the logic between the two things. Confirming something that you cannot experience or test yourself.
Yeah, but we're not talking about what we can't experience. We're talking about what we do experience, what we do observe, what we do measure. So that's not the same as making claims about history. Just talking about going to the lake, going to the shoreline, whatever.
Well, here's the thing. I could bring up all these other things, and you guys are going to ask me about them, like gravity, and I'm not going to have a good response to what gravity is because there is no good response by the scientists out there either.
Well, have you
Was that
experienced
our fault?
gravity? Anywhere in history, have you experienced gravity?
I'm going to tell you, yes, I experienced it. I've experienced it all my life.
Well,
You're
before
gonna
we
ask
get
me about
into
it, I'm
a
not gonna have a
gravity
good answer.
discussion,
I'd
you
rather
saying,
talk
well,
about
you guys are
something
just going to
friendlier.
ask me. You guys are just going to ask me about gravity, and I'm not going to have an answer. Like, that's our fault.
It's not your fault. I don't think it's your fault. I just think this conversation is not going to go anywhere, and that's not on the fault of you or anyone
Well, I
else.
don't
in
know.
here.
What did you come into the Flat Earth channel to talk about?
So before, people were talking about why do people hate watch or hate listen to flat earthers or anything else for that matter, and I clarified that I'm one of the people that don't necessarily hate listen or hate watch. I just think it's fun to have my opinions or what I believe as fact challenged. That's why I come here. I don't hate any. I mean, I definitely do dislike some people in here. I don't like Nathan Oakley, for instance, because I think he's rude. But there are people in here that I don't hate. I don't hate everyone in here. I don't hate people.
So you
I hate people on how they
like to have your beliefs challenged, is what you're saying.
Yes. And should I have them
Okay, well,
challenged
then I
now?
can see
No,
why you
I
like to
don't.
hear them.
I don't have the mental capacity at the time to have this conversation, but I'd
No,
be
I'm
down
not
to
saying
have a
I'm going to
lighter
challenge
conversation.
it. Yeah, I'm. This is a light conversation. I'm not debating you. I'm just trying to figure out where you're coming from and what if you thought something pressing that you wanted to bring up with the panel, I was giving you the option to do so, but sounds like you just kind of want to chill and whatever.
I like listening to what people have to say, and if I have something to add to the conversation, I'll usually come in.
What did you think about that Katy Perry thing recently?
I'm gonna be honest. I don't like Katy Perry as a person. I think it was really fucking cheesy with the Daisy. Do I
So you
believe
wouldn't
that
use
Blue
that
Origin?
to be like, take that, flat earthers.
Take that.
Have
No.
you guys seen or read about the conspiracy that it didn't even happen? Like, it didn't even happen. Like, not even 10 minutes in space. Like, the whole thing,
Yeah,
the whole thing was fake.
Well, I don't think they claim to actually go to space. The altitude that they go to isn't space. It's essentially just like a high altitude flight and then back down, if you believe that it went down the way they're essentially claiming it did. But yeah, I'm sure some people are saying, oh, it's just all from a studio or whatever. Certainly, they can't go to anywhere called outer space like they show us on the TV, because that doesn't exist.
Didn't they go?
Yeah, when people say it didn't happen, it's similar to like a movie set. People going to Narnia. You can see the movie.
Well,
Someone went to Narnia in the movie.
I wonder about that because, like, Katy Perry. Now focus on when the way she reacted after she supposedly came back from space, and it was almost like she was on acid. Like the thing she said.
No, she wasn't in acid. She was in something else, not acid.
Like,
she was in mushrooms.
It was so spiritual.
She was in mushrooms.
Katy Perry's always acting.
Yeah, probably.
She's always acting weird.
And you can definitely verify that, right?
But you know why they do that kind of thing? Do you know why they're doing that kind of thing where they're sending out these videos saying, "Look, Katy Perry's in space." You understand that's really like low bar Pavlovian basic celebrity propaganda for this globe fantasy.
I think celebrities go out in space.
That.
I mean, I'll be honest, I'm a little jealous because I'm not a rich celebrity like them, and I think it's a little unfair. But
hey, you know, the funny thing is that regardless of them actually going into space or not, you saw the door thing, right? Now that's real.
Like Jeff Bezos.
That door shit, that's real. That is no matter.
Well, see, this is the ironic thing. This is the ironic thing. The more they try these weak little celebrity propaganda videos, the more normies end up waking up to how ridiculous the whole thing is.
It's an intelligence test. It's quite literally an intelligence test. They've made it so obvious at this point.
There's a few things as well that you can see.
Believers.
There's a few things that you can see as well. Like, have you seen the thickness of a freaking plane door compared to the Orion, whatever it's called? Not Orion. Whatever that little thing's called. Their ship, that door.
Another point you're making. Like plane doors are airtight, right? So the really, really, really thick, heavy, juicy doors designed to withstand and keep the integrity stable, so that not so much as a single molecule of air can go through.
Yeah,
while
but they accidentally opened the door opened. Just so Bezos could crank a wrench. He had to crank that wrench, didn't he? They had to close the door back.
They're going faster, and they're going faster and further up. I mean, that thing has to be way more pressurized inside than the outside.
My opinion as a flat earther on it, because I did see this video where Jeff Bezos fucked up with it. I think that.
Oh, you just saw it? You just saw it just now? Oh my god, it's fucking hilarious.
I saw it a couple weeks ago, like a week or two ago when it happened. I think it was just a fucked up photo op opportunity. I think there's probably.
It really was.
So it was real, but it was fake. That's what you're saying.
Let me tell you guys something. There is no built craft that is designed, no manned craft that is designed to land that way. The landing itself. Okay? Nothing is designed to land that's manned. And there's a reason for that.
What?
Did you see how the thing lands? The capsule? The jolt, the speed, the impact.
Like a ton of bricks.
Like a ton of bricks. Now, you're going to have to account for that impact, for that force inside the capsule.
No, your neck.
Well, they had, there are explosions that happen just prior to it hitting ground, and those explosions softened everything.
Yeah, your neck also softened everything.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, we don't need to dwell on it.
Actual craft are not built that way.
Yeah, we don't spend too much time on it. I only brought it up just to see if Nate thought it was good propaganda or not.
Like the video.
No, even I agree. Even I agree that it's propaganda, that is bullshit. Seriously, even me.
There you go. Yeah, it's obvious.
Went up.
I can't believe they're still relying on people's love of celebrity to try and sell this ridiculous fantasy notion.
So, isn't it like 50 miles up? You'd need to go to see the curvature of the Earth with how large it is, right?
No.
It's like 50 miles or so? Or that's at least what like Neil deGrasse Tyson claims?
Incorrect.
Nah.
There's a planetarian dude. A planetarian dude that did the math says that not even from the ISS you should be able to see a curve.
Well, let me ask you this then. They claimed to have gone up 60 miles, right? Do you think that would be high enough?
Did you not hear what I said? The planetarian.
He doesn't listen.
Your mic is so muffled.
Well, listen.
You're a little bit muffled, Elbow. He's saying that according to the math, that even at 250 miles up, you wouldn't see it.
So like the ISS, okay.
Yeah, the ISS height, 250 miles, you wouldn't see the curve. So if they're saying they're seeing it at 60, it's not adding up. It's already just contradicting themselves.
I know I've heard people like Neil deGrasse Tyson has said like 50 miles up though. But
no, he didn't.
No, incorrect.
What he said was from you can't see the curve of the Earth from 2 millimeters off the globe. Yeah, which was 130,000 feet, which is about 60 miles actually.
Yeah, so he said you can't see it from that height. So now, who's right?
Well, you can't see it from that height.
That's what Neil says. That's what that planetarium director guy said.
I mean, this is where, like me, you guys know me, even at 30,000 feet, you can see the curvature. But I never argue. But I never argue with you guys ever. I never argue. I never fight.
That's just untrue. That's just untrue and not even claimed by the globe side. So you're on your own little globe model here, which is a tiny globe, apparently, if you're seeing it from 30,000 feet. That is not the mainstream claim, Colonel. So you might know us, and we might know you, but you don't know the globe, apparently.
30,000 feet.
Oh, and that's okay. Hey, man, seriously, that is so okay.
Yeah, it is okay, because that's not the claim that your side are even making. So I don't know why you're making it.
And I've never ever once tried to convince you of anything.
That's all right. How would you convince us with that kind of thing? It's all right. It's all right. So, according to the globe model, no, they wouldn't be seeing curvature from 50, 60 miles. So, that's a lie too. So yeah, not very good propaganda. Not even consistent with the lore.
We can all agree that the Katy Perry thing was bullshit, and it was just... It's bullshit on every fucking level, right?
Yeah, it is bullshit, but so then why are the media using celebrity to prop up bullshit stories and convince children who worship these celebrities into this space fantasy, ball earth fantasy? So you should be asking, it's bullshit, well then why are they peddling this bullshit?
Yeah, you sound a little upset, Colonel Angus, that you're being fed such slop. Seems your intelligence has been insulted, hasn't it?
Oh no, I'm never here to argue, brother, seriously.
I know, you're a hack journalist, I get it.
Yeah, you got me.
Yeah, got ya.
All right. So, do we have any other points, questions, or arguments for the globe that anyone has?
I just had a quick question about Google Earth. How do you explain something like that? How is that possible that Google was able to develop something like this, or Google with the government, whoever you may believe did it?
High altitude imagery stitched together, wrapped around a ball in a computer program.
It's pretty phenomenal, though, of a project if the Earth is flat.
Well, yeah, I mean, it requires a lot of infrastructure to take high altitude technology, but Google's a big company. It's got a lot of assets. That's what it is. It's high altitude photography stitched together and wrapped around a ball in a program on a computer.
Yeah, but they do the switch, man. They also do the switch from actual to graphics.
Correct. Because how many times do you have to swipe that globe to get one surround, Nate?
I mean, it's literally perfect though when you zoom in. No,
like how many? Travel? Yeah, dude, this guy you're bricked, pal. I'm asking.
You're saying Street View is not perfect?
No. How many times do you have to swipe the Google Earth globe to get once around?
A swipe. I mean, a swipe is relative to how much a swipe is to you. What?
Oh my God, dude! You are a bricked individual.
What do you mean swipe?
Well, you're the one fascinated with Google Earth, and apparently you haven't even swiped it.
Well, either way,
it goes from a legit Street View to cartoon, and you don't even see it.
Yeah, I don't know if it's still the case on it because I haven't used it in a while, but it used to be that when you would see the ball, the Google Earth ball, and then when you zoom in, it changed the perspective into a flat map for when it gets into like the actual mapping section. So yeah, they have a cartoon ball and then they have actual maps which are flat.
Couldn't it just be that you're so zoomed in though that it's hard to tell that there's? I mean, it's also we're looking at this on a screen.
Well, it used to be. I mean, it used to be a very definite transition. They might have blended it a bit better now. I don't know, but
technology progresses. I'm just saying, even if you go to something like Street View, you could travel on a street for hundreds of miles.
They're gridded. They're gridded streets. It's just like a high altitude photograph.
Yeah. Yes, but it's pieced together. Like this is.
Oh my! You understand that they can just take all that. You understand they can just take all that data and then wrap it around a ball in a program.
I understand they could do it.
Can we go Street View to the South Pole?
To this accuracy is insane.
Yeah, but it's not accurate because you have to swipe it like 3 times to get once around the Earth.
Well, either way, I mean, your incredulity, yeah, they could do that, but I can't believe they would do that. I mean, it's not an argument. It's just
I'm still not understanding this whole swipe 3 times to get around Earth. First off, the amount you have to swipe is relative.
And start swiping.
Yeah, but 3 times. I don't know how we could really give it a number because you can zoom in and out of this.
How many halves of the globe are there?
I think what he's meaning is that you could do a small little swipe, or you could do a big fast one, and it would change the amount that's being rotated.
Sure. I mean, yeah.
I think that's what you're saying, right? So. But yeah, I mean, the point is, having a computer program with a digital ball Earth doesn't prove anything.
I wouldn't say it necessarily proves anything. I just think this is extremely impressive how accurate and precise something like this is.
Well, you have hundreds of millions of dollars to spend. Yeah, you can do some impressive things in a computer program, for sure.
Like, even the islands, what the hell is going on with that?
Yeah, they've got a lot of resources to go and do whatever the fuck they want to do. Just like the governments. They want to go and check out some islands, they can go and check out some islands. You can't, you won't. But if they want to, they will. So yeah, there's a disparity in ability between the people and corporations and nation-state governments, obviously. But that's what they're doing. They admit that. They tell us.
Well,
this is how they do
would also have to do some projection too, with how they would have to map this onto a.
Yeah, you can do a lot of math to transform a flat map into a ball.
I just think it's extremely impressive. Then, if I was a flat earther, this would be the most impressive thing to me ever.
Hey, well, listen, we're not saying.
You think that's real? That picture.
Hold on. I'm not saying it's not an ingenious amount of, conniving or whatever's been going on. It's an impressive
diabolical
hijacking of reality. I'm not diminishing that, but that's what it is.
Yeah, played a blinder, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, like when you think about essentially the curve rate and the geometric horizon matching up with the limits that ordinary perspective would impose. I mean, yeah, it's deep.
The most impressive part of it all. Sorry, I didn't mean to put across you.
No, I was just going to say, it seems like with all the people working on a project like this, because this wouldn't be just like a several-man project, like they weren't like seeing something weird with the satellite imagery they were looking at, or whatever it was, the high-up towers.
Yeah, they just get the strips of data, and then they're told, turn this into an Earth map, and then we'll wrap it around a ball. That's what they're doing. They're not being told. They're not being told, hey, we're going to base this on actual photographs that are being sent from that distance that you're going to work with. They're not even being told that. They're being told something else. So
all these, what I assume are extremely intelligent software engineers working on this, and developers, like nothing smelled off to them. Like I just haven't heard anyone come out and
no, it's not about smelling off to them, because they're not under the illusion that you are, which you seem to be thinking they must have gone to space to get this view and do all this work. No, they are not under that illusion. They are very clear in their brief, which is that they need to create a model of what they believe the Earth to be.
Right, but they do agree with me in the sense that the Earth is a globe. Not saying I agree with these other smart people.
Yeah, most of them most likely believe it too, but their joint belief adds nothing to the reality of the situation.
I mean, yeah, I won't deny that that's not evidence of the Earth being a globe, but I think it's fascinating.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, yeah, the whole thing is fascinating, but yeah, it's definitely not evidence of a globe.
Have you heard of the blue marble?
Is that the same famous picture that NASA took at some point?
No.
What is the blue marble then? I mean, is that Earth?
Yeah,
I've heard of it. I don't know exactly what. Okay, because didn't we call it the blue marble in a picture? Is that just?
Yeah, I think you're right, because I think they refer to the blue marble when they took the image from the moon that they claimed, and there's also the blue marble that Robert Simmons made that went on everyone's iPhone. So you need to distinguish between them.
Yeah. What about the blue marble? Or just the specific image?
Well, not all images are what you consider, they're not single frame exposures.
I understand that, yeah.
Okay.
I understand that things can be spliced together and pieced together.
So why? Okay, so why the need? If Earth is a ball in space, why the need to create an image of it?
Why? Because it's cool. I mean, it's good for.
Okay. If it's so cool, why are you flaming out about it?
Do you want me to? I was just going to say this every day with satellites.
Cool. We heard you.
Well, I said something else after that, but you cut me off.
I'm sure you did.
I'm not trying to be competitive with you, dude. Like
neither am I. Just, do you not hear yourself? It's cool. Well, I mean, come on, dude.
Who cares how I talk? Hold on. Who cares how I talk?
I'm not talking about how you talk.
Well, hold on. Elbow was trying to talk to him. Well, hold on. Elbow was trying to talk to him about the blue marble. So is Elbow still here? Was he going to make his point?
Yeah, I was going to let you take it so I come because.
No. Your mic's all right, and you can feel free.
Old Hots,
your mic is good. It's just your brain isn't working if you're a flat earther.
Oh wow!
Let me just point out. This is who Old Haas brings into here. By Old Haas being mean to people, and probably Nathan Oakley.
Oh my God! I'm not being mean. Hey,
dude, we're moving it on. Right. The Elbow's going to get into what he was talking about with the blue marble. So shut up.
Everyone.
Elbow?
Yeah, so the blue marble was created by Robert Simmons, and he tells you that it's Photoshop. because it has to be.
Well,
so he's never been to space. He's never seen the Earth from out there, but he was tasked with he was given the task to create what he would think the Earth looks like from space, meaning adding specular highlights, clouds. And that was the picture that was put on all iPhones.
Sure, but he wasn't going in with the intention of fooling people because he himself believed what he was making was the globe Earth that he lived on, right? It wasn't like he was.
Well, there you go. Apply the same logic to your Google question. There you go.
But that's the issue, though. If why was he tasked to do that if NASA was already taking pictures of the Earth and NASA was the one giving him the task to do so?
I don't have the answers, but I have guesses. Like maybe the pictures just looked like shit. No, I don't have the answer though.
There is a model that he created. In other words, the assets that he made a sphere size model and wrapped around data, the information, and made the Earth into a globe. That is.
Isn't that awful though? You're saying basically that reality just doesn't look as good as the NASA artist's imagination, so we should just be content with that.
Yeah, NASA has to pay artists to make cartoons of the Earth because they don't have enough money to buy decent cameras to take photographs of the Earth, so they have to paint an image of it instead.
Who are NASA to say, hey guys, we don't think reality looks good enough, so we're going to take it upon ourselves to not show you that, but we're going to make up our own cartoon of it, and yous are going to be satisfied with that. Did we get a say in this matter? Did they show us the actual images and we were like, that's no good, guys, come on, make something better for us? Or did they just take it upon themselves to say, Nate would think that reality here, the actual Earth, looks shit, so we're going to make a cartoon version for him that he'll like? Think about that, Nate.
It's a good way to grab people's attention, but I do agree, like, I would love to see the actual photos. I'm sure there are photos that they claim to be real out there.
Hey, NASA, I'd like to see the actual photos of the Earth as a ball, please. So would we.
Yeah, it's a great way to keep people mesmerized. You're right about that.
I find it hard to believe that there aren't real photos of the Earth, or at least NASA claims that they don't have any real photos of the Earth. I remember,
with all due respect, Nate, as a globe believer, I don't think you find much hard to believe.
I don't even know how to respond to something like that.
Robert Simon, the creator of the Blue Marble, gives you a good clue, and he says he paints the Blue Marble, a cartoon or an artist rendition of whatever that is. And he says, this is what people expect it to look like. So that's what he's doing. He's trying to portray what people have in their imagination of how the Earth looks from the outside. And that's just an imaginary thing. Because nobody has that perspective. But he's saying, I'm going to paint it as you believe it looks like.
Right, but just like talking about historical events, that doesn't prove the Earth is flat just because someone painted a picture of a globe Earth.
No, but remember, Nate, at the very beginning, you said you wouldn't really have a discussion or a debate about why it's actually flat. So we haven't gotten into that. But obviously, we could just go into it's observed, measured, and practically used as flat in every practical instance.
There's important context to why I said that, though, and it's because, and I'm sure multiple people in here can vouch for me, I've had these conversations. I know how they go with me and whoever I'm talking with. I don't think that's a fault of me or that person, except for certain.
So then you saying, well, this doesn't tell us whether the Earth's a globe or a ball. Yeah, no shit. That's why this isn't what we use to demonstrate that that's what it is. And you already know that, so that's just a pointless comment.
Well,
yeah,
but what I was saying before, just quickly, when I said there's not much that you won't not believe that they tell you, is because at this point, as a globe believer, they've already got you believing absurd things, like bodies of water are actually curved, and the lakes are curved and spinning and moving at millions of miles an hour. And they've already got you convinced of all that, and then they'll say, oh, there's raining diamonds on Jupiter and all this, and you believe it. So when you say, I find this hard to believe, you have to understand, we'll take that with a pretty heavy pinch of salt, because you already believe absurd things.
I don't believe in the
And
globe
the,
Earth
and the
because of
thing was,
photos.
Nate, that you were fascinated with Google Earth and all that stuff, but yet NASA couldn't give you an actual picture of the globe when then they tasked somebody else to do a rendition.
I mean, I'm not fascinated by those pictures as much as I am by Google Earth. I think even you guys would probably be lying if you guys weren't fascinated by it. I think it's a really cool thing.
We're not. You know why? Because we grew up when TomTom was around, and that was a piece of shit. The only reason why it's now nice and accurate is because of a bunch of data has been fed to them through the maps and through GPS, through actual users, and now they have more information to keep like you tracked through the actual locations.
Hey, do you guys think that religion ever plays a factor into the whole flat Earth thing?
No, not at all.
No relation.
Still trying to work that angle, huh, Colonel Angus?
No, you can look. You can hold on. You can make fun of me all day long. You can make fun of me, but I'm curious. I am genuinely curious.
There's a lot better argument to be made from the globe having its origins in religion, since it's the Catholic Church that pushed the heliocentric globe idea onto the masses, which is now followed. And the globe is the side that's making appeals to contradictions of nature and supernatural events, such as gas pressure without a container, next to a vacuum just holding itself stable, bodies of water curving over distances. All these wild religious claims that are never actually demonstrated in reality. So, and not to mention it had its roots in Pythagorean esoteric mystery school shit, where they're like worshipping the sphere as a sacred shape, and then they just reason that must be the Earth because it's made by the perfect creator into the perfect shape. So no, the globe is definitely the religion.
Do you think that a lot of flat earthers are primarily religious, or do you think they're atheists?
No.
Did you not hear when I said that the astronauts were dropping copies of the Bible on the moon?
Oh, I never heard of that.
I bet not.
I don't think that's a widely known fact.
I mean, that sounds terribly religious to me.
You never heard of Space Jesus? The astronauts tell you that when they went up there, they met Jesus, they met God, and God told them that God picked the U.S. to go to the moon.
No, I never heard of that one either.
Yeah, Space Jesus. If you go to NASA, when you go inside of the some area of the headquarters, it says "In God We Trust" in a huge plaque. In God We Trust.
Yeah, the modern day journalist is no longer a researcher, they're a propagandist. And you're just working that angle, attempting to poison the well. And you keep interrupting. Every time we make headway with Nate, Colonel Angus jumps in. Weird.
Hey, they also had communion on the moon. You know that, right?
No, I don't know that.
Yeah, this is just a freaking red herring trying to deviate, man.
The short answer
So yeah, the religion is the globe belief. The globe belief is the religious cult. When you are standing in reality and you acknowledge reality, there's no belief there. And once you acknowledge the design of this place, then you know that there is a creator, or people say God, a designer. That's not a religion, that's not a belief. That's an actual fact, that there must be a designer, a coder, an engineer, an architect for this creation, this construct.
So you understand?
No religion required.
So religion is in there. It is in there, whether it's your religion or it isn't. So I mean,
religion is from the globe.
I just heard that the Bible was dropped on the moon. Clearly,
that's on the globe side.
Yeah, no, I think Gemsy summarized it well. And listen, there's nothing wrong with having a religion. I mean, plenty of religious people on the globe, plenty of religious people in flat Earth as well. The difference is in flat Earth, you understand that the environment we're in has to be an intelligently created environment. So it rules out the possibility of the accidental creation story that the Big Bang and some science types like to push. So it's not that people are necessarily coming to it from a religious background or position, but in terms of a creative force behind reality, yeah, there's a link there for sure.
All right, I have another question, if you guys don't mind. So, Dan, the science man, whatever his fucking name is, anyway, he showed up in my feed, and I watched a recent video. I've subscribed to this motherfucker for way too long, but I never normally watch it. So, he has made a career out of this argument, a whole career.
Yeah, he's a pseudoscience.
I cannot express enough of what a piece of shit someone can possibly be to make a whole career out. This is the only thing he fucking does. That's it.
He soothes the spiraling globers. He's like, Simon, Dan, Professor Dave, they're all just there to fuel the cope now that it's out that the Earth is not a globe. So yeah, they're always shit content, boring personalities, but they get promoted on YouTube because they are defending the mainstream narrative. But good for you for recognizing the weak propaganda at work again.
Yeah, McToon, there's a bunch of them. Fight the Flat Earth, like all these. And
I think it's another demonstration of the fact, contrary to this topic being anti-science, we are actually encouraging people to investigate science. You said you don't normally click on those videos, but I'm sure after speaking here for a bit, you're a bit more interested in science, and you're like, okay, let me try and understand some of it.
Yeah, I love most of you guys. I've made friends with a lot of you guys, but I mean, this dude, he just makes money off of this subject, and that's all he does.
What do you think NASA do?
He doesn't care. He doesn't even care about an argument as much as he cares about his fucking views and
whatever he's making, NASA are getting $80 million a day for this shit that he's just then promoting for a little crumb, some residue, fantasist money. So there's bigger fish to fry, but yeah, the anti-FE globe heads are wearisome, for sure. You hang around here long enough, and you'll be a flat earther just out of spite to those guys. They're so annoying.
No, well, you guys, you know me better than that. I'm not that guy. When I first hopped in, I was doing something else, and it was about how welcoming new people are to Discord, to express things or to learn things. And then I fell in love with your community because it was so welcoming and it was so interesting. And so I hung out for quite some time, but it ended up not being a part of what I was working on.
Yeah, that's cool. Well, we're just here to talk to people about reality. And it's refreshing for some people. Other people don't like it. It is what it is.
I've witnessed that. You guys are awesome.
All right, well, thank you. Well, yeah, check out the YouTube, subscribe, do all that, join the server, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Discord.gg/flatearth.
My dumbass was on one of those live streams, and it was really polite. It was nice.
Did you ever write your article?
Good time.
Yes, I did. I sent it in, but it had nothing to do with flat earthers because it was never supposed to be about that.
So you didn't talk about us in any article you've written?
I thought that I might write something separately about the flat Earth community and.
Well, go and write it, and then send it to us.
Antarctica, the whole Antarctica thing came out, and once that came out, I just kind of scrubbed everything, and I just didn't write anything about flat earthers.
Well, that's strange, but okay. Seems like the perfect time to start talking about flat earthers since everyone else is, but that's fine. If you go and write something about us, send it to us and let us read it.
Well, that was a promise I made to Crit. If I was going to send anything in, I made a promise I was going to send it to him first, and it just didn't have any fruit. So I just killed it. My whole goal was people being welcomed to a new community. Right.
Okay.
Especially on the internet, but like Discord is new for a lot of people.
What's your overall thesis then? Do you think is the internet a welcoming place overall, would you say?
Well, a lot of people have been around for a long time, and so they're a little toxic. So a lot of communities. Not this community, I promise. I'm not saying it about this community. I'm saying like a lot of political communities. Like if you're a liberal trying to figure out how to be conservative or vice versa, right? How welcome can you be? Like, will people kind of shit on the new guy or new girl? Right.
And what were you hoping to achieve with this article? What kind of awareness were you trying to spread?
Kind of a judgment of communities, but then also a teaching for the new person on how to not get annihilated the second you join.
What would your tips be to the new person?
Well, that's the second part. Like I said, like don't get annihilated.
So how do they do that? That's what you need to teach them. Have you not got to that part?
It's hard. It's hard.
You're still figuring it out.
Of course I am.
Okay, I get it. It's an exploratory piece. You should turn this into a whole novel.
There's no key you can put into a slot.
Your journey
and then
online.
Suddenly you're in that community. No, that doesn't happen that way.
Yeah, this dude's a complete retard. He's a baby bird. He doesn't understand anything about flat Earth, even though he's been in here for like 100 hours. Colonel Ingus is Colonel Ingus is crazy.
Hey, you're
man.
crazy.
I mean, Colonel Ingus, you need to give it up. Come clean. What you're doing here.
He's the right.
Well, it's really interesting that you say something like that, but I have always been open and honest, and I've also shared my whole full name, my everything. I don't hide. I don't hide at all.
All right, baby bird. Whatever you say.
I mean, I would be putting as the first thing in your article not to share your full name or details.
Yeah.
Well, that's how I get a lot of trust. Is I like to share my full name. I'm old, and I share my full name, location. Man, I'll give you my cell phone number. I give everything.
Can I quickly ask you something on this idea of people using the real name? So some people sound quite like it's the worst thing ever. No, definitely don't. I'm just curious as to why people would be so concerned about that. If they're not saying anything particularly inflammatory and they're happy to stand by the words that they're speaking, what would be the danger?
Well, I mean, we've had examples in this community of people who dislike flat earthers trying to find out people's names and information so that they can go and email their workplace and say, hey, this is a crazy person. He's a flat earther. Get him fired. So that's one very valid reason.
If they emailed my boss, they'd say, yeah, Felix won't shut up talking about bloody space at work. So
yeah, but that's definitely not the case for the majority of people's workplaces.
No.
I mean, that's one very simple reason.
No, that makes sense.
And it's the internet generally. I mean, you could, obviously, you can do what you want, but yeah, I would say it wouldn't be very security conscious of yourself. But anyway.
No, so I was just curious.
You should turn that into a whole book. And really, Mushkane, this is a Glober you're talking to. So you should be, I don't know, joining sides. He's probably quite compelled by pendulum.
We don't have to. Hey, look, whoa! We don't have to argue like that. We don't have to be left or right.
Yes, we do.
We don't have to be left or right. And also, just because that I choose to share my personal information, what am I gonna? How can I possibly attack you? Seriously.
Colonel Ingus even a Glober. He says he doesn't know. He's like, I don't know. I'm agnostic. I don't know anything. But then he stays on here for hours, and you ask him, okay, what do flat earthers believe? And he just starts babbling about nonsense.
Aren't we human? We can talk about everything else. We can talk about everything, right? We're human.
You're human, Mushkane.
No, humans are a character of the cartoon globe. Humans evolved from complicated rocks, but that's in a cartoon, not in reality. You're a man.
All right, well, let's move it on. Has anyone else got a point or some Earth-related topic?
All right.
Yes, I got a point. You're not a monkey.
Before we close it down and change subjects, please. About like us being human. How many people in here love working on cars? Because I do. I love working on cars. You know, that doesn't have anything to do with flat earth or anything. We're human.
You've never fucking turned a wrench in your life. You got baby soft little hands. You can't fucking turn a wrench. You've never been under a car. I mean, dude, it's okay. Settle down.
Come on,
man. I don't know what I did. I don't know what I did or said to you, man. What did I say to you?
You lied.
Somehow into your piece, Colonel Ingus, because at the moment the least
I've never lied to you.
Is the person who's also a globe believer. So how are you going to reconcile that? That'll be a whole chapter in the book of online interactions.
Not a single time did I ever lie to you.
Okay, well, I'd love to engage you about some flat earth, some globe topics, but I know it's impossible with you, so whatever.
But that's okay, right? Because I never once came in here as a flat earther. Not one time.
Right. Yeah, we get it. All good.
And also, I've never argued.
That's fine. It's not much to argue, really. I mean, we're just saying, hey, look, there's the horizon. That's it.
I would appreciate just being a friend of the community. That's all. That's all.
Don't worry, Colonel. You're a friend. Like and subscribe.
He's a troll. The last time I heard him on here, he was like, "Oh yeah, I came into this community and I found that it was warm and tight and just real warm." And I was like, "Oh, dude, shut the fuck."
Hey, by the way,
how he expresses himself, Mushkane.
I feel the same way right now. So, yeah, those words are the same.
Hey, I'll be your friend.
Thank you. I hang out in Islam channels sometimes, and I mean that's kind of second to this, and I love them. I'm not Islam. I'm not Muslim.
You're like a low T Hunter S. Thompson.
You know, I've spoken with the communists a few times. I don't agree with their viewpoints, but they're kind of chill.
Yeah, standing in line for bread is a good thing.
They certainly will try to justify it.
Do you guys ever feel like you just need someone to shit on to make yourself feel better?
I mean, sometimes. I also just like talking shit because it's fun.
Hey, you know what? Hey, listen, you know what? I'll be that guy for you. All right? I'll be that guy.
It's not fun to talk shit about someone when they want you to.
Oh, okay. All right. Hold up. You know what? How dare you, motherfucker? Am I doing it better now?
No, sorry, it doesn't work.
Well, shit. I tried.
Listen, when you can tell it's genuine, it's not fun. When you can tell it's not genuine, it's not fun.
Well, you know what, Colonel Angus? I don't know what kind of journalist you are, because when we were having a conversation with the last guy, you derailed that conversation successfully.
Well, I'm terrible. What happens? No, listen. What happens is, like, I kind of focus on how rude someone is, and if they're rude, then I start attacking them. That's all.
Well, that's not what happened today. We were having a productive conversation with the last guy who finally got his spaz attack out of his system, and then you meandered in here and then wanted to be our friend.
Did I fuck some shit up?
The builder looking guy at the top.
Yeah, you just derailed the last conversation, that's all.
No, all right, I apologize. I hopped in and I listened for a while, and I guess I didn't know what I hopped into.
You did. You hopped into the Flat Earth channel like every other time. But that's all right. Just let me ask this Bob guy if he's new and he's got questions. What's up, Bob?
What's up? How you doing, baby girl?
So what's on your mind? You got some evidence for Earth being a globe?
Oh, I'm not here to talk, man. I'm just here to listen. I don't have the patience.
You have the patience to prove the globe?
Nah, man. I just get frustrated arguing with you people. I'm just not in the mood for it right now. Plus, I'm gonna be a little high right now.
That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, we understand it is very difficult to prove that the Earth's a spinning ball.
Oh, it's not. It's not difficult to prove at all. It's just you show you guys, and you just go, "No, it's fake."
How'd you prove it then?
Pictures and you can show pictures of the Earth being round, and you guys just go, "Oh, that's fake by the government."
Does that prove it?
Yeah, it does. But you guys just say it.
So if I show you an image of Bigfoot, so if I show you an image of Bigfoot, does that prove Bigfoot?
No, it doesn't, because most of the images behind Bigfoot you can find a backstory behind, like the most famous one where you can like see him off in the distance.
What if you can't find a backstory?
The story was confirmed to just be,
What if you can't find a backstory? All right, what if we show you one there's no backstory? Does that mean it's true?
It'd be more believable.
More believable.
I generally don't believe in Bigfoot.
But does it mean it's true?
No, not necessarily.
So presenting
But again,
just an
the thing
image
is,
doesn't
people have
prove
just
anything.
been to space. You know, there are like astronauts with social media accounts, right? That like regularly post videos of them
They've got
doing
Facebook?
maintenance on the ISS and stuff.
Okay. So that
Like,
makes it
again,
true.
it's not hard. There's a lot. It's not hard to find like videos of people in space, to find pictures of Earth from space.
Yeah, but you
find
understand it's
images
also not
taken from
hard.
space.
It's not
Again,
hard to
you're going to
make
have a
images.
much easier time finding images of people in space than you are going to find of like fucking Bigfoot.
Yeah, but you understand
And it's
that
like
people
there's
can
not
make
even like
fake
really.
images,
It's
right?
not on the same level as Bigfoot, right? Like Bigfoot's
Well, that
like
is.
we can
Anything,
pretty.
Bigfoot's more
It's
believable
pretty
because at
easy to
least
prove Bigfoot's
Bigfoot
not
takes
real,
place.
right? Because people just
Bigfoot takes place on Earth, right? So it's already more believable than any of your space stories because
no, it's
space
not.
doesn't exist.
It's not.
Yeah, it is. Space,
No,
we don't
it's
actually
not,
even know
because
it's a medium that
I'm
exists.
a firm believer in that. If Bigfoot, Loch Ness monster, stuff like that was real, we'd have found it. But people have just been to space.
Really?
And there are there's a lot more evidence we've been to space than there's evidence we haven't. Again, I'm not interested.
Well, you haven't given us any evidence.
I'm not.
You're just
interested in
presenting
having
the
an argument
claim.
with you. I know you're
You're just presenting the claim,
factually
Bob.
incorrect. And again, every time you show any evidence, you people just say,
Wow, you're kind of spiraling out. You know, just talking non-stop isn't a good argument. I mean, you have to let the other
I'm trying to
person
make my point. Again, I'm not interested in arguing with you. Again, as far as I'm concerned,
well, but you said it was easy to prove.
And go,
But you said it was easy to prove.
There's no point in arguing.
Right,
Yeah,
but
again,
you said it was
images and
easy to
videos, there's
prove,
more of
and
that.
then you said images and videos, which aren't proof.
Yeah, because that's evidence. That's all the evidence.
Right. So how do you verify?
So again,
So
there's
how
no
do you
point in
verify
arguing
that those
because
images?
you show you guys the evidence.
Okay,
and
Bob.
You just go,
Okay, Bob. It's okay, Bob. Okay, so how do you verify that those images and videos are actually real?
Well,
How
you
do you
look
do
at the
that?
sources where they come from, SpaceX, NASA. You can just, come.
So you just look at if it says
you can go to
NASA
events and watch those.
If it says
rockets
NASA,
launch, right? Like you can just
right?
go
So,
and see
but
that
you
happen in person.
right? But Bob, you saying I see it's from NASA. Just because it's from NASA,
Yeah,
how does
NASA's
that
a
mean it's
reliable.
true?
In fact, NASA is the most reliable source.
The most reliable source. Okay, how do you know that? How do you quantify
because
that?
they're the ones who planned missions to space. They're the ones who built the internet.
Okay, so how do you know that they're the most trustworthy? So who verified that those things happen?
Again, if anyone
How
would
do you
know,
verify that?
because they're the ones that do it.
But those are just claims, Bob. How do you verify them?
Not just claims. Again,
they are just
videos,
claims.
pictures.
Yeah,
evidence.
the videos
Literally,
are claims.
They're able to televise the first
Those
time
are
they
claims.
went to space on TV for the world to see.
Yes, TV of a place that no one can go to is a claim.
Yeah, you can
right?
go to
How do
it,
you
though,
verify
right?
it?
Billions
No, you can't go to it.
People go up there all the time.
Go? You think you can go up to the moon?
They go up there for fun.
You go up to the moon?
Well, there are people that are planning recreational trips to the moon. That stuff is just in the works.
Who's planning that? Who's planning a recreational trip to the moon, Bob?
Yes, rich people have the funding
rich
to do
person,
stuff
okay.
like that.
Which rich person is planning a recreational trip to the moon?
I don't remember the guy's name. I remember some Asian guy, though.
Some Asian guy. Cool story, Bob. So none of these images and videos you've ever verified, you can't verify them, so they're not proof that the Earth is a ball.
Well, again, they come from the most reliable sources, so it's...
How do you know they're reliable? What have you tested of their reliability?
Again, we're just going to keep going back
you
to the same
believe them,
argument,
Bob.
because what I consider good evidence, you don't consider good enough evidence. We're not going to agree on that.
Just because you believe NASA without question doesn't mean that they're a reliable source. Are you confused?
Again, there's more evidence we've been to space than there is evidence we haven't.
Well, but you just said your evidence was unverifiable images and videos.
Trust in like any government form.
No. It's not a blind distrust. What you have is a blind trust.
But, like, there's literally there's no reason to lie about having gone to space. There's no benefit.
Bob, what you have is blind belief. Right? So it's nothing to do with my
evidence for my point than there is for yours.
You have blind belief. No, you have blind belief in images and videos.
Yes,
it's blind belief.
Videos of stuff happening are evidence of stuff happening.
No, you don't even know it's happening.
Again, you brought up Bigfoot.
You don't know it's happening.
The thing is, most Bigfoot claims have a backstory that can be definitively proven
it's a
wrong.
backstory. Yeah, and the backstory is how you prove it wrong.
Do to prove that images from space are wrong, other than saying...
How do you prove them that they're right? How do you prove that they're right, Bob?
How do you prove that they're right?
It would be you to prove.
But again, there's more evidence.
You can't prove that they're right. So you can't prove that they're right. But yeah, see, this is what I mean. It's not easy to prove the globe. You thought it was, but then you just gave us unverifiable cartoons, which obviously isn't proof. Have I cut out?
No, Bob bounced.
Oh, he left. Rip. Well, did that seem easy to prove? I don't know. Was that a good globe argument?
Perfect example of a glober spiraling out about their religious favorite, their idol, NASA.
But they're the most trustworthy source.
Yeah,
They have
and they believe it blindly. You're absolutely right, Cyclone. Blind belief.
Yep. So that was quite ironic.
Unverifiable, unfalsifiable. So no one can go test it. It's just amazing. People just look at their screens and go, oh boy, space. How cool. I don't mind if I work all day and a quarter of my income goes towards NASA. I don't care. Space is so cool. Yeah, have fun with that. Yep, shout out to Helio. Good to see you writing in here. We haven't heard you in a long time, but we know you're busy. But yeah, they can't believe that we don't believe. They want to try to force us into a belief. That's why they always come in here. All you people believe in the flat earth. No, we don't. You're the ones with the belief.
It's just that people want everybody to be on the same page. It's not that they just like want you to believe something in particular. It's just like, this is the world we live in. Why can't you just kind of go along with what, why do you got to be difficult?
Yeah, so it's like what it's exactly like is like baseball cards. Kids used to like trade back and forth baseball cards. So you have the Globe Belief baseball card, and you want us to exchange a belief for your belief. So you can look at the belief and compare it to your belief. Well, we don't have a belief. The globe is the belief.
Yeah, but that's kind of what I'm saying. It's like culture, everybody it's like better when it's homogenous.
Oh, better when everybody just goes along blindly with the authoritative story. No mind the others, the other ideas of actual going out and testing Earth. No, that's an archaic system. They say, they put a caption on it. They dismiss them and shadow ban anything with flat Earth on it. So yeah, it's better if everybody just blindly goes along with the authoritative story. And it's okay if we censor anybody that's actually looking at the Earth and suggesting that the horizon is horizontal. God forbid that. Yeah. Oh my God.
I wouldn't say blindly, but yeah, seriously.
Mushkane, yes, it is sheer blindness. Mushkane, Bob was telling us he can't figure out a reason as to why such a lie would be created. So therefore, we all have to agree that a lie hasn't been told?
Well, just because you don't have the imagination for why they may lie doesn't mean they're not. But
I could speculate. No, you're missing what I said, dude. I could speculate until the cows come home. Hell, I could get it pretty much on target as to why they lie. But my point is, his argument is he can't conceive of a reason. Therefore, Earth globe. And you're saying, yeah, everyone wants everyone to be on the same page. Well, that page requires an immense amount of gullibility and naivety. And do you think that's good for humanity?
Well, I mean,
blind leading the blind?
it's not good to be gullible and naive, but also.
Okay, so what if his reason is for he wants us all to be gullible and naive then? So why would you say, well, we all just want us all to be on the same page? No, no one wants to be on the page of the being led by the blind.
Yeah, but it's different from the globe perspective. It's not. He's
a simpleton. He's showing us how much of a simpleton it takes to believe in this fairy tale. And then he ran away. And then you pick up the baton. Or rationalize why he's arguing the way he's arguing.
Yep. So
yeah, I'm rationalizing it basically.
Yeah, so why would those people that are, that we say are lying about this where you live, why would they not lie when they have people like you willing to pick up the slack and go charging forward with their belief? That's exactly where they want you. So congratulations on being controlled by somebody you've never even met.
Well, yeah, see, that's the point, though, because nobody's ever met these people. Because if somebody has to be lying, right? But nobody's directly lying to us because we're not, so it's like the people that are teaching you about the globe or your teachers and everything, they're not actually lying. So it's not like anybody's actually lying to you, like specifically.
They're just a believer, just like you are. Blind belief.
Yeah, the original liars are all dead.
Exactly. So there's people that are like born into this whole thing, and they are just given a directive. Here's what we're doing. They're not necessarily given a reason. It's just like a tradition now. It's traditional, this belief in a fairy tale globe. So, to find out who is actually lying, you would have to go all the way back in history and find out. So that's an impossible task because you would have to sort out which ones are just believers like Mushkane and which ones actually have any control over this lie being propagated throughout society.
Dude, it's 2025. Stop being a flat earther.
Pardon me?
It's 2025. Stop being a flat earther.
Yeah, so stop believing that water lies horizontal on the top? Is that what you're saying?
Is that what you got out of that? Is that what you learned?
Yeah, is the horizon horizontal?
Is that what you got out of it?
Yeah, what do you see when you go to the beach? You see the line of the horizon? Is that curved?
Wait, before we talk about what I see, let's talk about perspective. How is perspective influenced?
It's 2025,
I'm talking to you about the perspective of the horizon.
No, you're not talking to me about perspective. You're asking me what I see from a perspective. I'm talking about how is perspective.
What is
Wait,
perspective?
buddy. Relax, honey. Relax. When I talk, you don't talk, okay?
Define.
You don't talk when I talk, Sonny.
Asshole.
Shut your mouth. Okay.
Shut the fuck up.
Somebody tell this guy to shut the hell up.
You fucking idiot. Thank you very much. Don't talk to me that way. You don't know who I am. Stepped into the wrong pit with a viper.
We know who he is. He's Butthole.
Exactly. His name defines it. Yeah, you can't even talk about the horizon because you know where that would lead. Smarter than you look and act. Yeah, I'll show you who's scared. You haven't heard me scream yet. If I was screaming, the pictures on your walls would be shaking. Okay. Stop projecting. And stop your chat skank. That's all you have left is chat skank. Yeah. Put your globe model in the chat then, since you're so willing to put bullshit in the chat. Put your globe model there. Let's see your globe model. Yeah, that's what we thought. A cartoon. Cartoons, yeah. Yeah, because Rob Simmons, the creator of it, said so. That's how I know. You don't even know that. So you're like kneeling at the pew of the Church of Heliocentric Religion, and you don't even know who your priests are. And you're calling me an idiot. You're retarded. Okay, show us how you verified this picture from 1972. Go ahead. Go ahead. Show us how you verified it. Butthole. Yeah, waiting for verification. Dipped, of course. Okay. Another fine example of what we get on the globe side for globe proof. You heard it here. Did you hear that, Mushkane? Did you hear that, Colonel? I'm another one of those people. I don't suffer fools very well. And most of us in here don't do that either.
Did that guy just leave?
Yeah, he's still chat skank.
I can't believe you said Colonel Ingus's name and he didn't stop talking. What's going on, Colonel? It's crazy because if he starts talking, like the first sentence might be about flat Earth, but like a minute later, all of a sudden he's talking about his wife's boyfriend, and it's just, I don't know. He's really good about that. He just changes the topic, and all of a sudden,
the second person today who wanted to turn this into car talk.
Wild. Yeah, show me the technical data of car manufacture where they use a globe.
Yeah, and the first guy, Nate, when I responded to him about cars, he ignored me. So go figure.
pulled the old bait and switch on you.
Yeah, wouldn't cars always be rolling downhill? Wouldn't cars always be rolling downhill? Every car would be rolling downhill in every direction. So wouldn't that mean the brakes would have to be different?
No, I've done these calculations before, Sonny. The friction coefficient is stronger than the curve. So.
Holy crap! So let me see that data. Where'd you get that from?
I just did a quick calculation when I was changing.
Yeah, I'd like to see that from the brake manufacturers and the manufacturers of the automobile. Like to see where they put that in there.
It depends on the rubber, the material in the rubber that affects, and the tread pattern. I believe the slope needs to be greater than an 8 degree elevation for it to break the friction coefficient.
Okay. Another belief. Yeah. Hey, Butthole, put your globe model. The cartoon is not a model. Before you get banned, you might have a chance to redeem yourself. Globe spiral, globe spiral. Yeah, since you're still listening, Butthole, you still didn't tell us how you verified.
He's not listening. He's not in the VC. He's only in the text.
Yeah, see, he's listening on YouTube, though, see?
Possibly.
Oh, so he really is talking to somebody named Butthole. I thought it was calling my asshole.
No, that's the man's name.
See ya. Dutch came in just to say that? What? What did he even say? Hilarious, man. Got to go to the store for a minute. I'll be back.
Hello, Jorge Suarez.
Hello, sorry about that.
No problem. What's going on?
Just listening in. Listening in.
A little bit of audio chaos today, but pretty decent listening, I'd say.
I'm hiking up a fucking mountain. It doesn't seem black from here.
Well, yeah, there are topographical features. probably walk down the mountain too eventually.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, I hope so too. Yeah, the term flat Earth is just used in relation to the globe claim. No one's denying mountains and valleys. I mean, just think about it. What is your elevation in relation to?
Like, I'm about 500 meters.
Above?
Above sea level, yes.
There you go. You're up there. Have a good hike.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks, man.
You have anything else, Colonel Ingus? Are you still around?
Does anybody have any good like revelation of method type clips? Something similar to like when Elon Musk was like, it looks so fake, it must be real, or something like that. You know, when like celebrities or somebody in powerful position kind of does a wink or a nod towards the flat Earth. I'd like to see some stuff like that.
Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Am I roboting?
No, I said Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Oh, Red Hot Chili Peppers. What song?
Californication.
Oh, really?
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Well, there is that speech by Neil Armstrong at the anniversary, I think it's like the 40th anniversary of the moon landing at the White House when Clinton and Gore were there. He gives a pretty cryptic speech.
Buzz Aldrin has a bunch. Has a bunch.
Yeah. And that's not so much Neil Armstrong and Buzz, that's not so much flat Earth related, but it's kind of hinting, it's kind of them relieving themselves of the pressure of carrying on the burden. They're hinting that it may not have been what it seemed.
What?
Well, hell,
What speech is that? What speech
I'll
is
dig
that?
it up for it. I'll put it in the chat.
All right.
The Beatles.
Did the Beatles have a song that made a reference to it?
Yep. Look for the name.
Yeah, I've heard that Californication song a million times. I guess I just never heard it again or thought about it since I've been talking about flat Earth. But yeah, I remember the lyrics now. Them talking about space is fake and stuff.
What's the beginning of that song that has a music video that the lady's pointing towards the globe and the TV, and she says, "Da-da-da, made of this, who am I to disagree?"
Travel the world in the 7 seas. Everybody's looking for something. Yeah, Annie Lennox, Eurythmics. Yeah, with the globe burning. I forgot about that until I hadn't seen that video in probably 20 years.
Hennessy had a commercial. Also, Xbox had a commercial. It's hard to find the Xbox commercial, but you can find the Hennessy commercial. Disney had a bunch with Aladdin sending him to the ends of the earth. Breaking Bad had one talking about he could have said the earth was flat in one of the episodes. What is that? Was that show called Space Force? That was a show, right? That as well. It's the same thing. For the Beatles, look for one is "Here Comes the Sun." The other one is "Full on the Hill."
In cartoons, you'll find a bunch like people burning the globe or throwing it to the trash or doing all weird things with the globe.
Yeah, when Elmo was at the Sesame Street Library, he was in the fiction section, and that's where the globe was, right behind him.
Bob Marlin's son has a good one as well.
Which son?
The one that raps or sings somewhat.
I think there's like 4 of those. What's weird? A weird thing. When they started doing those concerts at the Sphere, and you get a lot of the jam bands like Fish and it's so intertwined with the outer space thing. That's trippy, dude. And I mean, I love Grateful Dead, and to even categorize Grateful Dead and Fish the same would probably anger many, but it's the same concept. It's sort of like a Xerox of the thing. But the Grateful Dead were so into space. They had like during the 80s, they would have a drum. I forget what they called it, but it was like intergalactic or whatever. They would have a solo that addressed space. And then it's funny because you listen to these guys being interviewed it's not like the interviews that are today, but they were also into like Greenpeace and saving this and saving that. So it's like they somehow intertwined the modern day tree hugger with the outer space fantasy. Bizarre. So, I mean, you're going to have a whole bunch of people who are not going to even want to have this conversation because it conflicts with the way they interact with their music. The stuff they show in the Sphere in Las Vegas is wild. Space related. Yeah, the one that got me was when Buzz Aldrin was confronted with that footage. How'd you get this? And then he just says, we were just passengers on a flight. That phrase is just like, huh? And I think that was even prior to Flat Earth. Well, at least my interaction with Flat Earth. It's just like, okay, you're just passengers on a flight. It's interesting wording.
Didn't the Prime Minister of Canada and his father say some weird about Antarctica, and they said something about the flat Earth with it? I remember hearing somebody talking about Justin Trudeau. He takes like a trip to Antarctica, and he was talking about.
I thought his father was Castro. But you even had Obama. We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. Now, hear me now.
Yeah, that's another conspiracy about Trudeau that is Castro.
Fitting image.
But his claimed biological father has there's something to do with him in Antarctica. Like they have a special trip they go on.
Chilean sea bass fishing, which they banned. Well, I don't know if they've lifted the ban, but that kind of extended that area of where you were and weren't allowed to go to save the Chilean sea bass. Yeah, I don't get the disconnect where people acknowledge the way that these images could be created. Then they'll when it gets down to the Robert Simmons 2.0 thing, they'll hear that all out. And I guess it's the dis or wishful thinking, or where they'll snap back to the globe, and not only the globe, but that image that we just sussed out as a group, including them. It's strange. I mean, I get it. It's burned in the psyche.
I posted the song from Bob Marley's son.
Okay, Damien, that's my one of his sons does these concerts that are real like academic music, you know what I'm saying? Like, and that, but yeah, Damien's sort of the real deal.
The Beatles song was actually one of the craziest shit that, like complete hit into the globe Earth on the Fool on the Hill. It says the Fool on the Hill sees the sun going down, but the eyes in his head sees the Earth going round.
Yeah, that's pretty deep. Well, that was right around the whole Apollo craze. It's funny, you never really see them involved. They were huge pop, they were larger than life pop things. And you see almost, well, I don't know. I mean, Ali, I feel like you see a lot of, maybe Ali wasn't with the astronauts, but you see a lot of the Apollo guys being cross hyped, like with Bob Hope. But I never saw the Beatles with the astronauts. Strange. Yeah, I would love to know what those guys were. Or a couple of them were some big thinkers. Maybe misguided.
On the blackouts in Spain?
First I've heard of them.
Oh wow. Yeah, their whole like grid went down, and some people are thinking it's a test run to see how people will react, and I don't know. Hard to say. Of course, all speculation.
The fool on the hill sees the sun going round. And the eyes in his head see the earth spinning round. Only in his head.
Yeah, that's like when you ask a globe believer, what do you see in your mind when you think flat Earth or globe Earth? They see a cartoon. So in their head, like the song said, in the eyes in their head, in your head, or I don't know. It's like you're imagining something that is not this.
Yeah, I'm going to check out the lyrics real quick because there's some flat earth truths in that and a lot of songs, but that's just one of them.
I'm a sucker for the old space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement angle.
So, Crispy, welcome to the call. The Monarch's here.
What's up?
Sup.
Just chilling.
Yeah, I heard the Allman Brothers were, they didn't believe in space. I actually met somebody, talked to somebody, I don't know if it was on here. I think I actually talked to somebody in person that used to be neighbors of the Allman Brothers. And they said they were always making fun of the astronauts and NASA going to the moon and all this stuff. They didn't believe any of that shit. Kind of makes you wonder if Paul McCartney and Lennon had discussions about the flat earth because, I mean, if you listen to this lyric, but the fool on the hill sees the sun going down, and the eyes in his head sees the world spinning round, round. And he never listens to them. He knows that they're the fools. They don't like him. The fool on the hill sees the sun going down, and the eyes in his head see the world spinning round.
I'd say
it sounds like a flat smack.
Yep.
It's funny that, those songs, I mean, I guess probably most people had Beatles phases, but and Beatles lyrics are kind of easy to remember. But yeah, I had never really, I just took it as words. It's weird though.
And it seems like totally the lyric to Stand by REM definitely sounds like a flat smack. And if you watch the video, it shows a globe and it shows like a flat Earth map on the floor, I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong about that. I'll have to look at that again, but
yeah, and they have that other song where I don't know the second half of the lyric, but the if you believe they put a man on the moon. Then you have Daft Punk Around the World. It's just guys going up and down a staircase, and then I don't know.
You got Eurythmics, Sweet Dreams Are Made of These. She's pointing to a globe on the TV screen.
yeah, it seems like some hidden messages there. Globe, flat Earth, like truths being kind of like sprinkled out little by little.
I don't know if you ever watched Earth Final Conflict. What's it's like an alien comes to Earth, but the main bar / cafe was called Flat Planet Cafe. Like that was like the main hang point or whatever. Everybody they will always go there.
Yeah, I saw that movie on my feed. Maybe I'll have to take a second look at that.
It's a TV show. It's a TV show.
Yeah, TV show.
Really, really old.
I know anime isn't for everyone, but Attack on Titan is almost literally brick by brick, beat by beat, the story of Flat Earth.
Of who?
Attack on Titan. I don't like the fact it's a cartoon. Don't like the fact it's a cartoon. Put you off. Some cartoons aren't made for children, and this is definitely one of them. But yeah, it's when I rewatched it with my current hat on, I was like, oh goddamn.
Tallies, 1984. Welcome to the chat.
How's it going, guys? I'm just running around at work, so want to listen in more than actually participate.
Yeah, look what they have in the beginning of that Stand video.
Yeah, I started listening to that Damian Marley song, and then I started talking on here again. But in the first couple lines of the song, he brings up a point that people bring up in here about basically they're putting flags on the moon when we have empty bellies. Basically, what's up with that? Yeah, there's probably a lot of these artists out there who are well, and also I've heard of people who are lucky enough to be professional athletes. Basically, people who have a lot of spare time, golfers, baseball players, that congregate together and talk about everything under the sun. So I do think a lot of people who people would know, and household names are probably into this conversation, but kind of just stay on the edges of it.
1,000,000%.
And I do think that's how the globe works, though. Is a lot of people, most people are so busy.
Taking King, the Oryx, yeah, he's coming because you killed his son, bro. Eyes up, Guardian. Yeah.
Yeah, take the marbles out of your mouth. It'd be great to hear what you got to say, but
I think the Earth is flat because the sun moves and the moon moves.
yeah, that would also point to stationary. Yeah, what I was saying is people are so busy that the whole story of the sun and the moon moving is because the Earth's spinning. That's just what people go with. They don't have the time to suss it out.
He got while they were young. That's why 99% of people believe 99% of what they believe. Like,
But I do think they might have jumped the shark with the whole Katy Perry, Gayle King thing. I think that.
I think they did and they didn't.
Because that might have raised a red flag to some people.
The issue they've got is many people out there. I don't know what
too much hypnotizing,
but it's a big percentage. Won't have watched the footage. They won't have watched it. Full stop. Never mind, looked at it critically, examined it, took it apart, skeptical eye. Do I believe what I'm being told? They just full stop will not have watched it at all. So the public consciousness, Katy Perry went to space, and that's just out there in their head as a thing that happened. But I would wager the vast majority of people just they never actually watched the footage. Never mind examined it. They won't have watched it full stop. When the conversation comes up, well, even Katy Perry's been to space. It's kind of implanted in the head as an idea. Same people who argue about the Tesla in space. You ask them, well, have you watched the footage? This thing you're defending so staunchly, have you watched the footage of the event you're adamant happened? And they say no. Never watched it. Haven't seen it. Haven't seen any footage of any launch, but they're still willing to go to bat for the fact that it absolutely happened the way it was explained to them. Submit one of the things I do find interesting about these so-called space missions as well is that you've got all these people floating around in space with recording devices, and not one of them thinks, while I'm here, might get a video of space. Point my 4K recording device that I've got in my pocket out of the window, maybe. Record the glories of the heavens while I'm up here. No. It's only ever selfies, just recording each other's faces. People can't even go to Wales for a week without taking pictures of Wales, the country, rather than the mammal. But all of a sudden, people go to space, and people's desire to take pictures of where these beings just completely falls apart, and they're like, oh, I'm in space. Better take a selfie. Not one video of space from the people who are, in space. Plenty of videos of their own faces, other people's faces. Oh, look at the funny spaceman playing guitar. Badly, might I add. He's a terrible singer. But any chance while you're in space? Cheeky little video of space? Any videos of space? Anything? No? Okay, fair enough. By all means, continue filming your own face while you're up there. Compelling stuff.
Is this thing on?
You mean
Are we meditating? Huh?
Your microphone's on, if that's what you mean.
Oh shit, am I hot micing? Wait, are we live?
I'm not a mod, but I'm pretty sure this place is live 24/7.
Okay, chat, you heard it here first. We are live.
Yeah, W's. Yeah, somehow we've fallen into a moment of silence.
A moment of silence.
Pouring one out for all the people who still believe space is a thing after the Katy Perry fiasco.
Oh, Lord.
Minute
That's
silence.
funny. That's funny how CB comes in and goes, wait, is this thing on? Wait a minute, are we live? Well, if you're confused, check with the sun. Your feet are going to be on the ground.
I'm in the kitchen, so I can't see which little voices are lighting up. So I'm
You're in the kitchen?
Yeah.
What are you doing in the kitchen?
Food's not going to cook itself.
Well, that's what
I've got mouths to feed.
I'm
She's on a
putting
late shift.
screenshots. I'm putting screenshots from this REM stand video. Like some of this stuff is pretty amazing, man. Like they're showing like all the stuff on flat paper, a sundial.
I'm pretty sure the home server has got a one of the tabs is all the pop culture references. Might have to have a little nosy through when I'm in bed later, see if there's any good ones that I've missed.
Hey, Raised by Goats, you're super quiet, man.
I have the microphone a bit further away from.
Oh, there we go.
I didn't want you to catch me kind of breathing as I'm washing dishes and cooking. And
we hear you breathing, bro. It's too late. We already hear you breathing.
Damn, that's it.
We hear you cooking.
You hear me? I'll put you on mute.
I'm never going to live this down.
Did you think a mute button was going to stop me from hearing you? Yes. No. You got a mic.
Oh, man.
We have control of your mic.
Any GTs roll through? Any glow darts come through?
GTs.
I got that from. Who did I get that from? GTs. I think that was Jim Waterworld, or I forget who was saying that. But I'm not the originator of that one. The GTs. Yeah. Look, this is a big panel, though. For everybody to be sitting in here all quiet. Should I come in and stir up the pot a little bit? Helio's in the chat. Oh shit, I'm in Schubert or Schumpert. So the Earth is flat. Man, that guy's the homie. No.
I've had it on in the background most of the afternoon, but I know it was absolutely popping earlier. You know, Cyclone was in here with a few people, and it was pretty zesty, to be honest.
Oh
my! Couldn't have got a word in edgeways if you wanted to. It was jumping.
How long ago?
Hour and a half, maybe, give or take.
Oh yeah, I was here.
Okay, yeah.
When we were
2 hours.
talking to
And there was a guy who, so it was Nate was here, but there was another guy who, every time he was talking, the background of his microphone, it sounded like a Wall Street trading floor. It sounded like in the back. Do you know what I mean? Like he's in a stockbroker's office somewhere, just casually discussing the cosmos, because it was just bedlam in the background. So it was quite. It just added to the chaos, even though there wasn't actually that many people speaking in the room. It sounded like, an absolute rabble.
Yeah, that sounds funny. I must have missed that one. It's 9 o'clock. I've been here since. Yeah, I remember Nate. I forget who was talking. Some guy came in talking about why you know something about the gas pressure and can I get some details about the container? I was like, you don't need the details. What do you need details for? Do I need to know details about your mom and dad? To know that you have a mom and dad? No. I don't need to know jack shit. They don't even have to be alive. But the fact that you're alive means you have parents. So the details don't matter. And so we try to teach them how that works with the gas pressure thing. And it started spiraling a little bit, I think.
Some Globers are so illogical. I think it was a few weeks ago someone said something like that, and they said, but you don't know if I'm adopted. But you even if you're adopted, you still came from a mother and a father, bro. Don't you know that?
What an idiot. What an idiot that he said that.
What if he came from a test tube?
Even if he did, he's still got a biological mother and a biological father.
Maybe you don't have a belly button. Like the angels.
That'd be something, actually.
I never heard that before.
I personally don't know how to shit. I've never shit in my entire life.
What?
But you can still speak bullshit.
I was going to say this.
It's coming out of your mouth.
This opens up to so many.
You don't shit. What are you, a woman?
No, women do shit. They don't.
At an early age, I met Little Kim, and Little Kim doesn't shit. He taught me.
He? Lil Kim, like the female rapper?
No, North Korean Little Kim.
Oh, all right.
Oh, Supreme Leader.
Yeah, he doesn't shit. He doesn't know how to take a shit. Never has taken a shit. He taught me.
Other people don't do it for him? That's like right on topic.
Hey, Jamsey, speaking of right on topic, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself, Vladimir?
I'm just sitting here chilling. Hey, did you get a chance to fully listen to my whole song there?
Of course I did. I listened to the song in the background. I liked the video. I shared it to myself again. So
You shared it to yourself?
yeah,
Well, why would you do that?
to share
So
it.
we can have it
you
for
know?
later.
Yeah.
Oh, it does. It has it. Oh, whatever, man. That's cool. It is what it is. I appreciate it, guy. Thank you. You're the best.
Thank
Hey,
you, thank
I
you.
just-
Remember me when you turn into a crypto millionaire. Remember me.
Hey, I just hopped back in. I would love to listen to the song. I'm sorry I missed out. I was away.
Oh, no shit. Here, let me DM it to you then, Mr. Colonel Ingus.
It's Colonel, motherfucker.
Oh, my bad. I'm
Where's the
Russian.
R?
I can't. Yeah, it's
Uh-oh, he's getting spicy now.
my
Where's the
bad.
R in there?
Colonel, Mr. Colonel. Here, Mr. Colonel, I just DM'd it to you, buddy. Tell me how you like it.
Colonel Ingus.
Hey, Sonny, I DM'd it to you too. Did you listen to it? Come on, man. You should
Oh,
have
yeah,
listened.
man, I've listened to it. Yeah, I love all the blood and gore. I shared I shared it with my friend.
No, you're lying.
I only have one friend, so I share it with my one friend.
Out of all words in
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, man. I'm just joking.
Out of
What blood
all
and
words
gore
in
then?
Out of all words.
I listen to all your songs, man. I really do.
Oh, thanks, bro. You're the best.
Yeah, out of all words, I hate that word so much.
You know what I do? Like I listen to your songs, and
Why is it
sometimes I play along with the song,
Yeah, it's
and
funny,
like with
you know,
my
just
guitar,
wants to-
and add a lead and stuff to it.
Oh, that's sick.
Yes, out of all words, I hate that word the most. Colonel. Where's the fucking
I'm listening. Look, he sent me a PM with the fucking vid while he's playing a video game. I'm listening. What's up?
No, I say I hate that word the most.
Yeah,
We're saying we hate you, dude.
Maybe we should call him Colonel.
Colonel.
Whatever makes you happy, weak man.
Colonel. That's how it's spelled.
Where'd you get that from?
Yeah.
Yeah, like why?
Did you say that's how it's spelled? You don't know English, motherfucker. It's Colonel.
Yeah, where's the R, bitch?
Oh my God, you're weak and uneducated. It's Colonel.
Bro, we're trolling you. Obviously, we know that.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You're just dumb. You're just dumb.
You really believe that?
He hasn't been anywhere close to the military. I was in the military.
I know, right? What the fuck is this guy on?
Yeah, still can't pronounce Colonel.
It's a fucking joke, dude. What the hell's wrong with you?
Just change it to cunnilingus.
The chat. It's like when I first went over there. Yeah, what's your goal? Yeah, I've been listening for a couple of weeks and I just would like to sit into a live one. First 2 episodes I didn't even speak, just sat there, listened. Understood how it worked, and then realised that if you talk to Nathan, doesn't matter if you're a Glober or not, he's probably going to come out swinging. That's exactly what he did.
Something we need to do, I think, ourselves is our own house cleaning. You know, we need to hold more of these powwows together to correct misconceptions and weed out flat earthers who are still clinging to David Weiss claims. The last big one we had was with regards to the out of focus camera bokeh of the stars that people said were like warbling stars in a jar in the firmament. The reason why they're ripply is because the ether is vibrating and it makes them sing. And so, like, there was a powwow back in 24/7. We had Ron Hagberg come in, a professional photographer, and he presented for about 40 minutes why these out of focus stars are not evidence of lights being vibrated in the firmament and producing electricity. He's like, no, this is typical out of focus camera bokeh. And he provided example after example. And then it was settled. Then the admins of the server, CJ and others, they removed the stars channel where people were posting all of their out of focus stars and planets and stuff. And they said, no more. And unfortunately, we still have people from 24/7 who are gold members and above that still post this crap, even after all that. But the point is we held a powwow. We need to hold more.
Yeah, that would have been really good to listen to, actually. Because, yeah, I see quite a bit of the blurry lights. And someone pointed out before, why don't you just grab your telescope and learn to focus it?
That guy earlier who's called, was that Electrical Fried Chicken or something like that?
Yeah, electric.
Oh, just electric chicken. Yep, I just found them. Electric French chicken.
That's the one.
Yeah. He's got some science and space news on his way.
Oh, that's sweet of you there, Crit. Make him feel at home. Show him we're not horrible people. Send a message with it too, that I forgot to warn you, Matrix is an absolute bastard to talk to, but since I like you, I'm going to send you the latest science news.
Yeah, I'll listen. Tell me all the stuff you want. Give me your take on the science and space news. I'm listening. I'm 100% listening. In here in DMs, no one can. The only person you can mute is yourself. So just talk away. Tell me all about what you think of this giant white streak across the sky.
In DMs, no one can hear you scream.
What in the world? And just catching up on the text chat, one of the executive mods thought this was the LGBT room and needed help finding it. Was that possibly a troll attempt that went south and was redirected?
Looks like it. Is it just me, or are all the upper end mods of this server like super weird?
It's not you at all. I mean, I personally don't like this place whatsoever, but I'm here because you all are here. And I know that this server has a wide reach, so it's got some utility. But yeah, barring that, I mean, this place makes me feel like I need to take a shower.
Yeah, I was trying to watch that video on refraction, the 1 brown, 2 blue, or something like that. And yeah, when they got up to the equation side of it, and I had other distractions going on, phone calls and whatnot, and I just wasn't in the mind space for it. I'll probably have to watch it a couple of times for it to sink in properly. But yeah, I actually found it quite interesting. It was really cool stuff. But, yeah,
it's
wasn't in
legit.
Space for, yeah.
I mean, if you can unpack the equations, great. I mean, probably formulas, actually. But I mean, if you can unpack that, it'll help give you more of an intuitive understanding of everything. So, but you don't have to. Like, you can get by without doing it, but it really does help to sit down and just play with the mathematics a little bit so you understand the relationships of the different variables a bit better, but not necessary. The main takeaway there is how the material causes that phase shift kickback of the wave, kind of resetting the peaks and the troughs.
Yes. That was cool. That's the bit I liked. That was about midway through. That. Which when they stacked all the layered glass up to show like that, it made a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, seeing that and how that changes the velocity of the peaks and the crests, how it compresses things, and this changes. If the arrival angle is going to be off, I think what they showed there was all like basically to the surface normal. It was perpendicular to the surface, which means you may not have a redirection so much. But they did that for simplification purposes. But what's happening is, it's like, I think they used the tank analogy. You've got light coming in from all different angles hitting the surface of something like that, of like a pane of glass. And only within a certain critical angle will you be able to see it that doesn't appear refracted. But other effects could happen, like scintillation, which means the intensity of the light will dither. But regardless, the phase shift kickback is the main takeaway. So what they kind of demonstrate with that is when you've got one like boundary layer, it causes a phase shift kickback. But when you start stacking these, you integrate it over the length of the gradient index, and it causes, you could call it refraction within a single medium. But it's
refractive.
Yeah, it is refractive.
One is, and that's something I read also somewhere else, that the terminologies are getting misused. Yes, it is refractive because light is bending, and that bending is called refraction, but it is not refraction per se under Snell's law, the light bending from the join of two isotropic media. So the word does get used in the incorrect places, and that's what the other article I read was describing too. And I thought, that makes a lot of sense now. So.
Right, and I think the main difference is like one layer causing one round of phase shift kickback is Snell's law, but when you start stacking them together like that, it's a bit different. Yeah, they almost do need a better word, a cleaner word to use. I agree with that. You can call it like, I don't know. I think Jedi just said distortion, but it's not really descriptive enough.
Well, I've always been into just amateur photography, and I do know that when you start doing long-range photography, you get this thing called heat haze, which is exactly what we're sort of talking about. So what will happen is you try to take an exceptionally long-range shot, and there might be a road in between the target being shot and yourself. So you're talking maybe 2 or 3 miles, and there's a road that runs horizontally across in front of you, and the sun beating down on that road causes the road to heat up, and the air rising from that being all turbulent, and when you look through your camera at the target, it'll be all wobbly and shaking around. I've always known that effect as haze. Some people call it turbulence. A part of it is also can be termed as Fresnel drag, because the air is rising, causing that wobble to rise up, which it does look like. It wobbles up. So there's a whole heap of terminologies for it. All mean
right. It looks like wave ripples going up.
Yep. So.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is the gas and minuscule water vapor in the air. These things don't really have these surfaces because it's not bonded matter. that something like a glass pane does. So in order to calculate the angle of refraction happening, you need to have a surface, but you don't have a surface with these gas molecules that are in motion.
Correct.
So how do you calculate like the refractive ray? You just can't do it. So Indio shares a paper on this that basically, I think the title is something, technical. It says like ensign theta is not conserved through a gradient index medium. And basically this means is because it's so chaotic, because you don't have surfaces and surface normals to calculate the angle of arrival and angle of refraction through, it means you can't really apply Snell's law at all. Because you don't have a perpendicular to a surface normal anywhere to calculate from. You got unbonded matter just moving around all wobbly bobbly all over the place. So this needs something else. It needs a different kind of description than the law of refraction. And thankfully, there is actually something that we can use, because the law of refraction is derived from Fermat's principle of least time. It's basically like the path of least resistance, you could call it, that light will take through a medium. And so you got a medium. It's one medium, one isotropic medium that redirects that path of light, and it can go up and down and left and right and all around. And that's what you see, right? Like what you're describing when you take a camera and you focus on a distant object where there's turbulence in the way.
Yep.
And different gas molecules have, you could call it different refractive indices. So like nitrogen and oxygen are going to be a little bit different from each other. But the thing is this is all happening at like the molecular level, right? I mean, this distortion. And it's just too crazy to even contemplate how to make sense of it. And this is one of the main reasons why like the military spent so much money on things like night vision and working with frequencies of light that are not subject to getting bent out of shape as much, hence infrared. Surveying too, like infrared theodolites.
When they punch lasers using UV lasers and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, UV is going to bend all over the place. It's the infrared lasers that's the hot stuff. And like that's weapons grade. You're probably not going to come across those out in the wild very much.
Well, that's why the military use the tri-band, blue, green, and red.
Yeah, because refraction is going, like a refractive index is going to bend the frequency at different angles, at different rates as it propagates. So yeah, you got the tri-band, and you can figure out the differential between them. And that's why the combat laser test from Maui is so important, the one that the David Bricker study was done off of, because they were testing for atmospheric refraction, terrestrial refraction, the globe and outer space refraction. And they expected there to be a separation of the beams based off of bendy ball refraction in the air. And it didn't happen.
Millimeters, wasn't it? One of the articles I read with the tri-band lasers, I thought it was the big one that was the 100 kilometer one. And it was
that's what I'm referring to.
Millimeters. The three bands were separate by 7 millimeters. That's it.
Right. And they're supposed to be separated by like 3 or 4 meters or something.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that debunks not only terrestrial refraction, but curvature.
Yep.
Sorry to mean to overtalk.
No, you're right, mate.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of indirectly debunks curvature, because curvature is a component of the terrestrial refraction claim. But it definitely means you don't have the bending, regardless of whatever the surface is doing, that Glober's described must be there for us to see as far as we do. And yeah, I mean, that test pretty much seals the deal. I gotta wonder how expensive that was to run. You know, like how many engineers were at the laser site itself, configuring it, looking through the optic and trying to center everything correctly on the target, and then how many engineers are on the receiving end doing calibration tests. I mean, there was a lot going on, and that's some seriously sick equipment.
Actually, speaking of tidy equipment, what is he called? Tex on YouTube. There's a dude that does all experiments, making his own rockets and shit like that. Tech something. Anyways, he's got himself a fiber laser, and he was putting a call out because he wanted to do some testing with it. And his problem was it was punching holes through different materials. He wanted to. He did say what he wanted to do with it, but he wanted to know what he could use as a backdrop to not put holes through his garage wall. And he put a few items up to say, this is what I used. One of them had bricks there as a background. In front of him he tried plasterboard, foil, some other material. What else was there? Plywood. And he said the problem is the laser was only fired for, in most of the instances, half a second. And he thought that the fiberglass pink bats, fiberglass insulation, he thought that might have pulled it up because it's multiple fibers. He thought it might have scattered the light. And he said the problem with that was when the laser was fired for half of a second, basically. He said the hole it actually generated when it first went off was, but the fiberglass smoldered and ended up making like an inch hole.
Is this where all the idiots are?
Oh.
Hey, we got a live one this morning.
Oh,
yeah, what
was
makes
I
you think
right?
we're idiots? Yeah. What makes
it says Flat Earth Society, and you're all in here.
No, we're not Flat Earth Society, dude.
It does not say Flat Earth Society, my friend. It says 24/7 Flat Earth.
You know what? Fuck you! I'll freaking stick a gun in your mouth and put
Yeah.
Feelings.
All right, sorry, I got to ban you now for a TOS violation.
Too late. Man, I've got to fill in a report now. I should have let you do it.
I didn't grab the user ID fast enough. Fumbling around with my phone.
That's all right.
Yep, I mean, that's permaban worthy, so send it to Heretic.
Yeah. Oh, good. Delete that shit. Delete that one. Don't delete the other one on me, because I need to copy that. Alright, I'll go and write him up.
You know, sometimes when they come in hot like that, I don't want to immediately just start talking crap at them, because in many cases, you can turn it around when they realize how serious you are about the topic. You know, you can be like, come on, man, why don't you chill out? Let's have a grown-up discussion about this, find out why. You know, give it a couple chances. We've had people that have come to our side that started off that way. Yeah, but when they're saying that kind of thing, TOS violation, yeah, all bets are off. You can't work with that period. You just got to, put it down. Sorry, mate. You just ruined your chances of being one of the 144,000.
Hey there's here.
Hey There hasn't said anything all afternoon. And when I say all afternoon, I mean for the last 6 hours.
Sometimes we've got super fans who just like to sit and record on their end, hoping to find something clippable that they can use. They call that data mining. What kind of loser do you have to be to follow around flat earthers everywhere they go on the internet for years? They say that this topic is so ridiculous and not worth their effort, and then look at all the effort they expend into engaging with the topic. Yeah, this idea is so profoundly dumb and stupid on its face that I'm going to spend every waking minute of my life tracking these people down, listening to what they have to say. You know, people wouldn't do this if it was like a disagreement over a political issue, right?
Yeah, they'd avoid the conversation. Well, it looks like we have some life from Hey There's Mike. I see some green.
Yeah, I'm just playing games and just listening. I'm not recording you.
All right, cool.
Okay.
I was just saying, hey there.
Good, man.
Okay, hello.
It's all good.
Well, hey there. I hope you've been enjoying the entertainment.
Yeah.
Is this topic so ridiculous on its face that you might find yourself following flat earthers around everywhere they go on the internet, logging into servers like this all the time, hearing what they have to say?
I'm a flat earther, bro.
Oh, okay, great. Well, welcome.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was saying, like, if you have an opposing political view, like let's say you're a Democrat, why would you go spend all your waking time and effort in like a Republican channel, getting upset all the time, getting your blood pressure up, ruining your health? Like that kind of obsession you don't really see very often in the political sphere. People tend to stay within their own little lanes.
Yeah, any 99, I'm pulling that percentage out of my ass, but a high percentage of conversations about politics within 2 minutes, the phrase, well, agree to disagree. That's all I hear these days, but not to this conversation. And I can't stand agree to disagree. It's one of my pet peeves.
Cop out. Me too.
But at least it doesn't. At least the people realize they're at their end of the rope of what they can. That's when they run out of material. Agree to disagree. Agree to disagree. At least they do that. They pull the ripcord, I guess.
So much of what we argue in the political sphere is not something that's like empirical 100%, right? It's all opinion. I mean, mostly opinion. People come in here from the politics main channels ready to engage us with the same tactics that they use for arguing subjective points of view. And they find out quickly it doesn't work because we're arguing objective reality.
You just never ever say anything.
Just talking a second ago, dude.
Wow.
You left?
Yeah. Did you guys ever hear back in the day, the Wall Street Bros? Did you ever hear their servers?
Yeah, I was in that for a little bit.
I mean, those things were like Laurie Anderson couldn't even create the noise chaos of those things. And it's almost like, is that what they prefer? You know, zoo animal sounds, screaming, people talking backwards. I mean, what do they want? I don't get it.
Yeah, it sounds like a food fight in a high school cafeteria.
Yeah, I mean, it just with sound piped in. I mean, it's just audio chaos to the extreme. And here's the exact opposite. I don't know, and it's always funny because people always say that during 45-second breaks of longer conversations. Oh, you never say anything, scoundrels.
Yeah, some of these people that come in and like audio bomb us probably don't think that they're trolling because that's acceptable behavior in all the other channels and throughout most of Discord.
Yeah, that's the norm.
So they're not necessarily trolling when they're like, why was I banned? Why would you ban me for something like that? And then you can see from their vantage point, right, that they think we're the ones trolling because we don't adhere to the same practices and standards that you hear in the other rooms and across Discord. Why are you guys so quiet and poised and reserved in here? You guys must be trolls.
Not trolling equals troll.
Yeah, so Matrix, I've only recently discovered this 3 brown 1 blue YouTube channel, and it's a trove of good information, like really honest, scientifically bounded information.
Yeah. Yeah, just I've only seen 3/4 of that one video, but yeah, from what I saw, it was pretty clean. So it's not like the chaos we get through here.
Yeah, like I don't get the impression they're trying to insert globe nonsense for random reasons, like you do on all these other so-called science channels.
Yes. Agreed. That's why when people ask about optic distortions and stuff like that, I was referring them to long-range photography sites because they don't have anything to do with the globe topic. So whatever their personal beliefs are, they just stick to, hey, we're talking about optical phenomena to do with photography. So, yeah, whether that's an idea that others want to take up. So when people are talking about a particular thing, direct them to arenas that have nothing to do with us at all, so they can get a non-biased information off of it.
Yeah, a lot of the graphics are well done and well presented. I see huge potential for clipping segments of these, making animated GIFs and stuff.
Speaking of clips, how do I take a snip of YouTube?
I find it easier to just use screen record if you have an iPhone and then just trim out the frame so you have the relevant bits and then trim out the duration.
I thought there was an option that you just sort of clicked on it, start snippet here, and just press stop. I've done it before, but for some reason I just can't find the thing to do it.
It's a thing with the scissors, and then it pops up, and then you can play with the length and all that. But then you have to save it to your YouTube channel, and then you share the link.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm looking for. The thing with the scissors, I can't find them.
Oh, are you on an iPhone or a computer?
No, I'm on PC.
Yeah, I can't help you. I know the scissors, at least on the app, are like right underneath the presentation. Like there's going to be an X to the far right or something, and show you.
I'll find it. Should be right. It's there somewhere. I know it's here. It's just a matter of time.
All right, never mind.
Oh shit, where's Rad One when you want him?
We're going to make a triangle by intersecting 3 circles. Okay, so what? Now we got Nate in the chat saying, how can these people on the ISS be floating around all the time if we completely ruled out that there are wires and we completely ruled out camera tricks and we completely ruled out anything? Then it must be true that they are in outer space going around the globe. Yep, I will take a dishonest question for 500, Alex. I mean, may as well say, how can you say Earth is flat if we've actually measured curvature everywhere all the time, even in infrared with microwave links, even with long distance surveying? We have curvature everywhere. So if that's true, how can you say Earth is flat? Yeah. So the way I look at those questions, like what Nate posted, is they're completely rhetorical. They're rhetorical on his part. He just wants to say, I win with a question proof. More like a question claim. Like, you're not supposed to answer those questions. Usually these kinds of questions are followed up with, but how could all those scientists and engineers at NASA be lying? I mean, it's like saying, tell me you have no globe evidence without saying you have no globe evidence. Keep asking these stupid questions.
Tell me I have no globe. Bakak! Refraction!
Oh, we can see too far today. That's refracted. Oh, we can't. That's totally not refracted. All these contradictions everywhere. I mean, gas molecules propagate linearly, that is in straight lines, unless something acts upon them, much like light. But globers have to believe that they're actually, these gas molecules are like shooting out cannonballs and following geodesic arcs with Earth's gravity for it to be contained. So within the same textbook, you can read that they say gravity contains gas, which requires now for gas molecules to not follow linear propagation paths. And then they'll tell you elsewhere in the textbook that gas molecules absolutely follow linear propagation paths. So some of the smarter globers, right, pipe up and say, well, it's just a matter of scale. And then we ask, okay, prove it. Show me at what scale. At what scale do gas molecules start arcing over the curvature of the Earth in order for them to be contained by gravity? I mean, it always goes back to that curvature measurement, which nobody has. And they'll say, hey, gravity bends light too. We've proven that by looking at the stars. Starlight bends around massive objects through the gravity well, deflecting the light. It's like, oh, okay, cool story. You know what else? You can hold up your finger close to your eye, and you can see the light wrapping around that, and you can push the light back and forth by toggling your finger a little bit. That's just diffraction.
So is that also diffraction?
Yeah.
Diffraction when on the ground. So say you've got a shadow already existing from a pole or a building or something, and then you move your hand, which is also casting a shadow, you move it over towards the other shadow, and they magically join, even though you're not touching and they technically aren't connected. They seem to like morph into each other. Is that also diffraction? Because that's a weird effect.
Yeah. It is weird. I think so. I don't know for sure, but it sure sounds like it. I mean, diffraction is just when the angle of light changes through openings or even around objects. And then refraction is when the angle changes through things.
So diffraction. So when you're looking through an exceptionally small aperture or hole, that's the lensing effect that you get from that. from the side of it, causing the light scattering. Interesting.
Yeah, and so if the hole is like too big, the hole constrains the number of angles of light that could possibly pass through it. It's like a filter. And when you play with the dimension of the hole, you can start to see a fringe effect where the light actually starts to separate by color around the outside. And eventually a wide enough hole lets all the light in, which washes everything out. So the aperture is absolutely critical. And then you also have to have so the aperture causes the light to focus. And if you got a lens, the interplay between the width of that aperture and the length or the type of lens it is absolutely critical. If they don't match, then you don't have a clear image. It's one of the many reasons why the eyeball is so freaky deaky fascinating. And then you've got basically the upside down image on the back of your eyeball that is being projected from a 3D world onto a flat curving surface. And your brain, through experience, knows how to process it. In a sense, you can say you have depth perception from one eye because the arrival of light is different for objects near versus far. But adding two eyeballs for stereoscopic vision and having them both work in sync with each other, and then having your brain being able to recombine those separate images and flip them back around and give you stereoscopic depth perception is just amazing. The eyeball, the brain integration, it's all one system, and it's irreducibly complex. It's kind of like a big issue for evolutionists. I mean, the light itself is a big, gigantic mystery. And then having biological processes and organs Sorry about that. Yeah, but having like a biological system just out of random processes be able to interact with light and somehow arrange itself to take advantage of how light works. Oh boy, Nathan text chat skanking up says, I asked you about the ISS and you deflected by saying there's no proof of curvature. These two things are independent of each other. Oh really?
Well, connect the dots for us, Nate. How do you get the curve of the Earth from an international fake station? Is it why would they lie? Is that where you're going with here? That if they pretend to have a space station, what else would they pretend about?
Something some of our members have said in the past seems to hold true is a lot of the people we talk to, for whatever reason, have issues processing spatial relationships. Their spatial reasoning skills suck. You know, I used to not think about the globe that much in its scale either, but when I was shown the Earth curvature calculator, I'm like, all right, this is how to test it. This is what's up. And I was shocked. I was shocked that such a massive Earth that I've heard my entire life, Earth is too big to see curvature. When put to the geometric test and explained and framed in a way that's understandable, 8 inches per mile squared, right? 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, the distance to the horizon on a globe. It suddenly became clear that this is eminently testable, and this should be more obvious, but it's not. I think many of us in here can say the same. Like, seeing Earth curvature, the calculator, present what the scale and dimensions should be if it existed, was itself a huge eye-opener.
Yeah, 100%. One of the things that really stuck out to me was they were using the Earth curve calculator that didn't have things in perspective and then comparing those things to pictures that had perspective. So to me, that was like, you're using this to invoke the globe. You're creating it in here and then claiming that perspective is the globe while not accounting for it in your math.
Well said, Drace. That's exactly the issue. And I had that same realization too early on. Is okay, this thing is providing a scaling factor which conspicuously matches what we experience with angular resolution loss due to perspective. So how come both are not present on the Earth curvature calculator? Because perspective explains why objects seem to shrink as much as they do from an observer height of 3 miles, why you can no longer see a 6-foot tall man.
My problem is if you live on a globe and you believe that the curve calculator represents reality and you compare it to reality and say, see, like that means the Earth is a globe because there's a bottom missing here. Oh no. In your world, things don't get smaller with distance now. You don't live in the real world anymore. That's my problem. Like, you can't just say that things don't get smaller with distance, therefore the Earth is curved. Look, I see things in the distance being cut off like my graph where things don't get smaller with distance, but that thing you're looking at actually is getting smaller with distance. So, like, the disconnect is so insane, but when you want to believe something really hard, and you have this preconceived notion that, like, it is a ball, all the smartest, the giants, I'm standing on the shoulders of giants, and therefore, like, I can't question the giants, otherwise I'll be in free fall, like, I'll have nothing to stand on. It's because I think they derived, because they're not confident in their own intelligence and just saying, I don't know, and then trying to figure it out. They need to have, they get that validation of intelligence from parroting the other guys that they think are intelligent. And so they have so much invested into these people and these ideas that you cannot violate them without going against their ego and against like who they are, their intelligence. You're threatening my existence.
You know how the Earth curvature calculator scales the height of an object down with distance, and they say it's dropping over curvature. You know, all the globers are looking at the bottom up disappearance, the gobbling up of objects, which can be explained with diffraction from the angle of the bottom of the object meeting the ground that it's on.
Yeah.
But everybody's ignoring the top of the object. The top of the object is descending with what we'd experience by describing regular perspective limits, angular resolution laws, and perspective.
Yep.
So, yeah, the top of that object must be scaling down, and it must be sinking at the same time. And what's really funny is you can actually derive the globe radius from the diffraction limit of human vision.
Yeah.
From a 6-foot observer.
Yeah, it's because they originally derived it from that. They looked at the horizon and calculated how far it would is away based on the human eye, and certain conditions of the day, and that just isn't true at all times. And we have optics now that so much bigger apertures, so we can see so much farther, and then we can use these tiny little apertures, and we can see that the horizon appears to be much closer when we're with these small aperture cameras. So we're not changing the size of the globe by looking through different optics, but that's kind of where you gotta be when you are a glober and you're trying to appeal to these things as proof.
Brings to mind, Drace, a guy, I think it was Carl Friedrich Gauss, was going around Europe doing surveying, and he had theodolites, and he was surveying continental Europe, lighthouses and mountaintops and so on. And he noticed that he could see too far for it to be a globe with his optics, and that's when he introduced the K factor, the refraction factor, of where you mathematically expand Earth's radius by about 13%. And over time, that K factor has increased because people's optics kept getting better and they could see further. So now we have some places where surveying manuals allow you to apply up to 22%.
Yeah, and that's not even the worst part, because for the geodetic surveyors, for instance, they use that up to 20%, or maybe even slightly more if they really need to fudge it. However, when it doesn't work, they're just like, fuck, I'll just bend the plumb line and make it bent that way, and that'll give them the rest of the fudge factor they need to make it into a ball. And you can see it all over their documentation. Like, their plumb lines are not plumb.
No, totally. Yeah, because their excuse is that when I look up at a star at a precise time, down to the second, from a precise location, down to the meter, that the star is not directly above me where this manual says it should be. Therefore, gravity's curving the starlight. Therefore, gravity must be curving my plumb line. And it's just an excuse, right? They're working within big fudge factor here.
Do you have any examples of this nonsense?
Yeah, actually, Helmert's hired Geodesy. Helmert, German mathematician and surveyor, wrote about 1,200 pages, most of its formulas describing this nonsense, and it's a cornerstone of geodetic surveying today.
Of curvy plumb lines.
Yeah. I mean, in reality, we don't, but we have examples from...
Yeah, there's an
go
example
ahead,
from the textbooks, you could see it.
I'm going to fish out some more that I've got to.
Yeah, so they don't measure the plumb line deviating and then apply that. They don't measure any refraction and then apply that. It's all after, like, ad hoc fudge factors to try to make it fit the model they already have. It's not very valid.
What's invalid about it?
Well, if you just make up numbers to try to make things work, that's not valid. Anybody can make up anything.
But if it relates to reality and translates to reality, it's not made up.
But the plumb line that should be and is measured to be vertical is curved. We don't measure. God's going to talk for me.
It's a bit of a misconception. So, yeah, the plumb line would act like this image because it's moving towards the large mass. And so the pull would be in that direction. It doesn't.
Do you understand? Nobody measures that, dude. They calculate it to be there because they think Earth is a globe.
No, that's not what's happening.
Yes, I can show you in Helmert's Higher Geodesy the steps he takes. They do the planar surveying first, and then when it doesn't match the globe, the reference ellipsoid or gravity model, they start coming up with ways to curve everything, beginning with optics and usually ending with curving plumb lines and deflecting plumb lines. There's an entire paper that was presented to a geodetic surveying conference called The Abuse of the Deflection of the Vertical in Surveying. And basically the guy was chastising all the geodetic surveyors who were bad surveyors who are using the fudge factor of curving plumb lines in order to produce surveys that aren't as accurate as they claim they are.
So there is examples of this occurring.
He's not paying attention.
I'm asking.
Yeah, he is not paying
you didn't
attention.
even listen to me.
No, he's not.
So help me out. So are there actual examples where the plumb line is measured to not match the vertical?
No.
Again, it's like you're not listening. The phrasing of
I'm trying to. Stop saying that. I'm trying to.
The phrase
trying to understand.
Then phrase your question better to show that you've listened. Try and address the word measurement. Calculation, for example.
They actually measure a vertical plumb line, but they can't have a vertical plumb line if Earth is a globe for their observation to match. So they bend the plumb line.
Why not? Why? What do you mean?
Wow, dude.
You're conflating, it seems, a bunch of information that's sort of related.
You're saying something that happens in reality doesn't match reality. The plumb lines are.
I'm asking.
Yeah, you use that term though when it doesn't match reality.
Well, let's do a check on learning. A very simple question: true or false? The Earth measures flat.
I don't know.
Okay, that is true. The Earth does measure flat.
Does it? How was this measure made?
Okay, we got to go over it again. I mean,
please describe how this measurement was made. It equivocally shows that this is the case. Surely you can provide that.
No, listen. Nobody wants to talk to you because it's clear you're not listening to anybody.
Because you can't provide the basic evidence of what you're claiming.
Talking about the measurements and the surveying, you've butted in without a fucking knowledge of what's going on and taken us back to remedial fucking lessons. You want us to do that for you when you haven't paid attention to anything we've said so far?
I mean, I'm here to find out about the flat Earth. That's all I'm here for. And so I have questions.
Okay, sir. Is a flat Earth? Is a flat Earth flat or not flat? Which one is it?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, the flat Earth, is it flat or not flat?
I don't know.
Okay, then put yourself on mute and just listen for a while.
But you're not. What you're saying just it's.
You're going on mute until you can post something coherent in text chat to give us a reason to unmute you.
How about you, Lance?
Oh, don't talk to me.
Too late.
You're in the hot seat.
You, Lance.
It's a pretty cold seat.
No, the hot seat. You're in the hot seat.
Do you have any proof of curvature, Lance? Please do a better job than the last.
Yeah, your mom's tits.
Hey! Well done.
You just earned yourself a red flag. For being a numpty.
Was that lecture titled The Abuse of the Deflection from the Vertical? Is that what it was called?
Yeah, presented by like W. Featherstone was the last name.
Interesting stuff, man.
Yeah, like these guys are globe earthers, and they've recognized a problem within their own globe earth surveying community that these corrections are being abused because nobody can actually validate if they're true or not.
What was the guy's name that he said? It rang a bell for me, but I can't remember who you said it was. The guy who went out and made the observations, but noticed that the observations didn't fit the globe model, so had to make the Earth 13% bigger or something. What was his name?
I think that was Carl Friedrich Gauss. It was one of the Gauss guys.
Yeah, it's definitely a Gauss guy. Thank you. Sounds stupid, and please forgive me if I'm incorrect, but is this where 7/6R comes from, or starts coming from?
Yes, exactly.
Thank you. Awesome.
Yeah. 7/6 is a 16% increase, 16.67% increase, right? They started with like 13% 100 years ago.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
It got something here. I'm putting a GIF in here. Is this proof of curvature? It's loading. Give it 1 second. It's loading. Or is this proof of rotation, mind you? Like, could this be like one of the globalists could use this and be like, bang.
Boy, that guy's even worse in text chat than he is on voice, but good thing he's not on voice.
Oh, like
Cyril Pest.
Is that what's that guy? Is he Jesus?
Flat Earther.
He's like I Heart Jesus or something. I can't remember his name. But like
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, another alt.
Oh, I less than three Jesus.
Something like that. Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, is that who it is?
Yeah, I tabbed in.
I thought I recognised his voice. He's an idiot. Can't be bothered to waste time with him. But thanks for pointing that out. I know exactly who it is now.
Yeah, and then for him to say that we have no proof and can present no proof, like Where we know we've talked to him for years. He used to occupy the lobby in 24/7, and sometimes it'd go into the VC of 24/7 itself. And now he's here, and he's here under all these alts. Like, what's his malfunction? These people are not well.
It's got to be a globe. Well, why? Because it's got to be. Well, why is it got to be a globe? I don't know. Just it's a globe. Because why? Globe.
Because you're stupid for believing it's not.
See, it's a good trick question. You could say the Earth measures flat, and if they don't understand that, they basically shot themselves in the foot because they claim a globe so large that they can put locally in front of flat and be like, yeah, locally I can use these tools and measure the Earth is flat. And they can't. They can and they can't at exactly the same time, which demonstrates they're in a cog dis. They're in a contradiction. And they're going to have to square that contradiction first before they're even able to parse out what it means to measure something or what it means to define something as flat. I mean, they don't need to fix a contradiction, but they can explain it. Explain the contradiction or recognize the contradiction. But he'll just say, oh, you guys haven't given me any proof the Earth is measured flat. How about your globe tard? Is that enough proof for you? Well, no. And yes.
I don't know if it's flat or a globe, but can you show me that it's flat? How about you ask if it can be shown to be a globe? I mean, it works the same way. The globe view is so full of contradictions, too. I mean, this is something that Drace and I were talking about a couple days ago, and you just brought it up. If you just let the ardent globe defender talk long enough, he's going to contradict himself. And that's when you sit back and you win without doing anything. Thank you for the clip. One of many we've made over the past 10 years of audio recordings. I kind of want there to be a court case and for our 24/7 Flat Earth audio recordings to be the topic of discovery for a public case. That would just be amazing.
That would be pretty good. I think there's a case to be made, or we should be able to collect all of these things together and then have qualified psychiatrists go over the clips. It would be a shit show.
Yeah, the requirement isn't that stringent, right? Psychologists are trained to remove personal biases from situations so that they can objectively, as much as they can at least, assess a patient's standing. So we'd have to say, hey, we need somebody who can do that. Let's find a board-certified psychologist. Let's get one of those. Let's also get a police interrogator, just for another perspective.
Yeah, that'd be good.
And then throw in maybe a cognitive neural linguist.
Yeah, I like that. And then for the last spot, you'd have a logician, someone who can point at all their fallacies. So it would be just a collage of them breaking down all of their errors.
Oh yeah, someone from like the philosophy of mathematics department. So they can talk about like semiotics and underdeterminism of models and things like that. And they can just start keeping a list.
Yeah, I think we need to just split down all the different aspects into the disciplines that would laugh at them, and then like show like the physicists how they're butchering physics. We show like all the different disciplines, the aspects that are bad, you know, that they wouldn't approve of. And so on that basis, like on their training, they should automatically just basically give us everything we want. Because if you give them a whole collage and like it doesn't apply to their training, they might simply just defer to their bias or like their globe belief. But you could even have globe earthers deal with this if you have it framed in the right way.
I was thinking about that. A good way to frame it would be like, hey, look, this is a public survey of how good our public education systems are in training people how to think critically, how to apply math and reason, and so on, how to apply fundamental laws of physics. I mean, framing it like that presents a serious indictment against the entire world.
But it would be really interesting to see, I think, and like the results out of what each one would say would be interesting, to say the least. Like, I take oftentimes what Globers say and I put it into ChatGPT, and ChatGPT doesn't like it. I mean, I don't think the experts are going to like them butchering what they're experts in. Because most of the time we have to like teach the Globers, the average Glober, what his belief system is, because he has such a limited understanding of it that he has made up in his mind all sorts of stuff that isn't actually related to modern physics.
Right, and their bias against flat earthers as people prevents them from onboarding that information a lot of times, and they struggle against it.
Yeah, and so like by having like a priest of their religion, an expert, listen to their clips and be like, oh no, that's wrong. Oh no, you shouldn't do that. You should clean your bed.
Yeah, and all of this can be done with by leaving flat Earth itself as a positive claim off the table. I don't know if I said that right. You know, like even if flat earthers are wrong, listen to how they're defending the globe. That's the topic of interest.
Yeah. It doesn't matter, like, we can stand on our own, we can provide our own arguments. This is not about those arguments, this is just about how they're presenting their side and how they're doing a disservice to their own side. And maybe that will increase the quality of the Globers we get, like we get more educated people maybe.
The smart ones know to stay away. No, there's something that I've affectionately called Heretic's Razor, because our friend Heretic used to be called Central Banker back in the old server.
Yeah.
He said he put it like this. He said, I'm going to butcher it a little bit, but society has been taught to believe that flat earthers are the dumbest amongst us. So what does that mean? It means people that have been intellectually bullied their entire lives know exactly where they want to go to bully the least intellectual amongst us. So that's why we're dealing with so many idiots. Because people have been bullied their entire lives intellectually, think that they finally have a group of people that they can beat up and assert intellectual prowess over, and they come in here. And this also explains the gap, like the intelligence disparity between average flat earthers and the average retards that come in.
Yeah, or like you get the average retard that comes in, and then you get the occasional just normal globe believer, just a normal person, and like we have a great conversation, and they go away from it like, and they might never come back, and this might not be a thing for them, or they might become a closet flat earther, or they might become a flat earther. So we see those people are there, like you can get kind of a distorted view of the world if all you interact with are trolls, and we get a disproportionate amount of trolls, so it's easy for flat earthers to start to get jaded because you get so many of these trolls. So it's important to remember to like be compassionate and try to tone it down, like if we can, when it starts getting heated, and like if it's hard to notice that in the moment when you're getting heated, so just letting somebody else take over is the best option.
I agree 100%. We have members that like to jump at the first opportunity they see of a newcomer who seems slightly dishonest, potentially, or slightly trolling a little bit, and then they turn the entire conversation into a shit show themselves. And there could have been opportunities along the way to reverse that course and have a meaningful discussion with somebody who came in and wasn't serious to begin with. Like, we've ruined, as a community, our own opportunities by allowing certain hot-headed individuals to fly off the handle at newcomers at the first sign of slightest dishonesty or trolling. Yep. Yeah. And I agree. When you find yourself getting heated, sit back and let somebody else take over. I mean, there's certain folks that seem to keep it really good under pressure, like Wolfgang.
Yeah. It's also like the sophistry can be really annoying, so I can understand that aspect of it. And the more you understand the logical fallacies, and the more they ignore when you're trying to explain to them that it isn't logical, and then they double down on it and stuff like that. It is a normal response for people to react like that, and especially when they're going into cognitive dissonance, when they are getting a little triggered. And it's kind of an art form to try to coach, draw them back from that. And generally, you kind of need to establish some sort of rapport, or some sort of softness, so that he feels like he's appreciated, or feels like his opinions and thoughts are heard. But there's a fine line there, because you got these malicious trolls who come in here and their only goal is to poison the well and to interrupt new globers from actually taking part in the conversation, and corrupting their train of thought with fallacies. So it's a fine line. So I understand that they get mad at the super sophists, and when normal people show a little bit of sophistry, because it's such a normal thing in today's society, they can misattribute it to the heavy-duty sophist. But you gotta give them plenty of chances to shoot themselves in the leg, and then when everybody's tried, then you kind of know, like, okay, he's not gonna get this at this point. Just get him out of here.
You said that this has been the topic of discussion in back chats amongst us for a long time, and we've been trying to steer this ship in the right direction, doing just that. Meanwhile, we have people from other flat Earth communities, like certain individuals from FED in here yesterday, for example, who are basically saying that they're just in this for the entertainment value, to beat up on Globers and record it live. And that's not our mission at all. If you're going to behave like that, then you don't belong here.
Yeah, well, we're kind of like brothers and sisters to FED. So, like, we share a lot of people between those groups, and we have a lot of connections between that group. And so, like, we're kind of the more civilized version of it.
Yeah.
Or we try to be. Where FED is more like the tip of the spear, as they describe it. They are trying to pierce the matrix, or whatever you want to call it. And I mean, I don't mind people having different methodologies. It's just we kind of respect each other's methodologies and try to work within those frames.
Yep, well said. Well said. I mean, there are some Globers out there who might respond to the tough love approach of FED, who needs that matrix pierced with the tip of the spear. Otherwise, it's never going to happen for them. They're never going to wake up. And yep, they do serve a function. I would agree to that. Yeah, and you're right about respecting each other's boundaries and frameworks. We have a different approach here. I think it's a more holistic approach, and I personally think it's generally for the best, even though it's not always.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah. I would like this place to be a safe area for academics, serious professionals with serious credentials in their field, with serious pull and influence, like at a national level, to come in here and have mature discussions. Sorry, DJ, go ahead.
Oh, nothing. It's all good. I'll keep my mouth shut.
I mean, this isn't to say that we're going to run a place like GeoServer where basically anything goes. You know, we have standards. Right, where his purpose is to open up a complete free speech platform for anybody with any opinion on any matter to come in and share their thoughts. Great. You know, from what I've seen, that leads to a lot of dogs chasing their tails around in circles, and discussions never being resolved, never even aiming to be resolved, and discussions pertaining to topics that are not germane to the subject at hand.
Yeah. I mean, all of these different platforms are useful in their own way. We're just developing in a slightly different direction. We want to stick to the facts, stick to the empiricism, stick to the point, try to keep it logical. Like, that way we would become a platform that would allow people of higher socioeconomic and intellectual capacity to want to associate with it and maybe take part. Because if it's too much of a shit show, people just go like, no, not for me. So it's like everything's kind of aimed at different people. You got to have like a big basket to grab everybody who wants to go. You got to have a small basket that like tries to take out the like only has the very specific things that work. So like it's taking out all the extra stuff. Like, and then you got to have another basket that's just designed to catch a certain type of people and so on and so forth. Like, different methodologies work on different people. Like, we can't, like, even just on this forum, we have a wide range of people with different methodologies and different ways of arguing different evidence.
It all depends on when people drop in too. If we've got an anti-FE clown in here and I'm giving them a rev up, which I'm known for doing, can't stand them, and then someone new drops in and they can't get into that, then they're probably not going to think that this is a nice place. Whereas we get someone that drops in when it's totally silence, and most of the time you can have a good conversation with them without whatever they believe in thrown in there. They're just happy to be chill and having a great old time. But yeah, it just makes me wonder now how many times we've grabbed hold of someone, done the bouncer thing, kicked them out, and somebody has just dropped in and caught the back end of it going, what the hell have I walked into? It makes me sort of think about that every now and then.
Yeah, and quite often that is actually the goal of some of these anti-flat Earth groups, right? As we've seen in their back chats, they get together and they come in here and they're like, don't debate, right? Go in and make them angry. They want that to be the case, like for the audience to hear us acting unsound.
Yeah, they don't want us to go over the arguments logically and calmly because they are looking for the tone police win. That's why, like, if you raise your voice, it's like, oh, it's a win for them. But it's like nothing about the argument. And that's why some of these anti-flat earthers, or the people who just hang around us for years on end, know all of our arguments. However, each time they talk to someone, they act like they don't know the arguments. They're like, oh, what about this? And thousand times I've seen Matthew Learns get devastated on his arguments and his counter-arguments, and at the end he always has to just say, well, I believe it's a globe. But I see him all the time trying to manipulate new people, trying to manipulate new flat earthers or just globers in general, trying to jump in and white knight and block for them so that they don't have to actually handle the information and then can check out.
I'm familiar with the troll tactic called sea lioning.
Yeah.
Yeah. For the audience who isn't aware, sea lioning is when somebody who's not genuine comes into the chat and basically says, hey, I'm just trying to learn, and starts asking questions. I'm here in good faith. I just want, can you answer these questions for me, right? And every time you answer, it's never good enough. It's never good enough. Every answer you give, which you shouldn't be really trying to proffer in the first place. They just keep moving the goalposts.
It's so much worse because they come in with the nice tone and using all the softeners and qualifiers, and then here's a fallacious argument, or here's a straw man. Like
we just witnessed that with that last guy.
Yeah,
the British guy. Yeah. Always the same way with some of these people that come in here, right? Yeah, just like you said, Drace, they come in super polite, acting like it's one of their first times here. You know, even though we've had the 50,000 conversations with them, right? They come in and they're very calm. They act like they're super composed and they're genuine. And then it's slowly like the snake tactics start to come out slowly throughout the conversation. And the same thing happens every time they come in here. Oliver is a great example of that, if you guys know who Oliver is.
The goal is to make it look like you are incapable of providing answers and that you're losing your cool under pressure. So they start victim blaming. They're trolling you, but then blame you for the behavior that they are triggering through their dishonest tactics. There's a variation of this that AI Overlord talks about. I call it a variation of it, Bulverism. You'd have to look it up. It's Bulverism. It's actually a literary phrase. It precedes the internet. This is kind of like sea lioning, but they kick it up a notch, where their intent is to make it sound like you're potentially unhinged and dangerous, and therefore everybody you're associated with is also unhinged and dangerous. So it's like sea lining plus character assassination.
Yeah, they do that like a lot. Like, you're stupid. You flat earthers, like, we're gonna destroy the world, all sorts of stupid stuff, and you're like, what? How?
You're the worst is like, you guys are dangerous for the children. Those people get the boot. It's almost hilarious too how they think that we don't catch on to this, as if none of us are capable of knowing what an honest conversation ever sounds like.
Yeah, it's so obvious as well. For instance, with Matthew, like, we've considered like banning him 1,000 times, and I think he's been banned a couple of times over the years. But the thing is, when he's talking to someone who knows what the fuck he's talking about and can like explain how he's wrong in every single way, he only has one option. That's just to say, like, he believes that it's a globe. Well, he believes it's something else. Like, it believes it works differently. And so it doesn't, like, that is a good example, and because he is constantly sea lining, he can be used as a good example by a really experienced flat earther. However, he is detrimental to new people in general on either side because he muddies the water and poisons the well.
Do you think some of this behavior is unintentional? It just comes out that way?
No, I think it's fully intentional.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's said multiple times.
Too many years.
He's said multiple times he's basically here to help sway people, away from Flat Earth.
Yeah, that's why he tries to go to meetups, and like, he is literally obsessed with us.
Yeah, he's terrified of being banned. As soon as there's any inkling that he might get banned, he disappears really quickly. And
yeah,
he said to me in DMs, he's like, I thought I was going to get banned. I don't want to get banned.
Yeah, or he becomes very agreeable. And that's how we got him to admit everything, because, like, the people with the ability to ban him generally know what the fuck they're talking about. And so he can't argue with them. He can't, like, really sustain any argument against them, so he knows when to run and when to bow, but he will attack the new people, and so in that way I just don't see him as really a benefit or a positive to anyone. Even a Glober listening to him, you're gonna not actually be learning the actual claims of your model, but rather Matthew's insane cope claims that are not actually something you can cite. It's just his words and his beliefs.
Right. He admitted to me many times that any long distance observation that we show him, he's just going to say refraction ignorantly, and he admitted he doesn't even know that much about it. He's just going to say that. And there are other ways that you can tell that the Earth's a globe, but I'm just going to parrot the word refraction. Right? He just blatantly says that, admits that. That's just very dishonest. And then if someone new comes in, right, we'll be going over some observation that is magnitudes, right, further than you would be able to see on a globe. And then Matthew will try to say something like, well, the light would only have to bend 0.00017 degrees, you know, to be able to explain this observation. He has no real idea what he's talking about when he says it, right? But he's trying to make it seem...
Yeah, the ray bend has to have multiple curves. It has to curve back on itself at least one time, or actually twice.
Yeah, it's a very dishonest tactic.
It's super dishonest because the conditions for that imaginary refraction he's invoking just do not exist. You do not have a constant refraction optical density difference between you and the target, causing things to refract constantly, okay, tiny bit, to make it around the curve. And even if it were refracting at that rate, we would see evidence of that. All white light would start to separate because the wavelengths are not refracting at the same rate, and so it would be evident in all long-range pictures where we see too far. It's not. So he's just a liar.
Yep. Exactly. When you have steeper gradients from, say, warm air to cool air, which would, you know, have a different refractive index, right? When you start to get more extreme differences, right, from very warm to very cool, quickly, you start getting very noticeable miraging effects. It's when it's very gradual, then you'll get like that sinking effect or the looming effect. But when you get a more harsh difference in refractive index, that's when you start getting the more extreme versions of those, which is the superior mirage and the inferior mirage, and they're super noticeable. So when we show some of these long distance observations where we can see magnitudes further than you would be able to see, and there's no sign of any miraging, right? They're saying, oh, that's refraction. No, right? You would have to have, like Drace just said, you would have to have very extreme conditions, like very extreme differences in temperatures from down to up, right, to be able to create that type of effect. And in most cases, there is no effect. There is no effect that explains this, right, especially with no distortion.
It's just simply not possible. The gradient of the medium has to conform to the observer's height over the curvature of the Earth at every point of observation to the curvature of the Earth.
It just cannot be refracting. Big fat clock. If it were refracting, the wavelengths would separate. We would be able to visibly see it in all white light. Like red light and purple light do not refract at the same rate, and so if it is refracting for such a long distance, all of the wavelengths would start to separate. When we do see some actual refraction, it is so slight that you don't see this, because it's not actually causing the light to separate, because it's only a tiny change in angular relationship, and generally oftentimes at one point where it crosses into the boundary, or at that boundary point, that's where the most amount of curve in the light is. And then if the angle is too steep, it might internally reflect off the surface or off the air. If there's a difference in temperature there's a layer that it's reflecting off, and so you get mirages and stuff.
Yeah.
But like the way they try to explain it is with full-on bending and no reflection, and that would cause the wavelengths to separate, but we don't see that. Like we do see wavelengths separating when they are refracting. We don't see wavelengths separating when they are claiming it's refracting in reality.
What is the claimed change of index of refraction through the medium? It's like out to the 10,000ths of a decimal place or something ridiculous.
Yeah, it's almost nothing.
Yep. But they need more, like you said, and the amount that they actually require for the curvature of the Earth would separate the frequencies of light out. Totally right. Also, it happens, which I think is kind of understood here, but I'll say it for the audience, is a reduction in image fidelity. every single time. That's going to be one of the telltale signs. You don't have to be a technical wizard to understand that. I mean, the reason why is it's a chaotic process through the air that is doing this. It's not going to be ordered. And in cases where they show us a clear image of something that they're saying is unrefracted or refracted even, when they show us a clear refracted image, you got to start to wonder, okay, how come there's no sign of image fidelity loss here? If the light is being bent due to chaotic processes of turbulent air, you've got Fresnel drag, of evaporation and things like this going on, temperature inversions, yada, yada, yada. How come it's producing a rather stable image? So,
yeah, and then they have double standards. They have complete double standards when they show their evidence. They don't account for any of these things. Like, I was going through their Rainy Lake experiment video yesterday, and have a look at that screenshot in the side chat. Right, it's a hot mess. It's like a soup of different types of miraging effects and whatnot taking place over that distance. It's absolute horseshit footage, and for them to make any definitive claims about this matches the globe model is absolutely ridiculous.
Totally right.
Double standards. Yeah.
They'll take a video and then they'll grab the one frame out of the video where the image is stable. So you've got a lot of image fidelity loss happening, a lot of turbulence in the air, right? So the frame is getting distorted and distorted and distorted and distorted. But they'll record, maybe 60 frames a second and cherry pick the one frame.
They've always done this. Like, you back in the day, they'd be like, oh, look, the Earth curve from this balloon launch. And every single time we would be like, oh, okay, let's look at the beginning of this balloon launch. Oh, well, the horizon is curved on the ground. So clearly they're using a fisheye camera.
Yeah. Yeah, or like somebody caught a video of Soundly fishing through his file structure on his MacBook or something, and saw that there were tens of thousands of images or something that were taken from a video, and he picked out the one that presented what he thought was the best case. Like, it's a sickness. There's something psychological here, like some kind of voyeurism, like the criminal mentality of somebody who enjoys watching the police run around the crime scene, struggling to figure out how the genius criminal pulled it off. These guys almost get off on flat earthers, struggling to figure out how they pulled off a camera trick. But we catch them every time.
Yeah, they're so convinced that they're right that they can fake the evidence or fake things just to try to win an argument, because deep down they think they are still right. It's crazy.
You're absolutely right about that. The ends justify the means.
We abhor that kind of behavior. Like when we do find something, like the other day somebody used an AI to make an example of something, and just to use it as a descriptor, but like we do use a lot of similar looking evidence, so the confusion there made it so like most of us were like, nah, we don't want that kind of stuff. We would rather have real evidence, even though you can make graphics to try to make your point easier to understand.
Right. We want the data. We want everything, the warts and all, the good stuff and the bad stuff, to weigh the evidence fairly.
That's also why we ask all the Globers for the evidence. And no one's been able to supply it.
So where are all the honest globe earthers out there getting frustrated that they can't find it? Can they join ranks with us? Join us, guys. Come on. Doesn't mean you have to be a flat earther, but join us in this quest to find that evidence. We won't bite.
The big problem lies in that they don't know what constitute actual evidence or like valid evidence. So they're going off of like anecdotal evidence and like fallacies which they think are evidence, or like faith in authority and things like this, and they just don't know how flimsy that is because they weren't properly educated. They were just indoctrinated to be factory workers, essentially. Believe what everybody else believes. Do your job.
Oh, totally. At one point early on, I started to think of this globe as like an urban myth, a gigantic urban myth, the urban myths of all urban myths that was the most successful.
I see it as where it came from. Like, the globe originally belonged to the secret societies as their secret world doctrine, which allowed them to keep their members in the secret knowledge of the world back in the day. And then when they finally realized, oh well, all this stuff that we believed for all these years in our cults was actually wrong, well, let's make the public believe that shit. And we have a bunch of data that we've accumulated, fallacies that we built over the years concerning this while we were trying to convince each other that this was real. Maybe we'll just use that to convince them that this is real, and we'll keep the truth to ourselves.
This is something quite different than what a lot of people in our own community want to believe. Also quite different from the prevailing cosmology. Now, am I proposing this as a truth? Am I claiming this to be true? I'm not. I'm just offering this up as a very interesting phenomenon. Yes, that means Antarctica could be an island on an otherwise flat and stationary Earth. Yes, that also means 24-hour suns in the north and the south work over a flat and stationary Earth that measures flat. So, I mean, just think about that for a minute.
Yeah, and I always wondered why, if you wanted to know what a 24-hour sun does, shouldn't you be monitoring the sun 24 hours a day?
Yeah, for sure.
Right, rather than just sit in one particular spot and then keep looking up at something in the sky.
I have a dumb question. Oh, sorry.
I was going to, one more point. If you're going to take an airplane, okay, conceptualize an airplane. You guys have all seen the flight recorder data showing no rotational vector to the airplane over distance. And it's not just in that one case. We have cases going back to the 1960s of flight recorder data not showing any rotational vector at all over a globe, but traversing flat distances. If you could take that airplane and have it chase the sun, it's not going to rotate, but it's going to come back to where it started again. Wouldn't you agree? I mean, does that logically follow? I think it does.
Yeah, the airplane that actually chased the sun, which was the Concorde, They specifically designed that aircraft to fly flat and level to save fuel.
So if it could chase the sun flat and level for 24 hours, it would end up back where it started over a flat and level plane. What are the consequences of that? It appears that we may be confined to this existence through a mechanism we don't fully understand.
Yeah.
I got you, dreamer. I got you, dreamer.
Now, Amish, here's the question I have for you, and maybe you know more about what the claims of Antarctica are, but what's the likelihood that there's just a few island land masses around the far out edges of, say, South America, Australia / New Zealand, and they just claim that those are those are Antarctica. So when they do whatever race it is they do there from New Zealand and whatever else, that what's the likelihood they just claim that this is just one place and it's just a couple island masses that are fairly large?
It could be, but let me ask you, do you think that there's a common meeting place under the South Celestial Pole?
Don't know. Frankly, every time I've tried to study anything about astronomy, and then I go out with a telescope, and I go out in my backyard and read my notes and such, and wherever I'm at, and then try to actually start to compare what I'm seeing versus what I'm told, and then what I'm not told versus what I am seeing, then so I genuinely have no understanding of what goes on up in the sky, because every time, like I say, every time I look up and every time I try to read and learn about it and then compare to what I see, it seems different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't have any proof that there is a common meeting point underneath either south or north celestial poles.
Yeah, that's how I would view it, because like my favorite example was when I was about 9. No, I was younger than 9. Whenever the hell it was that Halley's Comet was here, I remember as a kid trying to, that's when I really got interested in astronomy as a kid. And so at some point there, I was out with a telescope trying to see the stars and whatever else. And I remember zooming in on a star, and all of a sudden it turned into 2. And then to painstakingly try to then center on one of those 2. Then I did. My dad helped me, and then zoomed in, and then like 2 more appeared. And
that's fantastic.
And it's just like, okay, well, what am I actually looking at? How do I know which one is actually the supposed North Pole? I mean, the North Star.
The North Star is not the center point of rotation either. Like, this is meted out through those, yeah. Same with the South. But there are points of rotation. I should say apparent rotation. We don't have a way to know for sure if there's a common meeting point under either of these. So this to me would be the big tiebreaker if we're deciding whether or not the Earth is a flat manifold, like the surface of Earth is a 2-sphere looping manifold, or if the surface of Earth may be much larger and continue on further than we think. Is it possible that the closer you get to either pole at a certain point, you need to traverse more distance for that point in the sky to elevate itself above you? this would mean there could be far more terrain to the north and to the south than what we would consider possible. What if it's somewhat like asymptotic? And by that I mean never approaches a point. Like, what if you could get to a point after some inflection point, maybe it's as extreme as like 80 degrees in either direction, that the elevation of the star as you try to maneuver yourself underneath it is such that you're having to go thousands and thousands of miles per degree of change, or partial degree of change.
Without going down too far of a rabbit hole, I just want to, for a quick second, mention how we view things. So let me ask you this, is, on one hand, there's a Western way of thinking to where we want to view everything in the whole. We want to have this whole beautiful paradigm of how, singularity of how everything works. And what I feel like is a little more of an Eastern way of thinking is they want to look at things individually. And so my more question likely is the error in the fact that here in the West, we want to have this singular way of describing things, and so that clouds how we actually record the information, and then it clouds how we actually use the information.
So we have a desire to generalize, and the East has a desire to particularize.
Yeah, I would tend to think so in a very general sense, that here in the West, and maybe it's not East versus West as much as it is just West versus how it's done elsewhere. But my point is maybe that's the fallacy here, is we're trying to look for that, well, where do all the stars revolve around? When in reality, maybe it's just best to say that just as humans, animals, everything else are all individual and have variances, very likely there's variances there, and you're not going to find a singularity in describing what the hell the stars do. And somebody else was, I think, going to jump in there. Was that you, Dreamer? Did you have something to add?
I mean, what do you think of when two people, one in southern Chile, one in southern Tasmania, can see each other's, call it navigation stars, above their respective geographical positions on a flat Earth?
Okay, do me a favor. I'm very sorry. My brain went to mush there because boys were saying something. Repeat that if you would, please.
What do you think of the idea that two people on a flat Earth could observe navigational stars looking south? One from southern Chile, one from Tasmania. Because that happens for several months out of the year.
So let me ask you this here, is frankly, my problem with the whole navigation is, I remember when I was a kid, and one of the things I loved doing was taking a protractor, put a straw on the top of it, with some Scotch tape, and then in the little center hole, taking a string with a washer. And then I would I think it was the coolest thing ever to look at all these things, radio towers, stars, whatever else, and write down on a piece of paper what angles they were. Don't ask me why I thought that was the coolest thing. It was dumb, but I don't know if I thought somehow I was coming up with something cool or what. And so then as I got a little older and moving along to the coast, I started talking to people about star navigation and such. And come to find out that, well, they've got little books, they've got, they use a chronometer, et cetera, and there's variability because one guy that's a certain height and another guy that's another height, and depending on how much astigmatism each one has, and various other things that you can, that it's all variable. So, that's my long way of saying that I don't know what to think about the navigable stars, because you could say that either a couple things. One is that, maybe three things. One is that the stars are able to move. Two, what you see is not what you get, so they could be, what they're seeing is from their personal frame of reference, and so what they think they're describing the same object, because nobody's ever been to any of those. We don't know for sure that we're looking at the same object. We just are, reasonably sure we are. And then, of course, the last one is that maybe trying to compare navigation to the shape of the Earth is some points are going to, if we look at, say, 500 different factors of it, 250 of them may point to the Earth being flat, and the other 250 point to the Earth being a bendy water-covered ball. So there's a little word salad for you to a degree, but that's kind of what I think anyway. I mean, how do you feel about my assessment there?
Well, I know that the entire star field is visible from the equator, whether looking east or west. Can be filmed with time-lapse photography, and you can see the south and north points of rotation are very close to them at the same time. And you can do this along the celestial equator below it, anywhere below the celestial equator. Presumably, it's going to produce the same results. So if you turn 90 degrees from where you're looking to the left or to the right, you're going to head north or south, and you're going to watch those north or south celestial points of rotation in the sky elevate. That's how we derive latitude. So it's not silly to say a logical consequence might be that it's spherical.
Sorry.
Is that somebody hot micing, or?
That's Dreamer. He's trying to fill the dead air.
Gotcha.
He's not an abusive troll in the least.
Give me 1 second. Okay, we've got a little catastrophe here. The boys forgot to tell me to plug in their electric Jeep to charge. So you would think that the world has entirely and totally ended, and we've gone from the outside of a bendy water covered ball to the inside concave version of the big bendy water covered ball. But yeah, I think here's what I think happens is, you know, when you start, I used to joke way back in the day when I sold cars, because at one dealership I was at, there was a general manager there for a while who was just insufferable. He's out of the business now. He got fired from several different places. But like I used to say, when you didn't have a car deal, you only had one problem. And that one problem became that you needed to sell a car. Now, when somebody actually come up to buy a car, well, now you had two problems. You had the problem of the customer, and you had the problem of the general manager of the dealership. And then, as you went through each successive step, you ended up with more and more and more and more problems. So each step, you pretty much squared the number of problems you have. And so at the end of it, the general manager would be throwing this absolute fit because maybe one thing didn't get entered into the computer exactly right, and this time he would yell at you because the salesman did it. He would scream, "Well, no, the new car manager is supposed to do that." And then the next time when the new car manager puts it in and the salesman don't, and it's the same problem, he screams, "Well, the salesman should be putting that in, not the new car manager." You know, just switching back and forth, whatever. And so my point is that it just became, you know, a car deal would become more and more chaotic until either somebody said, "I'm not putting up with this chaos anymore," and go to another dealership, or they'd say, "You know what, I'm going to put up chaos at another dealership, so I'm just going to go and buy this and be done with it." And then, now, my whole long story short here for this analogy is, when we start looking at all these derivative topics like how far the sun is away, what's in the skies, what's this, what's that, we end up, I think, adding in so many more variables into this chaos. And then you've got this general manager screaming and hollering every time they come into Discord. And so you end up with ships go over horizon. No, that's refraction. And so maybe the more we get away from the basics of things, maybe we end up with a big, you know, as an unintended consequence, whether it's us or whether it's the GTs or who are doing it, that you end up with a befuddled mess of God knows how you actually interpret it all in a singularity, which you can't. And, you know, so you end up cherry picking. I'll cherry pick this evidence, and then you cherry pick this evidence, and then maybe we'll agree, maybe we won't agree. And maybe it's not cherry picking because you're intentionally doing it. Maybe that's just all that you were able to observe. And it was all I was able to observe, but it's still limited by what we can observe or whatever. So my point being that is, you know, maybe the more we try to poke and prod at this, the more difficult it's ever going to be to come to a conclusion. You know, in trying to understand the mysteries of creation, maybe we're just not to understand them. Would you think that's a out in left field explanation?
Almost, but listen, I mean, unless we have unless we have light and radiation, like radar and stuff, all wrong. Observations, measurements, physical measurements of the Earth do not reveal a globe. The globe only emerges as a consequence of using stars for navigational purposes in a limited way.
100%. I'm right there with you. That
yeah,
sticking to the basics of observation, sticking to the basics of how do you build things, sticking to the basics of how we otherwise interact. Now, when you get out of that and you get into this big matrix of chaos, that's where you end up with everything else. And probably part of that problem is as the human mind works, we're really never happy with it works because this is how it works. Well, why does it work that way? Why does it work to work that way? Why does it work to work that way? So I'll always be to those simple basics of this is how we observe it, this is how we measure it, this is how we shoot lasers over long distance, this is how we look at long distance photography, this is how we look at the long distance artillery or long distance snipering, however the hell you want to say that.
Oh yeah, it's all flat and stationary. But at the same time, we've got these observations in the north and in the south, looking across the presumed ground position of either north and south celestial pole. Those observations, when applied to celestial navigation consistently, indicate that north-south circumnavigation is possible. And you can even predict or calculate a distance. The funny part is you're doing it with angles in a Cartesian space, which means it's flat. Just like everybody everywhere on Earth could potentially go to the ground position of the celestial equator and on the equinox film the sun rising in the east and setting in the west at whatever point of time that is that's right for them at that location. It's not like doing racetracks around a circle like around Polaris. I mean, a broader point of this discussion is to challenge people who think that the azimuthal equidistant projection of a globe is a flat Earth, and it's not. And the fact that it's not, due to observation that's verifiable, has some profound and deep implications about what this place possibly is, geometrically, based off the same consistent use of celestial navigation principles.
Yes. So, the interesting thing is when the GTs come in here and talk about, well, the math shows this, the math shows that, they have this broad understanding of somehow the math shows it, but then, okay, well, tell us about the specifics of it. And then their answer, of course, is Google it. So somehow saying that one thing, when I was in my first college-level statistics class.
That's great. I used to teach that, by the way, at the undergrad level.
Oh, that's cool. One of the, this was the statistics 201 or 246 or whatever number, the 200 series class. I'll never forget, like, on the first day he talked about statistics, and he said, well, what can you do with statistics? He said, and I used to remember this verbatim, and it's kind of slipped out of my mind to a degree. He said, really, with numbers, you can do anything you want. No, I'm sorry. He said, he said people make decisions based on emotion, and then they use statistics to validate those emotions. And it's my job to show you how to do that. And then, of course, we all had a good laugh. And then he went to a second point, which he said in World War II, that a statistician come up with a formula, because they realized that German tanks were sequential in number. And so the statistician come up with a formula that what they could do is they could take, as intelligence reports came in, the serial number on the side of the German tank that they found, that they could record that, and if they each observation was recorded, they would randomly pick out 2 every day. And then they were able to very accurately predict the number of tanks that the Germans had. And
dude, you had a cool stats professor, just saying.
Yeah. Oh, no doubt. At the end of it, at the end of the war, then they took those numbers and then started doing the reconciliation of what they then actually knew. And the numbers all through the war, they changed slightly, but they were always very close to that reconciliation. So it's interesting that, like you say, the mathematics can show on one hand something that specific. So then you end up with a false sense of security that, well, the mathematics show us we can circumnavigate north to south. But then reality tells us that nobody's ever done that.
Yeah. Yeah, so 69 miles to 1 degree elevation is a rule of thumb. Does not hold and is not applicable in all cases in all instances because it's an average. So when I was teaching statistics, I used to throw out a question. I would throw out a question to the class and look for somebody who had some flash of brilliance. And the question was with regards to a data set and calculating the mean. There would be, in maybe one class out of 7 or 8, 10 perhaps, there'd be one person that would try to express the mean as a range, which is brilliant for somebody who's taking a 200 or 300 level stats course. And the reason why means should be a range is because you have variability in the data set that expresses a confidence interval.
Yeah, 100%.
Yep. So 69 miles to 1 degree as a rule of thumb holds true, but to what degree of confidence? 5%, 10%, 20%? It hasn't been quantified. Not to my knowledge. And by the way, that rule of thumb implies a sphere. So.
Yeah, and so my question is, if we're going to step away from this physical, tangible world that we're in and turn it to a world of recorded observations, which is what more or less they've done. So, so we're kind of in a liminal space here. We're kind of in between the physical, tangible place that we can touch and do our long-distance observations with, and that of memory. Not memory. I mean, well, you can say memory. That of just truly paper and fiction and fantasy. The question is, how do you reconcile between the two? How do we reconcile that, those two places, and that we're in, as we have these conversations, especially with the GTs as they come in, we're really discussing, from a liminal or transitional space.
I like the use of the word liminal. It's a great word, yeah. I mean, it's what the GTs find themselves in without realizing it until they talk to us. I mean, I hate to use like almost a Greek Gnostic whatever reference, but I mean, we're kind of like, we're at the river Styx and we're guiding these people in. So, I mean, there is an element of trust that people have to have. They have to buy into what we're saying at first. And the way to establish that is through rapport and through verifiable evidence independently. And so they can come out of that liminal space if they verify or attempt to verify that evidence, or through their own knowledge and experience, understand that what we're providing to them is verifiable, and they fully grasp that, then they will trust us. And at that point, they can come out of the liminal space. The problem is people are resistant and reluctant to coming out of that. And almost in every case, it's due to societal pressure. The consequences of people saying to their friends, coworkers, family members that they're a flat earther. Not that you have to do that. But, you know, I look at Owen Benjamin's transformation over time as a prime example of what happens when somebody's experiencing the cognitive dissonance and going through the realization that they have no evidence for what they thought was true this entire time, and then have to accept the reality that we're presenting to them before them. So, yeah, guiding somebody out of that liminal space is a very tenuous process. It's something that I think we have a responsibility for people that are voluntarily coming in here and wanting to learn, wanting to understand, that we take care of them. We don't turn them off. We do our best to shepherd them into knowledge and truth about this world, you know, without conflict and consternation. Unfortunately, you know, our crew tends to be very volatile, and it doesn't happen with positive outcomes as much as we want. I mean, I hope that addresses what you were getting at.
No, 100%. You know, with my point being that I think there is a lot that goes on around here, and I think, now this is going down the rabbit hole just a hair further, but, you know, what happens around here, the problem is with our crew, we are so used to dealing with those who are just genuinely trolling, that genuinely have no concern of the topic. They don't care if the Earth is a four-sided triangle, a dice, or what. They really just don't care, but they're here just to have some fun for 30 minutes. And so, anyway, I think we deal with that chaos so much that we've all colored ourselves, and then of course we've got the people on our side that they've conditioned themselves to enjoy that chaos. So it's an interesting space in the middle where this conversation happens, and I think it's really hard for all of us, you and me included. You're one of the, you know, most reasoned people in this conversation space, and I would go so far to say that just as bad as some people make this, that it's even hard for us, I think, to truly grasp the facts and get away from the emotion of all of it.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be great if we got really good at taking people that come in as the most asinine, vitriolic, absurd trolls and could present to them a glimpse of life outside their liminal space, where reason, common sense, and sensibility intersect, and they can see the world for what it is. You know,
yeah,
people who can do that, to me, is the mark of somebody who is super duper advanced at what we do. And it's not the kind of people that we ascribe to Nathan Oakley and Quantum Eraser, but more to people the approach undertaken by Cyclone, who goes by Wolfgang, Indio, Martoth, and others.
Yeah, and think of this with me just a moment. Is I think that the other problem we have is this medium here. That with an old-fashioned CB radio, more or less, not perfectly, but more or less, you keyed up the microphone and you talked. And you were taught that before you started talking, you waited a moment, and so that way you wouldn't have this collision of different people all piling up. But it still happened occasionally. But here, we undo our microphone, and everybody's talking at the same time. So I think that part of what makes it hard for us to have a real conversation here is that we're all trying to pile into a conversation. I'm just as guilty as the next person. Let's make no mistake about it. But with my point being that I think if we had a little better of a round table system, or where a new person comes around and then they talk to one, maybe two people, maybe three people, kind of like the VC originally was. And I think we would have a lot better success compared to just the chaos of a place where anybody can open their microphone and just start yammering.
Yep, I agree. It's something that we're actually talking about in back chats amongst the mods somewhat recently and very intensely. So we're hoping to spark some kind of change in that regard so that we're more organized and more congenial.
Yeah. Yeah, and I do think that some of the people that we call on our side really aren't on our side. I do think we have quite a few people here who they're attracted to not necessarily the topic, but they're attracted to the chaos that results from this topic. And so I've watched some moderators come and go and go over to other places, and I've watched others, that were very vocal come and go. And so, anyway, I think we need to throttle the conversation a bit. And that's what I really like about what AV was doing in X. I do really like that, because he was doing a really good job, I think, of throttling the conversation. And I think also, which a lot of our side doesn't like, is I think we've got to identify the troll and then get rid of them, because the other day I said, well, why are we still talking to this guy? He's just trolling. And they were like, oh, you got somebody else? Let's just keep, well, why flap our jaws at a troll? And that keeps somebody else from getting a conversation started.
Don't feed the trolls.
100%.
I think our first knee-jerk reaction should be to try to have an honest engagement with the troll. And then exhaust all available resources before choosing to boot. And I think this is in line with what we've been discussing about behind back chats and closed channels. So we'll see if those endeavors bear any fruit. And with that in mind, who do we have joining us now? Somebody new?
Yeah, welcome aboard.
Wait, Well, I'm not really new, but I wasn't on Discord for a while. If you mean me.
Oh, cool. What brings you
Welcome
back, and what brings you here?
Just chilling. Actually, I was kind of planning to sit and listen a bit.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine.
I went to the swimming pool today with my friends and their children. It was pretty fun. Throwing the kids in the water and, just old-fashioned fun. It was nice. How are you guys doing?
Oh, we're just having a great day. So, you remind me of somebody who's been around before. It's possible we met.
Maybe that is me. I've been around before. I changed my profile picture a while ago.
But
Maybe
your
that's
voice
why.
definitely sounds familiar to me, so welcome back.
Thank you. Yeah, I was here. But as I said, I wasn't for a while. But thank you.
You sound like you're from Germany or Eastern Europe. Is that true?
Yeah, I'm from the Netherlands.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
No, it's not really Eastern Europe, but
You speak
Germany,
Plattdeutsch.
Plattdeutsch?
Yeah, just kidding.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, obviously English is not my first language, and sometimes I don't understand, but it sounded German, what you said.
I used to live in northern Germany, and the dialects up there are very similar to Dutch. Yep.
Yeah, it does sound a lot like it, though, but when I hear people speak German, maybe there are some similar words, and it also sounds horrible, like Dutch, but it's still hard for me to understand. Maybe there's, I don't know.
Well,
and I'm not really a fan of the German language. I neither am I of the Dutch language, by the way. So
that's funny.
So I would add in that I speak Spanish. I lose more and more of it every day because I'm not as around as many Spanish people. But I do notice a curious. I do notice a curious thing that I will go up and I'll start speaking to somebody in Spanish, and they'll act like they don't understand. And then I'll try to speak to them in English, thinking, well, maybe they're not actually speaking Spanish. Maybe they're Portuguese or something else. And then I'll try to speak English, and they won't understand it. And then I'll say, hablas español, and they'll say, sí, and then I'll say it again in Spanish, and then they'll understand me. And then they'll always say something along the lines that they didn't realize I was speaking in Spanish.
Right. Yeah, maybe I get that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to speak.
Maybe your accent just is horrible.
Yeah, maybe that too.
It's usually, let me think of the way to put this here. So there are some real strange dialects of Spanish, like when I lived in North Carolina, there were a lot of people there from kind of the Baja region. So they never pronounced the letter S. There was and they would just drop out syllables a lot like French do. So if you spoke proper Spanish, they really had a hard time understanding you. So, they would, you would never hear them say, hablas español. They would say something along, if you thought of somebody maybe originally teaching it that had lost their teeth, you might hear something like, habla español.
Yeah, I know what you mean. That's so
funny. It'll sound like an A instead of K or the S. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And my father's from Portugal. I used to go there. Sorry. Sorry.
No, go ahead,
Brenton
please. No,
speaks Tartuffe
please.
Spanish.
I was gonna say I have the same thing happen to me when I was younger. I understood and spoke Portuguese. Well, I understood better, but when my parents were still together and we went to Portugal each year, and but over the years I just forgot. And everybody in my family started to living here in the Netherlands, and they had to try, learn Dutch more. And obviously, I went to a Dutch school and everything. So over time, I really forgot the language. Maybe if I went to live there, I would probably pick up faster than just an other average person. But it's just lost. If you ask me what is chair, I have no idea. Sometimes, if someone says "get that chair," then I know what you're saying, but. I never hear Portuguese or something anymore. And yes, I don't speak to my father that much.
Hey, Pharaoh, when you were last in here, did you have a username that was different? Did it begin with a B?
Oh, no, my username was always Pharaoh Eater. But my picture, I changed. I have this username for, I think, 10 years now or so. It's my internet alter ego. I use it for games and for everything. Obviously not my real name. But I never changed my name.
Yeah. So what do you think about Earth?
In general, or are you implying about the flat Earth thingy? Because we're in the flat Earth.
Yeah. Are you in outer space right now, spinning and orbiting?
I believe so, but I also said that before. I don't know jack shit, so.
It's a very
I
honest
believe
answer.
what I
It's
was.
true. We don't know.
I don't know.
what have
Yeah,
you
I know
have
they're
you looked
lying to
into it?
us. I've said that. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just going to ask, have you looked into it since then? Have you learned anything about it since then?
Oh, yeah, sure. I spoke a lot, obviously, and but I'm not really. I don't think how people are way too much in their safe bubble. Like this is, you know, this is what I believe, and this is my truth, and I'm gonna sit here, even though maybe there's some other. I'm always open to other ideas because I'm on the same boat with the flat earthers, as in they're lying to us. I always think that too. I mean, nothing can be trusted. There's so many secrets and half truths and framing, and we're so disposable. Definitely.
Can I
And
set that
that's
notion
why
on its head? Let me invert that idea for you. Maybe they're not lying, but they're all just mistaken. They're all just delusional. And maybe people are repeating this. They're repeating this lie, but they don't know it's a lie. They think it's true. And this happens through oral tradition,
this
time
happens
and time again.
yeah, right, correct, agree.
Yeah, so the consequences of that, I think, are worse than if there's some kind of organized group that is knowingly hiding the true nature of Earth. Because it means we're dealing with the grand delusion. People who are so passionate and adamant about what they think is true that their devotion to it would cause them to die for it.
Die?
Yeah, people die for what they are devoted to, what they believe to be true, without knowledge themselves. So we're up against that, like it's a psychological force, right? You can think of this as a compelling force behind somebody's psychology. I think we're up against that and not the conspiracy.
I kind of try to, because, like everybody else, we all have stuff happened and, we're still dealing with things and we all have our, and I kind of decided that if I have no influence, no power or do or change anything, then I try not to worry about it as much anymore and think about it too much. I like sometimes to think about things, but sometimes it makes me worry and fearful. Also, I'm scared sometimes of some things. The whole COVID thingy made me kind of fearful. Like, who can I trust? Who is like, what's happening? What am I gonna do? And I'm kind of more content with, I believe the Earth is round and there's stars and there's galaxies and yada yada, and it gives me a good feeling. And it's not like, well, at least to me, I think it's not like it's gonna change my life drastically if I. It's just another thing that's gonna be hurt,
Yeah, that may be true. I mean, plenty of people get along just fine, believing in the globe,
Right, and it
accepting
just,
that, yep, you can do just fine. Your life will get more difficult if you become one of us and you see the
right,
world for what it is.
right. The way you sort of wake up, it's harsh. It's harsh, and I don't have.
Well,
To be honest, I kind of like.
if you realize that there's a lie being perpetrated against you specifically, when like when that affects you in a way, and then don't you think a tower of things will come down? You'll figure out more things about the people that you believed in that told you the lie.
Well, I also like to believe, is it what someone else earlier said, that isn't that people not necessarily are lying, but they're saying because they believe also what they have been taught. And I try to think that not everyone is malicious. Okay, mostly maybe rich and powerful people are. I don't know. That's why I try to not think about it so much, because then I get
Yeah,
sad
because
or
we're trying to.
scared.
That would be you trying to figure out who the main person is telling the lie. Yeah, we are all part of that group who are perpetrating the lie at one point because we all believed it. So if we figure out that someone's lying, we don't have to figure out who
I'm
that
not.
person is. If we figure out that there's a lie happening, we figure out more things after that.
Yeah.
A lie or a deception. I mean, there's going to be a lie, but what if that lie has a metaphysical cause?
Metaphysical cause? I'm sorry, English is not my. What does metaphysical cause mean?
Suppose the lie is not necessarily something that man does knowingly, but man perpetuates without being witting, unknowingly.
I'm sorry, I'm a bit tired. I don't understand. Do you mean like?
Well, you'd be dealing with a different adversary, right? You'd be dealing with an adversary who believes they're right versus one that doesn't.
Well, I think, like, if I am, for example, I have this book for my nieces, Astrophysics for Babies. It's pretty cute, but I mean, I don't think I have bad intentions, or I'm like purposely lying to them. If I learn this is what I think is true, and I'm not having any bad intent. I mean, do we really know anything is true? I don't even trust my own thoughts or feelings, or
Yeah. What if you could go see the Earth flat? Would you do it?
Sure. Sure.
Would you like to hear a way that you can go do that?
Does it cost a lot of money? I just had a new bathroom, so I'm broke.
Well, maybe it would cost you a mirror and the time of a friend. Yep, a mirror, a friend, and a body of water, which in the Netherlands there should be no problem with.
Yeah, we're below sea level, brother. So yeah, we have a lot of water here.
So one of the things we do with a lot of folks that come in is tell them about the mirror flash test. Take a mirror, go across a body of water, measure the length out, and then have somebody mirror flash. I gotta go.
Mirror flash, like, oh yeah. So
yeah,
you gotta
somebody
go.
else pick that up. I gotta go.
No. Oh, can someone else explain the mirror thingy, please? If someone wants to.
Yeah, basically, you've got someone on one side of the lake and another person on the other side, and then you flash the light on the mirror, and if you see the reflection on that mirror, from the other side of the lake, you've got a direct line of sight from you to your friend. And the reasoning behind that is that according to the globe model, there should be you should not be able to see that individual on the other side of the lake if it's far enough away. However, there's many observations where the globe model has been falsified through long distance observations like that, where you're supposed to have a hump of water, or where you shouldn't be able to see someone, where you can clearly see them. So it's basically falsifying the claimed geometry that they say of the globe, and anyone can do it on large bodies of water. So I think that's what he was referring to.
Okay, but I think, well, I'm not very mathematician or anything, but I think it should be like, also the curve doesn't, like, from one point, like 90 degrees bump goes down. It's slowly, and it's quite huge. Well, at least again, that's what I believe.
Yeah, but no, you take that exact belief and you test it. So there's things called an Earth curve calculator, where like you just mentioned, the Earth is so big it doesn't fall off 90 degrees. It has what's called drop over distance. And what that means is that, for every mile, it's 8 inches per mile squared, so you could figure out whatever that is in kilometers, but in miles, so after 1 mile, the curve of the Earth should drop 8 inches. And then at 2 miles, it's a specific height, 3 miles, 4 miles, 5 miles. So if, say you go on a 5-mile lake, you should know how much drop you should have. And if that drop's not there, that's falsifying the claimed globe radius.
But to be honest, I don't even have much difficulty with the Earth being flat. That's in, like, I don't know, probably, but I have a difficulty because I think I've said that before. But I love the universe and everything, like the stars and the planets and the galaxies. I mean, I can't just let go of that. It has been my passion ever since I was young, and
right. It's I like it you can come to the realization of flat Earth and still enjoy a sci-fi movie about outer space or something, but it's just when you come to the realization, if you come at it with intellectual honesty and time, honest investigation, and through reasoning, rationale, and logic, you just realize, hey, it can't be denied. I mean, I'm not seeing any curvature anywhere, and but for me, it grows the imagination even more on speculating what's out there. I mean, you don't know, it's just speculation, but there could be something even more miraculous than the claimed universes or galaxies and all that. There could be something
more miraculous than galaxies.
Oh yeah,
very
I mean, imagine it's just speculation, though. I mean, that at this point we're exiting evidence and just going into our imagination, and that's really what the planets and everything they claim are. It's just something they made up.
To be fair, that's the universe thingy and the stars and that's big, huge, freaking complicated lie, man. Be fair.
It's not that complicated. They just looked at the sky instead of
complicated. Sweetie, they named so many stars and distances and galaxies, and a lot of things come. The age and the whatever, the things that are happening, the things we're seeing.
You have to think about it like this. They basically instead of the Earth being still and the celestials moving, which is what you see when you walk out your door. You see the sun moving, the clouds moving, the moon. Everything moves above you, and the Earth feels like it's not moving. So instead of coming from that standpoint, they came from the standpoint that all of that above was more or less stationary, and it was the Earth that was spinning. And then they created all the math around that. So it's what's called a kinematic equivalence, where it's the same exact thing, but instead you're coming from a geostationary point where the Earth is still. And so from the Earth being still, have you ever been to like I forget what they're called, like a planetarium where you see everything rotating above you? Like it's kind of like a museum, but for planets.
Is there anything truly still, if you know what I mean? Everything is in motion. Nothing is, still.
What? So if your car is parked, it's in motion?
Yeah, like everything is energy, everything is waves and everything is it's
Yeah, but if my car is parked and it's off, then if my car is parked and it's off, it's motionless.
I mean, yes, I know what you mean, but I mean, like on the scale of everything, that elements and atoms and electrons and everything is ever changing. It's always moving. It's always energy doesn't go away; it just change.
That would be.
Sorry.
I mean, I think that would be kind of like a false equivalence, which would be a fallacious argument, because what we're talking about in reality is the common sense observation of something being still or being at rest according to our own senses and the senses of people around us. So not just what we think, but what third parties also can see and verify. Like, you drop something and then you see it on the ground and it's not moving anymore. That's kind of, we're referring to motion that can be measured. Now, you're kind of getting more into like, the small, like atomic movements of things, and the smallest minutia.
Did he leave?
I'm right here. I don't know.
Well, sometimes when you zoom in and you think of those molecules and electrons and protons like circling their core.
You don't zoom in and you don't see anything like that. That's crazy.
Zooming in on what? What are you using to zoom in on protons and electrons?
Microscopes? I never saw it.
Maybe, except there's plenty of. Yeah, that's fine. There's plenty of stuff going on inside of our realm on our Earth. There's lots of stuff going on, right? The Earth itself is not moving. Lots of things on the Earth are moving. My car is parked. It's not moving. You're sitting still on your porch. You're not moving. You see, there's these things, right? Where, some things are moving, some things are going on. Gas particles are moving. Okay? The oceans are moving, right? The wind moves, it moves things. Okay, but the Earth itself is a stationary reference frame.
They're pretty still. Sorry.
You said what?
I said, I think when things are frozen, they're pretty still too. Not in motion, like.
Yeah, if it's frozen, a block of ice is, not moving.
They also freeze flat.
Yeah, that's true. Lakes, they all freeze flat. There's not even a single degree of anything going on there.
But what I was going to say was, okay, maybe, yes, I never saw this with my own eyes, the molecules, electrons and everything. This is what I learned. But when I see this, to me, it kind of looks like, little solar systems, little galaxies.
No, you've never seen them.
No,
Can't say
that's not.
my imagination. I have now galaxies in my imagination, so everything's a galaxy.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
it does
This
come
is what I
from
learned
imagination.
from.
You didn't learn that. I never learned that. That those are little tiny galaxies.
No, I mean, it looks like because there's this core, suns, and then the planets orbit around it, and a lot of other stuff, and then the stars
That's a false
themselves
claim.
orbit. I know,
Farah,
but
that's
this is what I
a
believe.
false claim.
This
I
is what
know. But have you ever analyzed why you believe what you believe? You just analyze your belief, but you don't analyze why you believe what you believe.
I think because I think it makes sense, and I feel like it's common knowledge.
Well,
Everybody
how
knows
does
it.
level water make sense on a ball, though?
Because it's huge. It's huge.
No, I mean, yeah, Earth is huge, probably bigger than any of us know, and it's flat. It's not curving. It's not a ball. It's not going around the sun. We from this reference frame of Earth, we observe the luminaries, the sun, the moon, the stars. We observe those things to be in motion. You're on a stationary reference frame.
I'm not here to argue with anyone or to
I mean,
try
it's
to
not.
convince anyone. I was just I'm kind of bored, and I thought, but I feel you, and it's okay. And I would like to agree to disagree, and I know I always say that I know nothing for sure. The only thing I know for sure is that I know jack shit. And yes, I agree. There's a lot of shit
Well, you know that
that's,
you're.
as I said before, not true. And yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know that you're talking to me on Discord right now, don't you?
Yeah, I feel like, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, there are things that you can, in fact, know. Would you agree with that? Like, you know that you're talking to me right now through Discord. So that would mean that there are things that we can, in fact, know, right? Just a question.
Yeah. Maybe some exceptions, but yes.
Yeah, some things, and I'll agree and I'll concede to part of your point. Some things we might never, ever be able to know. Okay? We might never, ever, ever know just how big this Earth is, for one. Right? But you know that you're talking to me. You know that you live on Earth, right? You know these things.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's not
I live
like
below sea level. Sorry.
where do you live? Below sea level. That's like what, Louisiana or near the Dead Sea?
No, I'm from the Netherlands.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's still all in a horizontal orientation. So it's not curving.
Oh, yeah. Holland, the Netherlands, it's quite tiny. We're like a speck of dust compared to other countries. I think we have 17 million people in the whole country.
Nice. Well, see, the thing is, you've got to believe, right? You've got to believe.
I've got many beliefs, actually.
Even though we've established, right, that you can, in fact, know things, right? There are things that you believe or want to believe, and other things that you can indeed know, right? And here at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, we know that the sea is level, that all these bodies of water on Earth are level, they're not curving. We know that we're seeing a lot farther than we should be seeing because there's no Earth curve obstructing our view of these things in the distance. We know this. It's not a belief. A lot of but a lot of people believe
on the flat thingy, but I just have a hard time with the night sky. Then
with the what?
Maybe the flat Earth with the night sky. So that
the sky
sun is
isn't.
actually.
would you agree that the sky is not the ground, and that it might be counterproductive or counterintuitive to look at the sky to understand what the ground is doing? It seems very counterintuitive. I think we should analyze the ground to know what the ground is doing, right? Wouldn't that make more sense?
No, I like to know what the sky is doing. I love the sky much more than I love
The
Earth.
sky does all kinds of
Earth is
stuff.
so many sad things going on. Makes me sad and frustrated sometimes. So I like to drift off and think or talk about, philosophize or fantasize about multiverse and what's going on in a black hole. Just yada yada, just fantasies.
Well, that's the whole thing about stuff like that is with the heliocentric cosmological concept, there has been all kinds of things that have just been made up to try to fill the holes in other things. So we make up, I shouldn't say we, but it's been made up that there's dark matter. It's made up that there's black holes. They have to make all of this stuff up to fill in all these other gaps in their story. And that's what a lot of us found to be true upon, digging through this and doing the research. So.
But there's a lot of things they don't know, and they just admit, and they're researching it, or they whatever. And it sucks. I really don't know anything about math. But a lot of things. I believe math is kind of almost everything. It can kind of.
Yeah, math is somewhat of a language, right? We can use it to communicate concepts and constructs and things like that.
Yeah. Yes, you can.
When we take the
I think a lot of things are. Mm-hmm.
But when we take the globe math and we go out there and we do our observations and our measurements, we're finding that the alleged rate of Earth curve is not there at all. It's measuring flat every single time we go out and measure for Earth curve. It's measuring flat. It's not a belief. You don't have to believe it. It's reality.
I believe that you measured it flat. Only I believe that you did not take a big enough surface to measure. That's what I believe.
Is a 23 mile by 23 mile area a big enough space? Is a big enough area?
I'm
going 23 by 23.
Mile
we can see
to kilometer.
So how many square feet? Just ask how many square feet are in 23 miles in a 23 by 23 mile area. And that's how much. And that's how much square miles of flatness you've got. So every time we did the long distance
what I also find. Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No. I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
All I was saying is that every time the distance of observation and measurement increases, what we're finding is an increase in missing drop over the distance for a ball Earth with a 3,959 mile radius. That's what we find every time, is an increase in missing drop. So the corrections that have to be made for things like celestial navigation and whatnot are a correction for lack of curvature.
It's just a lot of things, it's not just one thing. First off, this is what I was brought up with, what I was brainwashed with when I was young.
All of us.
First off, that's hard to let go. But apart from that, second, there is almost anything that I have a question on. For a flat Earth, how do you explain that? They have no answers, which is fine because there's also a lot of things we don't.
Fire away.
Globe has no explanation either.
I'm very interested to know what questions you have that haven't been answered. Let's start with one thing and work through it, because I guarantee you, I and just about anybody else on this panel could in fact answer. So, what's your first question?
I've asked them before. What is the shadow on the moon during a lunar eclipse?
The shadow on the moon is not Earth shadow, like a lot of people have been led to believe. I actually have a very interesting photo in here. And can you see the side chat, Farah?
But I thought we didn't believe in photos. But okay, looking nearly.
No, you don't believe in photos. Not we.
No, this is a real photo. It's not an image, right? It's not a painted picture. It is a real photo taken from a real camera, looking straight up from the surface of Earth. How could this possibly be Earth shadow on the moon? You're looking straight up from Earth.
That is not Earth shadow. That is not a lunar eclipse happening, sweetie. That is just daytime when that is not a lunar eclipse. That is just the shade of the moon, because the moon doesn't shine for itself. It reflects the light from the sun.
The moon does, in fact, shine itself.
Well,
because, listen, hear me out, Farah. Hear me out real quick, okay? Because
I'm listening.
If the moon were a rocky body in the sky, illuminated by the sun, what you should be seeing in this photo is the entire face of the moon lit up. You shouldn't be seeing a thumbnail of the moon. You should be seeing the entire thing lit up. The sun and the moon are in the sky at the same
Let me ask you a question. Yeah, let me ask you a question. The picture she posted. Can there be an eclipse like that where you see the sun and the moon at the same time and the Earth is in between?
Heck no. That doesn't even work. That doesn't work, Bradley.
Can you have the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time and have the Earth being a shadow on the moon?
No, because the light is not coming from the back of the Earth.
Uh-oh. Okay, good. That's good. I'm glad you said that, because you're going to like this. So since you wanted to talk about eclipses before, you're going to love this eclipse. So there's an eclipse where the sun and the moon are up at the same time. And how would the shadow of the Earth be upside down on the moon if it was a shadow?
There is no if the sun is behind the moon, there is no shadow of the Earth, because
the sun is behind the observer. The sun is behind the observer. That's an eclipse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the moon is in front of the observer, the sun is behind the observer is standing on Earth, right?
Is that what a solar eclipse is to you?
No, this is your lunar eclipse. This is your lunar eclipse where the moon is supposed to be have the shadow of the Earth on it, right? On a lunar eclipse. Yeah. But you can't have that if the sun is in one part of the sky and the moon is in the other, and you can see both. How do you cast a shadow up in the air and upside down?
That's not a lunar eclipse.
It is a lunar eclipse. No, it's a lunar eclipse. You can see it moving. You can see it moving on the moon, just like an eclipse. It's a lunar eclipse called a Selenilian eclipse, or by NASA standards, the impossible eclipse, because you can't have the sun in the sky and the moon and making upside down shadows on it, like I just posted 2 more of.
So, isn't that just because the sun is down already?
The sun is rising. This is morning.
It kind of makes it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I know. That's because eclipses have nothing to do with balls in space.
I believe something else.
We know you have a belief system. We're just giving you facts.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I mean, it's just hard to believe something else. But that's why I
No, it's
really
not.
don't
You
want
believe in
to.
a globe. How hard is it to believe in something else? You believe you live on a spinning ball that's inside a giant, ever-expanding vacuum chamber that came from nothingness, exploded from nothing into everything, and that makes zero sense in physics.
With you, but does everything have to make sense to?
It is willful ignorance to be shown empirical evidence and still say, well, I believe something else. I just want you to know that.
See, I also there's also I mean
Clara,
but there's also a lot of
it's willful ignorance.
As I said, I'm quite comfortable with my space time. No, I mean, there's also a lot of things that do make sense and are explained, and also a lot of evidence against what you guys are saying. So
No, I just gave you the evidence against the globe. That there is no globes now. That one that I showed you, just that one eclipse, debunks balls floating in space. Also debunks the moon is lit by the sun. 2 debunks.
Yeah.
Bingo.
But why?
So the sun and the moon are often referred to.
Sometimes you see Sorry. Sometimes you see the moon and the sun at the same time in the sky, right, with our own eyes, and you always see the side of the moon is lit on the side where the sun is, shining from.
Okay, go back up to.
I just posted a picture that.
Go back up to Jenna's picture at 2 o'clock or 00 on the hour. The sun and the moon are in the same image. That was taken just a shot with the camera. And how come the straight line between the sun and the moon? How come the moon's not lit up facing the sun? You just debunked yourself.
Lit up facing the sun, right?
No, it's not. It's 45 degrees away from the sun.
I'm sorry. I don't want to make you agitated or anything. Maybe I should.
Don't worry. You're not educating me, and you're at all.
She said agitated.
Oh, I thought you said educated. You're not agitating me. That moon is not facing the sun, facing 45 degrees away from it.
Yeah, that's the whole thing about it. Right there is that those luminaries, right? They're luminaries in the sky, and the sun and the moon have often been referred to as luminaries in the sky for a long time. Your ancestors and my ancestors and Radwin's ancestors and everybody's ancestors referred to these as the luminaries in the sky, the sun and the moon, because the moon is a luminary. It illuminates. It's self-luminous. It's not a sky rock that reflects the sunlight. Because if it were, the picture that I posted would look a whole hell of a lot different.
But why is the moon sometimes just a sliver? When you see this
sliver
of the moon. That's what the moon does.
It just lights up half.
It just does what it does. Yeah, the moon does what it does. We've never been in space because space is fake, of course. I'm sure Jenna went over this with you. And so, yeah, we don't go to the moon. We don't go to the sun. We don't examine them. We don't do anything. We don't fly to the stars. We don't go to Mars. None of that's real.
Maybe in just one picture it looks different. Maybe the photo is rigged.
No.
I mean, why do you sometimes believe some photos when it's something you think
listen,
is
Zara,
other photos?
You can go outside, right? You can, track the moon phases, and you can go outside and you can take the same picture. You can go and click. You can capture the same thing that's been captured here. And just
I have been looking at
ponder
the
on it.
sky
You
ever
know,
since I
just
was really small.
And how come you haven't figured it out yet that you don't live
Because
on a
maybe
ball?
I'm dumb as fuck.
Oh, there you go. So there's the corrected picture. There's
on,
the corrected picture for you. There's the corrected picture where the sun should be to light that moon up.
Oh, thank you,
I
Radwin.
see
That's
it with my
awesome.
own eyes all of it.
So, Farah, look.
Yeah.
Do you see this? What Radwin posted? He posted the same thing that I posted, but with more details on it. Okay. So, with the sun and the moon being a 45-degree difference from each other, right? And these rays of light, they should be illuminating the entire face of the moon, but only a sliver is illuminated. And the moon appears to be higher in the sky than the sun. Weird.
Don't you see it? Don't you see it yourself with your, not just pictures, just when you, because sometimes it happens when both of them are, or you see, for example, where the sun went down, or
You know what trips me out? You know what trips me out is when I am standing on the surface of this earth and I look to my left and I look to my right and I see the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time and I see only half the moon lit. Half.
Yeah.
How in the hell?
Yeah.
How in the hell is only half the moon lit and it's in the sky at the same time with the sun when the sun's supposed to be illuminating it, but only half of it's lit? It doesn't make sense, Farah.
Farah doesn't have to explain it anymore because I showed you a picture she showed you a picture and I showed you where the sun has to be in order to do that. So it's not the sun lighting up the moon, so we don't have to worry about that anymore.
Okay. So, do you want me to ask another question?
No, I think Mark wants to mic up about this now. He's interjecting in the chat, so maybe he's got the.
No, he doesn't talk. He's afraid. He's afraid to talk when we're here.
Maybe he's just shy.
Yeah.
Or
So your heliocentric cosmic skyrock ball model is busted, like from the inside out.
Here's how your eclipse is drawn, the upside down shadow. You tell me how that works. That's a drawing of what we see on the ground if Earth is a ball.
on my balcony, I might have a bad connection on my balcony. So do you guys have a? Oh, probably not. Like a star watch app where you can see the constellations and everything.
For what?
And when?
Yeah, why?
For the star. Yeah, for the star.
Yeah, stars. Yeah, they're little tiny lights in the sky.
Yeah.
See, one of the things that Glovers do a lot, people that believe in the heliocentric models, they just keep looking up, and what we're trying to bring them down is down to earth. Ground. It's very difficult psychologically because you have to suspend all of your beliefs.
Being high.
Why? Are you singing now? Are you already losing your mind? This is what happens when Glovers go through CogDis and they don't know what to do. They start singing, making noises, and all kinds of shit. It's funny as hell.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be. Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm just telling you a fact. We do this every day. We talk to hundreds of people between 3 servers, and Glovers, when the CogDis kicks in and they don't get it, they understand what they're seeing is reality, and what NASA shows them is not reality. They start laughing and giggling. That can't be real. Oh my God. No, I have a different belief system. That's what happens to you guys. We're deprogramming you. Let it go.
That's the whole problem. I don't want to let it go. That's what I've been trying to say. I'm quite
Weird though. Like you know that you're brainwashed and have a belief, but you don't want to let it go. And
I'm pretty comfortable with this brainwash. It's fine. I mean, why? Because I love the stars in the universe and all the stories they tell.
Oh yeah, those are.
I mean, it doesn't really influence me.
Yeah, it's all fake.
I mean,
it's all fake.
I like it.
I know, but you know it's fake. Oh, you like being fake. You like lying. You like lying to people.
I'm not lying. I feel this is the truth.
You're lying to yourself.
I always say,
It's not a feeling. It has nothing to do with feelings. We already showed you that your shit doesn't exist the way you think it does.
Yeah, your feelings are irrelevant where the facts are concerned, and that's reality for you. Your feelings don't mean shit, and they don't matter as far as the facts are concerned, Farah. I'm sorry. Nobody's trying to be mean to you here, but like, come on, snap out of it.
Okay. No, I don't want to. I want to.
That's so weird.
Why would I? Why would I let go of something that I love so much and I feel so comfortable with, and I love hearing those stories and the new things they.
It's called. You know what?
Discovered.
That's the difference. That's the difference between comfortable lies and the uncomfortable truth. You're more comfortable nestled in your lies, and you're in this book of lies that you believe.
Right. What's wrong with that? I mean, I would probably have a hard time again if I had to, and I'm not gonna, and I'm not really convinced also by the arguments. I'm sorry.
Do
yeah,
you understand at least
You're
our
very
perspective?
convinced.
Do you understand at least our perspective? It's kind of like we're talking to someone. Who, for instance, let's use the analogy of chattel slavery. The slave is telling us that his masters are so great, he loves it on the plantation. But we're telling him it's not right. It doesn't actually. This is not how it should be. It doesn't match observations of freedom. Like there's basic principles, truth that we're trying to portray to you, but you just want to defend your masters.
Can you understand that I have a different truth?
Sarah, can you understand what Stockholm Syndrome is? Say it with me. Stockholm Syndrome.
Stockholm Syndrome? Is that like when you love your kidnapper?
Yeah, Patty Heard.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Yeah, you will defend your offender, right? Your oppressor.
Right.
And the oppressors, right, you believe them. You believe all this NASA stuff and this bull lie, and you're willing to defend it. That is a form of Stockholm Syndrome. You're like, no, I'm not going to let go of
humans
this.
Have the tendency,
even if it's not
humans
right.
have the tendency to hold on. Can I say something, please? Humans have the tendency to hold on to what they know. And it could be anything. And it's really hard, especially if
I have to stop you there. I have to stop you there, Farah, because you said humans have a tendency to hold on to what they know. However, you have already established and made it clear to us that you don't know shit and that you have a belief.
Yes. Yeah.
So that you don't know anything.
You don't know anything.
I mean, the thing, but the things I know, I think that's, it's, my point was that it could tell me anything. I don't know what the speed of light is. I'm not rich enough or smart enough
does
to ever
either.
find.
Nobody else does.
Yeah, but, right. So, I mean, anyone could tell me anything.
So you're gullible. You're like a con man could walk up to you and take money right off of you and you would hand it over, maybe even write a check or give him your credit card. Here's my phone. If you tap it like this, you can use my Apple Card too.
I'm not.
But so truth isn't subjective. Like people don't have different truths; they have different beliefs and opinions. But the truth is always the same. The objective reality never changes.
I mean, to me, there could be to me personally, there could be a chance that you are wrong and I am right. I'm not saying this is the truth. I think there's a chance, and maybe you don't.
No.
I mean, I would like to think I'm a critical thinker.
No, you're using an argument from incredulity. You're saying, well, I refuse to believe the evidence because I want to believe something else. You're just using your incredulity as evidence, and then you're appealing to maybe, possibly, there could be some evidence. We've already gone over all the evidence. There is none. You're welcome to try to find it and come and bring it to us. We don't mind going over the evidence with you, but you can't just say that you believe it exists, therefore you're going to continue to believe it. That's fallacious. Like, you should try to find some kind of foundation for your belief to stand on.
But I think I have a foundation. As I said, I have
Thinking
been
you have a
interested
foundation
in
is not the same
science.
as having a foundation. You can believe that you're a unicorn.
Okay,
That
brother,
doesn't make you a unicorn.
I believe I believe I have a foundation. And I know, as I said before, ever since I was a child, I was interested in science and stars and universes and other things. And I have, what you said, collected a lot of information about that. And yes, obviously, this is something that other people taught me. It's not something that I learned myself because I don't know jack shit. I told you I'm not very smart. I'm not very rich or powerful or highly educated. I don't know any of this shit. Like I said, if you say the speed of light is 6, okay, yeah, it must be true because everybody's saying it. I don't know. But all the puzzle pieces to me fit together, and it's one big beautiful. Even if it's a lie, it's something like for example, when you play video games, it's fantasy. It's bullshit. It's entertainment. I love fantasy. I always say reality worst game ever. Right? It's a joke.
I will give you that. I will give you that. That it's a story that's very well written. A lot of authors have come together because they believe in the story and they have contributed to the story. It's just like J.R.R. Tolkien is a great author because he had so much detail in his story and it appeared intercorrelated and connected. However, if you just take cherry-picked examples from different things and intercorrelate them into a story that doesn't actually conform to reality, you're just deluding yourself.
Oh, I'm deluding myself. It's, as I said, reality worst game ever. I would rather like to believe.
Well, at least you know from now on when you see, at least you know from now on when you see space shit. Well, actually, they defunded SpaceX and NASA, so you probably won't see much of that anymore. Not the way they used to do it, but now when you see it, you know for a fact that that's all fake. At least you know it's all fake. You can say that's just a TV show because it can't be real.
So, yeah, sure, and then I can enjoy a fantasy TV show just as much, or people are acting or moving, it's fake, but it's just as much as enjoyable. And you feel for those characters and you're in the story, even though it's just written and it's fake. It's nice.
Yeah, you can enjoy it. You don't have to believe it. Like I can watch Lord of the Rings and I can enjoy it. I don't have to believe it was real. Do you understand the distinction?
That's what I said. I always say in Dutch, I don't know how to explain in English very much. Like I never exclude anything. As in, nee, that's not a great translation. Like, I never rule anything out. Anything could be possible. So, if for one day, I get shot up in a rocket to the sky and I see this flat Earth with a dome or whatever, and I bump.
There's no rockets going anywhere. No rockets going anywhere.
I'm just saying something.
You're being illogical again. What you're doing now,
of course,
you're using a Sisyphean fallacy where you're appealing to something impossible, an impossible task. If you could only do this impossible task, then you would have your evidence, but you don't. You could go and check the ground, see if it's actually curving, like everybody can. It's within our purview. It's right here. But you don't want to do that. You want to just believe in something using logical fallacies to convince yourself that your belief is correct. That is not good.
Maybe one day when I learn how to turn invisible, I could walk around naked and nobody would see me.
That sounds awesome. I would slap my ass like behind someone and I'm like, what the fuck was that? And I'd run away giggling. Yeah, see, I like to think about that shit. Makes me happy.
Yeah, but I'm not going to learn how to. I'm not going to learn how to turn invisible though. Ever doesn't happen.
Right, that's what I mean. Like just having the thought of it, it's fun.
Yeah, no, I never think about it. I had to make that up. I never think about shit like that. I had to make it up just for you.
Yeah, but that's the difference. The globe puts you into a box where you believe the box is real, and so therefore anything outside the box becomes impossible. And so it's harder for you to see things outside the box because you're inside the box. However, flat Earth, you understand that the box they painted around you wasn't actually real, and you can actually look all over and you start to realize, well, there's a lot of things we actually don't know. And what we get told in television or in the news is mostly sensationalized and exaggerated and based in someone's opinion or belief, not actually the data or the verifiable truth.
Okay, like how many percent people on Earth believe the Earth is flat, but see, that's why I'm skeptical. You know, how believable are those numbers, statistics, and all that shit? Anyone can put anything down.
Hey, I have good news for you. I have very good news for you. The astronauts that blew up on the Challenger, I posted their pictures of them when they got older, after they put themselves back together, I guess, magically, and got jobs as professors. So that was fake too.
I mean, again, I'm on the same boat with you guys. They're lying. Motherfuckers. They're lying about so many things. And if
But
there's
not space.
something that they...
Not space.
No, it's... No, I love space. Leave me be with space, man.
Nope, that's gone.
It's not. It's there for me.
It's all
It's
gone.
okay.
No
I love
more
you,
spaceships.
I love you, universe. I have a
Elon is
Lego
dismantling
Milky I
his
have a
dragon
Lego Milky
rocket
Way.
now. Yeah, you're having a meltdown. Don't worry. Elon's dismantling the Dragon rocket program, taking apart the rockets as we speak.
I really don't know anything about. I don't watch television, and I don't have. The only social media I have is this. Oh, yeah.
Though you never heard of Donald Trump or Elon Musk or anybody then.
Yeah, sure.
Oh.
But I don't know what's going on because I never believed anything.
Yeah,
So.
Elon's contracts were canceled from the government because that's where they got all their money for SpaceX. All of them were canceled, and NASA was defunded 24% more. Now that nobody's flying anywhere, nobody's doing anything. It's over with.
Well, at least they have the James Webb Telescope up there.
No, that's on an airplane. It's called Sophia, actually.
No, that's not what I think.
Did you not know that? Did you not know that there's an identical telescope to the Hubble on an airplane called Sophia? Did you not know about that?
That is not true.
That is
It is true. My dad worked at NASA and built the bracket for that. My dad worked at NASA at the time and built the bracket for the telescope that sat inside the airplane.
Yeah, they openly admit this. You can look this up online. We have spoken to the project managers of Sophia, and they've told us that when they take pictures from the Hubble telescope, they're also tasked by using Sophia to take pictures of the same spot in the sky. And then what they do, the pictures you see, are supposedly composites of the two.
It's okay. I'm okay with being a dumbass. At least I'm comfortable, you know. I don't want to worry about those things anymore. And I'm not sure if it's going to change my life that drastically if I believe the Earth is flat or round. I mean, maybe I will just be unhappy that I lost outer space, and that's not going to happen because I don't want to lose outer space. It's like a religion, you know? When you're really religious,
we know.
You know, this is God, and, you know, this is... So, I mean, I'm not going to let it go that easy, especially not with so many unanswered questions or things that don't really make sense to me.
We don't expect you to just start believing the Earth is flat. None of us here want you to believe the Earth is flat. What they're trying to ask you to do is just be honest with yourself that, like you're doing right now, that it is just a belief, and you don't have any foundations for it right now. If you could go and try to find some foundations, if you could find some foundations, then that would be something, and you could come here and show that to us. We all went through this. We all wanted to believe in the globe. We all wanted to believe in outer space and all the space stories. We wanted to believe it really hard. I wanted to debunk the flat earthers, so I went and looked for all of the evidence, went through every single so-called experiment, and there just is no solid evidence for the globe. And people just have to go through that realization on their own, because if people tell you this, it doesn't make any sense. You've been raised to believe that there is this mountain of evidence that nobody knows about, but somebody has it.
I really like talking to you guys, and I'm not here to convince anybody of the Earth is round or whatever. I was just gonna try to hang and listen a bit, and then I got involved again. So I would like to wish everybody a really nice day or night, or I don't know what time it is. Thank you for the talk. Thank you for being patient and understanding. I know it can be annoying sometimes.
Oh, thank you for coming and having a conversation. It was it was fun to listen to.
Yeah, it was nice. Yeah. Yes, thank you. Fun to don't make fun of me. No, it's cool. Have fun, everybody. Take care. And be careful.
You too. Have a good rest of your day. You too.
Thank you. You too. Bye bye.
The way she spoke and her voice reminded me of Sabine Hossenfeller, the physicist. But if nobody wants to yap, I'll play something.
I'm down.
Judgments have a way of festering until you become what you hate. So don't hate and don't judge, understand and transmute hate into love. Rising above the cycle, don't be the cycle, break the cycle and be free. As you were meant to be, operating empirically, embracing your destiny. Living in reality, globe is a no-show, the entire tell a no-go. The sea floor a plateau, you don't know what you don't know. The story is just so title knows, uh-oh, status quo, no photo. The curve is a GoPro, fight the flow, the fallacious combo. The mental judo, be a flat earth commando. With knowledge as ammo, a 3-point KO. Lost your wig, bro, it's a belief, yo. Celestial navigation relative to the location is called exploration. Using the constellation for thousands of years without deviation. Not possible within orbital imagination. It's a faulty conceptualization. Your ears are not just for decoration. You feel no sensation. It's called the vestibular operation. It proves there's no orbital rotation. All sight has limitation. Perspective is our vision. We see by light propagation, but light is attenuation and diffusion. So seeing forever is a pure delusion. Space is a privation, not a dilation. Einstein's malposition is a dated apparition. Flat earth has no competition. The globe opposition is only repetition and supposition and superstition are all around false cognition. Welcome to the globe demolition, the lie abolition or the truth petition. Don't give up your critical thinking of your own volition, even if it has become tradition. That is submission to the Martha magician, the sophistic cognition tactician, bringing you the war of attrition and the contradicting redefinition. Become like us, a logician, a sophistic demolition technician. Requisition your intuition, transition to erudition, but be quick the mission to dumb down. The population is so close to fruition. We pay our tuition for our own indoctrination with lies and omission, when learning the truth should be your ambition, regardless of the optics and previous conviction. That's the true ammunition, the power of the truth coalition on a sacred mission. Restoration from sedition, a deposition of the most high's opposition, the opposition of the very same wardens that guarded your mental prison. There is no addition, no prize of admission. We get no commission and all the suspicion, but there's one condition: be honest. This is not a competition, it's a collaborative exhibition. A recognition of rhetoric superstition with 24/7 repetition. A non-stop global demolition. I have become a globe funeral mortician.
Lol. He came in here, heard like a couple of seconds, and dodged. I figured I could wait those couple of seconds, but no, because the song was almost over.
Yeah, was that the one you were playing yesterday that came through a little grainy? It sounded like the one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was awesome. Now, was that one of the AI ones where you just type up the lyrics and they do it?
Yeah. Originally, I wrote and performed that song, but I'm not very good at producing the music, and I don't know how to do any of that. So I just recorded raw takes and made a song, but I used the lyrics with the AI to remake the song.
Yeah, and it handles all the engineering for you. Yeah, I see. It's nice.
I guess I'll play something else while we wait.
Dre say I love wisdom, harmony. Greetings and salutation, thank you for your participation. We share the earth in cohabitation. It's time for some in-depth communication. Now let me tell the situation, the flat earth revelation. But first, some rules for preservation of your reputation. We don't accept sophistry or fallacious argumentation, faulty generalization, flawed misrepresentation, needles, equivocation, endless misinterpretation, baseless affirmation, or moderification, to name a few. That is not sophistication. It's sophistry or obfuscation that cause a mental retardation, cause a need for special education. Just stop the self-annihilation before the gamma radiation leads to more humiliation. Just skip defecation. The globe deserves no dedication. It lives on indoctrination, repeated incorrect memorization or base regurgitation of debunked theorization without substantiation, a parrot and fixation, not actually education. A faulty emulation for mental domination with fallacious incantation and false information. Don't believe the visualization, accepting the globe installation through media inundation and diabolical machination. We support no such flawed imagination. We support application over theorization, real measurement over derived calculation, empirical observation over imagined correlation. Just forget the animation. This is the globe cancellation. No amount of rationalization can bring enough justification for this abomination. This backwards postulation, a fundamental entropy violation. There would be an equalization and gas evacuation that would lead to asphyxiation and globe deflation. Regardless of a gradient summation, it is with an expectation. More gas with evaporation and vaporization, less gas with condensation and precipitation. I can show you a citation, one of the many facets of creation, a solid flat earth foundation. How the globe fails examination. Have you heard of falsification or scientific verification? Do you really need elaboration? You saw a curve, a hallucination, or lens manipulation. What you see, a manifestation in your mind's eye, interpretation through light localization of solar radiation. All light has attenuation or light limitation. It's an oscillation or perturbation subject to magnification and polarization and much experimentation. That's at the globe decimation. It just doesn't fit observation. They want you to believe in undetectable gyration with 1,000-mile-per-hour rotation, yet we see no deviation. It's lacking validation and mass on mass acceleration, an incorrect postulation, the down vector, an average approximation, an assimilation of inverted flotation, a neatest complication, the latest globe iteration, maintained with medication, or complete lack of maturation, a non-stop masturbation. But I forgive you, you're a victim of a psychological operation.
I love that one.
Yeah.
And then I've got this song. This is a song from Sporadic. I'll play that one.
We stand on the edge of a story untold, where shadows of towers stretch ancient and cold. The ground whispers secrets we've buried in stone, a canvas of signs we've claimed as our own. Through the haze a question grows, a fragile spark where wisdom flows. We soar through a fractured sky where the heavens twist and the old truths die. A fleeting glimpse, a boundless plea, unraveled minds eternally free. The maps we've drawn dissolve in the tide. The compass compass falters where starlight collide. A plane unfolds beneath our feet while the sky above hums wild and sweet. Through the silence, echoes sing, a thread of doubt on fragile wings. We soar through a fractured sky where the heavens twist and the old truths die. A fleeting glimpse, a boundless plea, unraveled minds eternally free. In the crucible of signs, we cast our chains aside. In the celestial void where questions collide, the tools we wield, the tales we weave, are shadows of a truth we grieve. A spark ascends, the veil ignites, we chase the dawn through endless nights. We break through the barriers blind. In the eye of the storm, our fates redefined. A fleeting glimpse, so boundless plea, unraveled minds eternally free. Through the chaos, we stake our claim, seekers of wonder, forever aflame. As the sky unfurls in a dance of light, we tread the plane through the endless night. With eyes unclouded, we breathe the unknown. A world remade, our seeds are sown.
That was Sporadic's song, A Whale Ignites. You can find it on his YouTube channel.
Yeah.
What you think, Dreamer?
Pretty good.
I got another one here for you. This is a song that's I'm releasing on Spotify. It's been uploaded and stuff. Just waiting for it to be to the release date. It's later this year. Here you go.
Anchoring, it's simple and sleek. Link emotions with the touch, a sound or a peak. Think of a moment so happy and bright. Close your eyes, feel the joy, hold it tight. Press a spot on your body, maybe your wrist. Keep spot on your body, maybe your wrist. Keep feeling the joy, it's too good to resist. Open your eyes, release the touch. Now you set an anchor, feel the rush.
Yeah.
Press the spot again, joy will return. Use it to change your state, you'll learn. Practice it daily, make it strong. Control emotions all day long. Anchoring is your key, emotions on demand. Easy, powerful, you'll understand. Get ready to own your state. Feel the joy, it's never too late. Anchoring
I feel like I played that twice.
Where we can find this music?
That song, for instance, is going to be released on Spotify. I don't have the release schedule in front of me, so I'm not sure. But it's later. It's
but I
late
mean-
in this year. Most of the songs will either be approachable on people's YouTube channels, like Sporadic. I played a song from him earlier, or I have my own YouTube channels where you can find most of the songs once I have released them. I'm playing a lot of the new songs right now.
Oh, you still didn't release like on your channel, YouTube channel?
Yeah, some of these songs I haven't even released yet. I just made them, and you're getting a preview here.
What is your YouTube channel called?
I'll link it just a second.
Well, I prefer to listen to this kind of song than listening to radio. You know, it's like
I totally get you. My end goal is to create a 24-hour music, flat earth music channel, basically, and I'm working hard on creating songs for that purpose. And we have a bunch of people making songs for that, like that are going to contribute to that in the end, but it's still a work in progress.
Yeah.
yeah, I subscribe anyway to your channel, so I can listen to that when I need to listen.
Yeah, I'll start releasing a bunch more songs in the next coming weeks. I've been focused on a different band that's not related to Flat Earth and setting up all the releases for that. And like that anchoring song earlier is basically talking about neurolinguistic programming and the technique of anchoring and teaching you how to do that. And I'm going to have a bunch of these kinds of non-Flat Earth related songs released by a different band that's not purely Flat Earth. So if they
Hey, Dreamer,
fans
if
of
you're
my
not
other
talking,
content,
baby, hey, hold on, Dre. Dreamer, if you're not talking, mute up. Mute up if you're not talking, Dreamer.
yeah, I was just saying, if they're not, if they become fans of my other content and they want more content, they might accidentally find the Flat Earth content and then be more inclined to actually like it because they're already my fans. Kind of like how B.O.B. Converted people, even though his arguments weren't the best. It's just because people were more open to listening to what he had to say because they already like the stuff.
I think that's the best way to do it. Establish a fan base first, and then hit them with the facts. Yeah.
Yeah, or me and Karma, for instance, are working on creating an animated series, and we've worked out multiple seasons of the show, and it's going to basically incorporate a bunch of Flat Earth stuff in the background subliminally, so people don't, like, it's not obviously Flat Earth, everybody believes it's a globe, but over the course of the series, we're going to flat smack them hard. And then that's going to be a reveal, like in later seasons, and then we go into pure fantasy, basically, with like speculation of like what could be outside of the known Earth. And that's the one way, like you want to make it culturally acceptable to consider these things, and you want to put it into the culture because that's where most of the people just consume everything, and what they're consuming right now is mostly globe propaganda, and so having some kind of juxtaposition to that, or at least showing how the propaganda works through the show when the world is actually flat, and that's going to be revealed later.
Yeah.
But you can do this with just about anything. You can write a short story or incorporate the things you learn into the story, and you can see the, like, even just J.R.R. Tolkien, in the Silmarillion, you can read that like the world was flat, but when I think it was Moloch or something, I forget what the demon god was called, that Sauron like is basically worshipping some shit, but essentially he turned it into a ball. So like the flat Earth globe issue is hidden underneath all of that fantasy.
Yeah.
I guess I'll play another song for our friend the Dreamer.
The world is so beautiful and so tragic at the same time.
This song kind of sucks too, you guys.
In the lies online, children crying. It ain't right. It ain't right. No, it ain't right. But we keep on moving forward. Zombies walking down the boardwalk. It ain't right. No, it ain't right. But the children keep on smiling. It's the hope we're dying for. Hope we're dying for. Dying for. In the love, we find our peace. In the hate, we lose our seed. In the love, we find our peace. In the hate, we lose our seed. It's the birds and the bees. It's the trees and you and me. It's the wind, the air, the seas, the ground beneath your feet. It's the love you need to meet. And that is why the world is so beautiful and so tragic
Yeah.
Yeah. My sister just made me steak.
With béarnaise and pepper sauce.
Yep. So I'm gonna go eat. You guys talk amongst yourselves.
Later to our Icelandic friends.
Bon appetit.
Good morning, people. Damn, all y'all hoes are dead.
That was good dinner. See, you guys haven't started chatting. Maybe I'll play another song.
They say the globe is true, just go to outer space. But that's a Sisyphean fallacy, a flawed embrace to prove the earth is round. They say divine the why, but fallacies surround us like stars in the sky. Oh, grow believers, your logic's askew. Understand the fallacies, see what's true. Knowledge and reason, let them be your guide in the search for truth. Let wisdom decide. They say show the flat earth, the picture will suffice. But that's another fallacy, a clever disguise, asking for the proof that they can't provide. It's the Sisyphean task where truth and lies collide. Oh, globe believers, your logic's askew. Understand the fallacies, see what's true. Knowledge and reason, let them be your guide in the search for truth. Let wisdom decide. Identify the fallacies, the flawed, twisted claims. Recognize the patterns, the deceptive games. With logic as our armor, we stand tall and proud. In the battle for truth, we speak clear and loud. Oh, globe believers, your logic's askew. Understand the fallacies, see what's true. Knowledge and reason, let them be your guide in the search for truth. Let wisdom decide. So learn the fallacies, let curiosity ignite. With logic and truth, our future is bright. Test it yourself, you can do the math. For in knowledge and reason, we'll find our true path.
Well, well, well. Could just play music forever, but that wouldn't be very fun. I got things to do. I guess I'll play you one more song and then you can sit in the silence if that's what you guys want. I got stuff I need to do anyway.
They said the earth had a curve, so they just ignored radio beams will miss their mark. Up in the sky they soared. British analysts thought they knew, calculations were their guide, but the truth was in the flatness where no secrets could hide. Blind belief in a globe cost lives and led astray. Flat earth holds the answers, we see it clear today. History has shown us the truth is plain to see. In a world that's flat and steady, we're finally They thought the beams were lies, targets out of reach from Germany to the UK. A lesson they would teach, intersections way too high, impossible they'd say, but the bombs fell with precision on that fateful day. Blind belief in a globe cost lives and led astray. Flat earth holds the answers, we see it clear today. History has shown us the truth is plain to see. In a world that's flat and steady, we're finally free. The horizon lies ahead, straight and true and wide. No curves to bend the truth, no secrets left to hide. Blind faith in what they told us led to so much pain, but now we know the flatness will never be the same. Blind belief in a globe cost lives and led astray. Flat earth holds the answers, we see it clear today. History has shown us the truth is plain to see. In a world that's flat and steady, we're finally free. So let's learn from the past, see the world as it should be. A topographical plane as far as you can see. Blind belief is dangerous, let the truth unfold. In the flat earth's wisdom, an ancient story is told. Blind belief in a globe cost lives and led astray. Flat earth holds the answers, we see it clear today. History has shown us the truth is plain to see. In a world that's flat and steady, we're finally free.
I do want to remake that song. I did like the drop in it, but there's aspects of it I don't like.
Okay, guys, let's get started. Let's get busy proving this globe. Earth curve measurements. Who's got those? Crit. Migo Wigo. F.E. Batman. And the Earth curve. Solaris. About the ultimate F.E. final boss. And Vitalis. That's everybody that's here, so I'm going to assume you guys do not have that, so I'll shut up.
I think Solaris is the only one who believes there is curves.
Why would he believe that something that's level is curving? Are you there, Solaris? Can't talk right now. All good. Still need if you're going to have a ball, you got to have curvature. So, still waiting on step one. Verified the Earth curvature measurements. Verifiable, repeatable, obvious. It's obviously not a globe. That's why I've had the same icon for 10 years and I don't plan on changing it. Shutting up now. Thank you, Ultimate. I see your answer in the chat there. That's correct. And why would people believe the Earth is nature and the Earth are tricking them to believe that it really is exactly the opposite of what they experience? Earth is the ultimate troll. Okay, just doing a quick drive-by. Somebody DM me if we find the Earth curve. I'll talk to y'all later.
Maybe. Make work. Mike. Can you hear that? Can you hear that, baby?
because truth is power. And the models for the globe were functional to a degree, or some of them, but of course they are created backwards engineered from the sky based on what works, not based on the Earth being a globe, but rather visually represented like that. But now you have a mythos, and you gotta build on that mythos, and so you re-examine all of astrology and everything you know in that new light, and that's where we get the belief system that we were all raised in. It's a belief system that was born in a cult, and then given to the world to turn the world into the gigantic cult. The one world religion.
Yeah, that's right. Many Christians have been looking for signs of that, what it would look like and where it is, and it's been here the whole time. And basically, since like the fall of Babylon, and you had the great outpouring of all the scholars into other parts of the world, setting up their little cults, like Pythagoras.
Yeah. That was one crazy cult, like, took over a city, murdered a guy for, like, for finding irrational numbers. Well, that's where we got the globe from that specific cult.
Yeah, that's right. All because he looked up at the stars and saw a sphere out of it, idealized it, and then developed astronomy around it. And because the only way to use a celestial sphere, navigation-wise or for surveying, is to map it one-to-one with a terrestrial sphere, it followed that Earth must be a sphere too. But it all started with that choice.
Yeah.
Yep, he chose to observe the sky that way. Again and again, these philosophical preferences getting in the way of objective reality.
Yeah, it's so easy as well to just get caught up in those things, because if you start to believe in a certain aspect, like I don't need to believe in how the world is. I don't have a cosmology, and so I'm open to all of the possible cosmologies. Allows me to be able to see all the options. But when I was a glober, I couldn't see any other option. Stuck in a box. That's one of the things about modeling, like, if you cannot model something in different ways, it really shows that you just don't understand the presuppositions and inherent assumptions that are required for your model. Because if you change those variables, you change the model. Problem with the globe model is so many of the variables are assumed or cannot be verified, And so you end up with, like, once you take those away, the whole thing just collapses. Like, we don't have a new model for these people. They just don't get that.
We're not at that point yet to begin that. Yep. We don't know what the stars are. We don't really know how to frame things like geologic convection currents. There's still so much we have yet to learn, even if we think Earth is a globe. And they want us to present a fully interoperable model explaining all things through all disciplines for a flat Earth. Like, okay, dude.
Yeah, it's crazy because at the same time, the highest levels of their physics are like, well, we don't know all this stuff, and we just discovered we don't know what gravity is, and then they got, on the other hand, they got that whole alien nonsense where they're like, well, they've got physics that are like beyond our physics. And, well, if they have physics that don't work with your physics, then is your physics right? Like, they have so many contradictory little stories within their stuff that they inherently just start accepting contradictions as just normal.
Yeah, you got to wonder what is the psychological impact of that when the mind itself is trained to accept paradoxes as a fact, as normal. I mean, I would think that it might leave you in such a state where you'd be susceptible to further deception in other ways.
Oh, yeah, I think so as well. I think that's one of the reasons why it's so important to learn logic and get familiar with the fallacies and then try to stop that in your own languaging and then don't accept it when it comes from others. Dig, get the specifics, try to understand their actual argument, because a fallacy isn't an argument. It's just trying to manipulate you, trying to get you to agree to something, not because it's logical, but because they want you to. It just sounds like it might make sense, but it doesn't actually make sense.
Right, it's like that ancient choice of choosing beauty over wisdom.
It just becomes so obvious when you make it absurd, because, like, for instance, with the boats go over the horizon, therefore the Earth is flat, or globe, or whatever. Inherently, that is a begging the question fallacy or an affirming the consequent fallacy, because when you put it logically, they're saying if the Earth is on a globe, we would see boats disappear on the horizon. We see boats disappear on the horizon, therefore the Earth is a globe. But I could say, if the Earth is a unicorn, we would see boats disappear on the horizon. We see boats disappear on the horizon, therefore the Earth is a unicorn. They're retarded.
Yeah, that became apparent to me too when I was getting into this topic. Just the sheer volume of fallacious reasoning, and it's always going to be, in most cases, affirming the consequent, concept reification fallacy, and throwing a good straw man or two. Appeals to credentials.
Yeah, those are some of the most common ones. Like, also just the bare assertion, like jumping to conclusion, like shifting the goalpost, red herrings. They're all over the place. Like, literally, if you just talk about this topic and ask somebody about the globe, you can learn logic easily. You just read about all the fallacies, and then have them talk or listen to recordings of them, and you'll be like, oh, he's using this fallacy, oh, he's using that fallacy, and eventually it'll be so easy.
Yeah, this is another thing where you could say, hey, you don't have to be a flat earther. You could be a glober and take something else away from us here. We can help you refine your critical thinking skills. So you friendly globies need to lock arms with us and ask where that globe evidence is. And lock arms with us in pointing out fallacious thinking when people come in and make morons out of themselves. You know, and we know what honesty looks like. And these trolls think we don't. We have people in our lives that we have these discussions with. All of us do. And we know what honest interaction looks like amongst people who care for each other.
Yeah. Getting people to be honest with themselves is just the hard part, because our society just doesn't breed that. It doesn't value honesty. Like, you don't get much out of that in today's society.
They value image. How will my peers see me? That's all. Anyways, time for me to sneak off to bed. I need me beauty sleep. And as I said before, seen me, probably understand why. So, ladies and gentlemen, yourselves a great morning, afternoon, evening, or good night, wherever you may be, and I shall see you tomorrow. Peace, guys.
See you later, Matrix.
Catch you later, Matrix.
Thanks, Matrix.
And feel free to tell me if I'm too far away from the mic or too close to the mic or anything like that, because I have a condenser mic, which is very sensitive to my distance to it, and I have it like hanging in front of me, and I'm looking at the monitor and stuff like that, so sometimes I'm too close.
Your mic's perfect. I was mentioning in one of the backjacks, there's just like some background, like beep noise.
Oh, the background beep noise is probably the hum of my computer.
Ah, yeah. I started thinking maybe there was like a phone close by. Or that's I don't know. Whatever. That may be what it is. It's not a big deal. I was just yeah. Your mic's perfect. It's good to hear you back.
Yes, ask Trace. I mean, you've been a fixture in the 24/7 community for a long time and took a break. Are your intentions to be back for a while with us, like the next few years?
Well, I've always been there in the background. I'm just like reading and listening to you guys when I have the opportunity to do so. But I was trying to fix up some stuff in my life and get the house ready. And when Mom was having problems and going to the hospital, so we were taking care of her, and a bunch of stuff happening. But I'll be more active in the coming months, years.
Yeah, the team always needs people with, good technical acumen and a firm education.
Like college level education?
No, maybe postdoc, actually.
Okay. All right, interesting. Yo, this room's kind of quiet. Like everyone's kind of like, I don't know.
Isn't it great?
Interesting.
Yeah, we're well behaved in here.
It's very unusual, though. I'll say that very much. Like for a room to have some people in it and to be so quiet, like it's an unusual thing. It's like uncanny. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you mean. We were just talking about that an hour or two ago. And this is our group, man. We're 24/7 Flat Earth. It's how we run our live streams. If you notice, we have 2 bots at the top.
Yeah.
We've been recording everything 24/7.
You know, respect to that, bro. I mean, you guys might have some schizo takes, man, but for a VC that I wouldn't expect, you know, you guys actually do got pretty good moderation.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. And, you know, maybe you can know a tree by the fruit it bears.
What do you mean by that specifically? Do you mean like, say, what are you referring to that when you say that?
Well, maybe we're not so schizo as you think. And you can know that by how well we can run a room.
Well, no, because it's one thing, okay? You can have like the best people moderating a room, okay? Like it's very simple. Just be polite, have people speak in turns. Like that can be done easily, okay? But it still shows the fact that these people's arguments may not come from reasonable sources of information, not be backed by science or in most studies. You know, like if you look at your own ideas, okay, I'm pretty sure almost all research goes against your ideas around flat Earth, which is kind of funny.
You think so? You want to try it out?
Overall, yeah. Like in fact, you don't even need to. If you go, okay, back to I made one out yesterday. I mean, now before you fucking, I think it was you who muted me yesterday. So there was an example I gave, okay, with a ship, okay, say a ship sailed in the horizon, okay, it's not going to disappear all at once. It'll slowly start to disappear because one part of it will go out of the way because it's round. The Earth is round, okay. If it was flat, it would just fall off, and you wouldn't see it together. But it gradually disappears.
Right. The first telltale sign that you're not on a globe is that the ship is scaling linearly with perspective. I'm going to ask you not to focus on the bottom of the ship for now. We can get to that in a minute. Look at the top of the ship.
Well, that's the point, though. That's the point, though. The bottom of it goes after the top because the top disappears because it's going around, okay? It's adjusting to the angle of the Earth, okay? So
I'll tell you why that's not true.
Okay, why is that not true?
Because if it's scaling linearly with perspective and dipping around curvature, the top of the ship should be scaling linearly with perspective and curvilinearly with curvature.
It sounded like you just said the same thing in the same time. So can you repeat that for just a second? Okay, so it looks like you just said the same thing twice. Okay, just to, you know, I'm not gonna lie. All right.
So
I don't know.
So the ship is scaling linearly with perspective, right? When it's twice the distance, it's half the size.
Twice it's it'll obviously look smaller, okay, but you'll still be able to see it. But if you look very closely, okay, and you can use certain kind of device, okay, you can clearly see that the top of the front of the ship starts to disappear.
We understand that. We understand that.
Exactly.
Do you understand what linearly means?
Linearly, it means, if I'm not mistaken, at a certain, in this context, from what I'm gathering here, it means at a certain pace. Like it goes like at a certain pace, okay? For example, say there's a linear curve line, okay? It literally just curves only at a certain pace. Now, maybe, I don't know, maybe that's the wrong context. If you want to, you can elaborate on what you mean by that. That's what I know.
Okay, let me paint you a picture. So you're looking at the
I want to hear from Sporadic. Okay, because he made the claim. Okay, overall.
Yeah, he can do that as well. That's no problem.
Let me explain once more. Right, the top of the ship should be following the curvature of the Earth, which is one rate of descent, and it should be scaling with perspective linearly. This is never present in any observation that you can produce or anybody else has produced. What only exists is the perspective scaling effect. Now the bottom, the bottom of the ship, well, because the Earth is flat. Now the reason why the bottom of the ship can sometimes appear to be gobbled up in distance, for one reason, you have waves. So you can have successive waves. Have you ever seen, like, out in the ocean, if you fly over the ocean, you'll see in some parts you've got a rippling of waves. It looks like this interference pattern that can go for miles. If those
Yeah,
waves, okay, listen, if those waves, and there could be like 100 of them back to back between you and the ship at a very far distance, it's too small for your eyes to resolve. If those waves are at about your eye level, and many of them are, that's not asking a lot, maybe 5.5 feet, 6 feet, it's going to gobble up the bottom of the ship and make it look like that the bottom of the ship is sinking. Because what people will do is they'll take their cameras and they'll zoom in, and you'll lose the depth of field. It'll smash all those hundreds of waves together to create a wall of water in the image. This is how camera optics work. Okay? So then people will present that as curvature, but meanwhile, when you focus on the top of the ship, it's scaling linearly and not linearly plus curvilinearly.
Okay. Well, my response to that here is that the waves, I'm just saying about flat water, okay? Like, it doesn't even have to be on water. It can be on perfectly, like, relatively flat ground, okay? You start to notice at a certain point. Now, this will happen very slowly, okay? Because the curvature of the Earth, they're so big that the curvature is so small in so many bits that you can't see it. It's not like, say, a circle in many ways, because it's so big at such a big level. The curvature, you can't quite see it. Plus, gravity adjusts for it, okay? So gravity kind of forces you to, like, go around it, okay? And not go through it. Like, for example, okay? If gravity
so Earth is so big, Earth looks so flat, we know it's a globe. Is that what you're telling us?
No, that's not what I said. I said that.
Yeah, you said it's too big to see the curvature.
I said the Earth is so big. Yeah, the Earth's so big, okay? And that from our perspective,
looks so flat.
Yeah, on Earth, yeah. It's an optical illusion, okay?
It's an optical illusion now.
Yeah, because keep in mind, we're talking about being on Earth, okay? When we talk from the human point of view, there's something called a human point of view. Can someone not interrupt for just 1 second, okay?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
All right. I'd appreciate that. Okay. So when you step in front of Earth, you're seeing from a perspective. Now, we can't measure the curvature of the Earth like with our eyes, and that's why whenever you're looking from your point of view, it looks all flat. But when you look from, wait, don't interrupt me.
Haas, it sounds like the microphone's up your ass.
When you look at it from, say, outer space, okay, per se, or whatnot, you start to see it, okay, because you're looking at it from a distance. You're not on the place. You have a different perspective, POV. Okay.
Yeah, your height will change your angular field of view to distant objects. If you go up in height, it basically mathematically rotates the plane of the Earth up as you tilt your head down to look at it. This opens up wider angles of propagation of light to your eye, increasing resolvability of things in further distance because they have wider angles.
Yeah.
You're thus limited by your own optic, your own eyeball, the diffraction limit of the eye itself.
And your perspective from where you stand, okay, your position.
That's what I'm describing, yes.
Yeah. Now, maybe you say it in different words. I think we're saying sort of the same thing. I'm just saying in different words, okay? Because I don't speak in the same way you do. I know there's a language barrier, between what I use, okay? Because I talk, okay, most normal. Okay, you talk a very different way. I've noticed that. Maybe you have too. But the way
I just understand the concepts at a deeper physical level than you.
Well, no, because, for example, you couldn't explain someone to this two ways, okay? You explain using different words, okay? Use different words, okay? Now, from what I understand, okay, if we're gonna go look at it, okay, if, say, the Earth was really flat, okay, if someone disappeared, okay, someone walking at you from a certain distance, okay, say they disappear, that kind of implies they fall off. Because, like, what else is supposed to happen? Like,
well, I'll tell you what will happen. It's the diffraction limit of vision. You cannot see things that are smaller than 0.02 degrees in angular size, regardless of the distance. This means a 6-foot man, from your point of view, 3 miles away, will be invisible. This means also that newspaper text on a newspaper at much closer ranges will also be invisible at a certain point.
Okay. All right. Well,
yeah, no curvature.
First of all, though, we've used certain devices, okay, that can exceed, say, the human eye limit, okay, because we have humans that have evolved technology, okay, and even then, okay, they at a certain point something still disappears, okay. It's not because the device is a fail. The devices, actually, telescopes, other devices are able to see so much farther, okay. See the fucking stars. Those little lights.
But you can't see around curvature of the Earth, can you?
I never said you could, but I'm saying that
Yeah,
someone
of
will
course.
disappear if you look at them from a certain perspective, from a certain distance. Okay, even with a telescope, which will be able to see that person. Okay, doesn't how far it is, they will disappear. Okay, and in the hypothetical that could be flat Earth, it implies they fell off the Earth.
No, that's diffraction limits of the optics. Listen, if there is a curvature of the Earth conformal to what everyone claims the Earth is in size, okay, that is a radius of 3,959 miles. This means that you can use the Pythagorean theorem and derive what the horizon should be for an observer, given the observer's height. So that formula actually shakes out to 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. This means if you are 1 foot off the ground, like let's say you lay your head on the ground and you're looking over the water, could be a frozen lake, the curvature of the Earth would begin at 1.225 miles. Does that sound unreasonable to you?
Well, are you still, to get this clear, you're still supporting the claim earlier that you can't see the person actually disappear? You're still ice white. Is that the claim you're still supporting, to be clear? Is that the claim you're still standing by? Because I want to get an idea.
Yeah, that there's what's called the diffraction limit of human vision, which is generally accepted to be 0.02 degrees in angular size, regardless of the distance.
We're not talking about human vision anymore, okay? There are certain devices that allow us to see beyond.
Exactly.
For example,
so let me continue. I could have the best optics in the world from 1 foot off the ground. I should see the curvature of the Earth beginning at 1.225 miles away. I don't. Nobody's ever been able to show that, ever. We've got presentations, people are probably posting them in the chat, of a super zoom camera, the Nikon P900, positioned about 8 inches to 1 foot off the ground, and it's seeing our horizon beyond 10 miles. And we know that it's beyond 10 miles because there are going to be oil rigs in this image that are at known distance markers surveyed by professionals from the shoreline.
You know what? Hold on 1 second. Look at what DJ sent chat, because I find this actually pretty interesting. All right. Actually, because so what's going on here? This optical illusion is okay. So it's a zoom shift. It's zooming in. The camera lens is zooming in. Okay. What happens is that it mimics distance. It mimics distance being crossed. Okay. And so when that distance being crossed, okay, from that lens point of view, okay, it's a POV. It makes it look. But as it zooms out, it mimics moving away from an object. That's exactly what I'm talking about. So essentially, what's going on is that the camera,
that object is beyond the curvature of the Earth, and you can still see it with the camera, which means Earth isn't a globe.
When it zooms out at a certain point, it starts to disappear.
Yeah, it reaches a diffraction limit.
No, but this is through. This is not a human point of view. Okay, this is through technology.
Cameras have diffraction limits too. Every optic has a diffraction limit.
And
your eyeball's one example.
And your essential claim is that these devices that can see all the way up to the stars, okay, and not be able to accurately see if something actually moved away from us and is not in point of view.
Well, we don't know how far the stars are, but secondly, when we're looking over the surface of water, we're seeing through a lot of humidity, evaporation, weather systems, fogs, temperature changes, all kinds of stuff. Water vapor, volcanic ash, whatever the case may be. And this density compounds with distance, and eventually light can't push through it at all, so you won't see anything.
Actually, okay, so
you'll see a blue wall at first.
Also, first of all, your claim that we can't see, is actually, we have our nearest neighbor, okay, Proxima Centauri, is approximately 4.24 light years from Earth, okay, and that star has been seen by a telescope, okay. All right.
Yeah, we know.
I know. If a telescope can fucking see that, okay, you don't think it can see a ship when you move away from it at a certain distance, okay, over the Earth, okay, which is very small. Distance is very small comparison.
Do you understand that the air is denser towards the surface, which means the air is thinner at higher elevation angles? So if you're looking up at a star, you're seeing through much less density compounding effects than when you're looking horizontally across multiple weather systems. Do you understand?
Okay. All right. So
the air is thin up there, isn't it?
All right. First of all, we're not even talking about seeing the thin air. Okay, that air. Maybe you could say that might be a factor. Okay, but I don't think that's a big factor.
Absolutely, is a factor.
I'll go confirm it. Okay, I will go look at it. Okay, can a telescope or other machines, okay, see if something's there? How do I frame this from the point of, say, the Earth's curvature?
We see routinely all the time. We see far beyond where the curvature of the Earth should be obstructing objects.
Let's go look at it, because it's a simple question, you know. Yep. Yes, telescopes and other methods can absolutely measure the curvature of the Earth, and they have been used to do so in multiple years.
Yeah, great. Show us an example.
How it works when you look at this objects from across a flat surface like a lake or ocean with a telescope.
Please, are you using ChatGPT, my friend? Come on. Can you present any examples?
Wait, yeah, it's giving me an example right now. I'm just talking about the example it gave me. You have an issue with
post it in chat. Let's see the measurement. Go.
I'm gonna read out to you, okay? And then I'll post.
No, just post whatever. Like, post the example. I want to see the measurement. I want to know where it was taken, the conditions of the day, the height of the observer, distance to the object.
Well, no, but your claim though was that they couldn't. Your claim though was they couldn't.
My claim is you can't produce a measurement of Earth curvature because no one's ever been able to do it.
Well, it legit contradicts what you're saying here.
No, it doesn't. We see beyond Earth curvature because there is none.
Yes, telescopes and other images can. This supports my claim. It does support my claim. I said that.
Well, yeah, you found some words on a screen, but you don't have any data to validate. You're finding somebody else that agrees with you, called a computer.
No, first of all, actually, computers are not someone else's. Okay. Second of all, okay. Wait, no, you don't know that, because then you would have made that stupid claim. You would have made it.
No, I'm joking, dude.
This is not a person, okay? I know, but when you say
it's
that,
not a person. I was joking, okay? Relax.
No, but all right, okay, but first of all, ChatGPT gathers sources from the internet, okay, and forms a conclusion based on that. Now, I know people don't like ChatGPT very much, but
I love ChatGPT because it's wrong.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, post the source.
Yeah,
I just went ahead and posted a chatbot response for him, so you can see that his chatbot was actually wrong.
Yep. Hey, Radwin, can you take over for me, buddy? I have to actually step out and drive and do some errands. I have a deadline.
Also, you don't even need ChatGPT. You can just do a quick Google search. Yes, it says they can do that. Yes.
All right, my friend. I gotta take off for now. I enjoyed our chat.
I want to jump back to the boat thing, and if Radwin wants to talk to him, that's fine. I just wanted to get back to the boat thing really quickly.
Go ahead and talk to him.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. The boat thing, what essentially was going on is that when the camera zooms out, it mimics distance moving. Okay. All right.
Well, let me give you my opinion on it, right? Which you can validate this yourself as well. So when something moves away from you, it gets smaller due to perspective. We can both agree on that. Once it gets to a certain distance, right? Once it gets to a certain angular size, the human eye can't resolve it anymore. It's called the angular resolution limit of the human eye. Right now, that limit's 0.02 degrees. So once it gets like a fly or something or whatever, right, it's going away from you. Once it gets below 0.02 degrees, you can't resolve it anymore. Now, it's not gone, right? You just can't see it anymore. So what's happening with that boat, right? If you picture that boat was like right in front of the observer and it's sailing out, right, it's going to get smaller and smaller and smaller. And once it gets beyond that angular resolution limitation, the human eye can't resolve it anymore. Now, what the camera's doing, it's well, let me finish and then I'll let you respond fully. Okay, so what the camera's doing, it's increasing that angular size in the frame of the object, right? So you can then bring that back into view, right? You're increasing the angular size with an optic, and then you can see the entire boat again. Right? But if you just watched that boat go out with your eye, it would get smaller and smaller and smaller, right? And then you can't see the boat anymore, but you can still see the entire horizon. Now, at no point in that GIF that I posted did that boat start to disappear bottom up, right? It's just gone, right? When it zoomed out, and you zoom it back in, you increase the angular size, and you can see it again.
I have a quick question for our guest. Does he know the difference between aperture and zoom?
Wait. Now you're going to interrupt now, okay? Now, are you going to let me answer? So you realize that when the camera zooms in and zooms out, it's per se mimicking how humans move and perceive objects. Like when it zooms in, it mimics like how a human would happen if it got closer to something and per se walk forward to it. It's mimicking. That's why we use it all the time.
My question was posed exactly for you because now you're wrong.
Yes, it does. Okay, because think about it this way. Okay,
Zoom is not aperture size.
All those perspectives, okay, we're talking about, I can see it from all those, but it looks closer. Like if I saw it from the perspective where it's all zooms in, it will look close to me, okay? And that's how I would look and say perception of the distance I am. For me, perceived distance, okay? Now, if I zoomed out, it would be like really far away from me, which I wouldn't perceive as far, okay? That's how the human eye works. Now, essentially what it does is it uses like, it's an optical illusion, okay? But it actually measures distance, okay? From per se how you would move towards it. Like if you were in that perspective, say you were looking at it from the camera's point of view and you were actually there, it would actually be that close. If say, hypothetically speaking, I'm not saying that it's actually doing that, like the camera's actually close to it. I'm saying it's able to mimic the human point of view perspective.
It doesn't though. Do you know why zooming flattens the depth of field? Yeah, this is not the same thing as a person getting closer to the object because you retain your depth of field as you move closer to the object, but you lose that with magnification.
Maybe not the exact same thing, okay, but it doesn't necessarily need to be, does it now?
Zoom is not responsible for seeing further.
Also, in fact,
it's the size of your lens.
Yeah. And also, and not to mention, telescopes do confirm, okay, from what my Google search, and not just ChatGPT, but also just Google search, tell you that, which they zoom in, okay, they use a lot of the same things that cameras use to zoom in, okay, that they can see the curvature of the Earth, okay, so they can see when something's not actually there from your point of perspective. And notice how earlier, okay,
use a zoom lens, don't use a telescope.
The other guy said essentially that it's from your point of view, yes. And so when you move away, okay, your point of view is from the curvature of the Earth. You can't, there's a certain perspective where you can't see. It's like, if you see someone go behind a rock, okay, from your point of view, you can't see them. They're still there, obviously, okay? It doesn't mean they're not there. It's just that the fact that they're obscured by certain fields, okay? Now, the curvature of the Earth is very small. It's not like a big thing in the air, but the more you move away, the more farther, the more curves you go across. And so the more obscured it gets until a certain point, it just disappears altogether. It's still there. It's just being blocked. And that's my point.
So begging the question, that's your point. Got it.
No,
telescope.
It's not begging the question. I just explained to you how it works, okay? All right. And also, you have to remember gravity.
No, you can't. No, you can't. Telescopes are usually set to 1 magnification. So once they're gone,
Bro,
you can't change it.
Can measure light stars, dude. Like, are you this
Dude,
fucking
I can see
stunted?
stars with my P900.
No, okay. All right. Okay. If it can see stars, okay, from that far distance, okay, and it can actually, there are certain telescopes that can see them very up close, okay, then I'm pretty sure it can see the curvature of the Earth and when something is not there from your point of perspective. And if you look at that zoom in photo GIF, at a certain point, it just all disappears. Like
you're pretty sure it can. Can you show an example, please?
You already showed one, if I'm not mistaken. It all at one point all
debunked curvature. That debunked curvature, dude.
Yeah, if the boat had gone over, hold on, let me just say one thing quickly, right? So if that boat had actually gone over the curvature of the Earth, it would be obstructed by the Earth from your view. You shouldn't be able to zoom in and see the entire boat again, right?
So what that
it's the same. Zooming in and zooming out is just the same thing, right? If the boat, think about this, right? If the boat is that distance away, right, you can't see it when it's zoomed out, right? Because it's so far away. It's not over the curvature of the Earth, because if you zoomed in on the boat, you shouldn't be able to bring the whole boat back to view again, right? Think about, like, if you are in a hallway, a long hallway, and it curves around, right? And your friend walks around the corner, right? You can't zoom in and bring your friend back to view again. He's gone behind a physical obstruction.
Well, and I respond to that earlier, okay? And I said that it mimics, say, per se, how a person, if say they would move forward, okay, and you would move distance, okay, from that point of
Dude,
perspective.
just stop the cap. You're saying you can zoom in around curvature.
Because the problem here is it doesn't work exactly as, say, a wall. It's similar to a wall effect.
Take a deep breath. I asked you earlier if you can zoom in around curvature. You said no, which is the right answer.
I thought you were leaving, okay? Or now you're back already now?
I am leaving. Sorry, I didn't want to give you permission to ramble.
Were you just scared? Okay, is that why you left? Is that why? Like, you could just tell
Dude,
them.
can you see around a building with a telescope? Use a telescope and then you can see around a building.
No, you can't. But the Earth's not the exact same way. It's not like a wall, okay, per se. It's more like
What is it per se? What is it per se?
Well, it's very, very small, okay, curves across a big plane field. Big plane, which is the whole Earth entirely. Big, small curve. Which essentially, it doesn't exactly act as like a obstructive barrier like a wall, but it acts like mini obstructive, okay, the farther you go away, there's a certain period where like you just can't see. But if you zoom in, you can use technologies like telescopes, okay, which zoom in, okay, which are able to correct the distortion, okay, from the fact that you can't see so well. And yes, it's been shown that. I mean, now I can show you proof.
So telescopes correct distortion. Is that what you're telling me?
The distortion that you can't see the thing from your perspective. Okay, they zoom in and they're able to essentially show what it would be like to essentially be close to that object. Okay, they're able to mimic what it would look like to be near that object.
So the object is still there. You're just zooming in on it.
Yeah, you're zooming in, okay, and you're getting past.
The object is still there.
You're getting past.
Was always there. Was always there. It never was disappeared. It's always been there. Right.
Under your guys' definition, what would happen is, say, if they disappeared, everyone would fall off the Earth or something.
Nope, nobody ever said that. That sounds like something you just made up.
Okay, interesting. And we've seen people actually go around the world. Like, there's actually people that go fucking ship around the world. Like, you can legit do that. You can go from one point, they've done from one point and get them back to the other now. Now, of course, you're going to say that's some conspiracy.
Never.
Conspiracy. What, you never heard of, like, the pilot who,
No pilots fly. No pilots fly around the ball. Nope.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, it's not enough fuel to do that. You don't have enough fuel to do that, so how can you claim that?
No, they stopped, bro. You not understand that they stopped for gas at one point, and then they continued. In the straight line.
Oh, so they didn't go around the ball. They just went from airport to airport. That's different.
Yeah, they did fly around the ball because they went in one straight direction. Okay, if you go in one straight direction,
can't go in one straight direction. There's no straight directions on a ball.
The airplanes did go in one straight direction. Actually. They did.
Airplanes don't fly straight directions on a ball.
Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, the Spear, okay. Yes, several pilots have flown around the world. Wiley Post was the first to fly around the world in 1933.
Stop
Later,
looking
Steve
up
Paulson
shit on chatbot.
No, I'm not. I just searched it up on Google, you idiot. Like, do you not know that?
Stop trying to search everything. Doesn't prove anything.
Why not? Because you're asking me if it's true.
It doesn't prove anything. Yeah, you can't prove that they did anything.
Bro, these people were recorded doing this shit, okay? And you're going to tell me that it's not.
No.
All right.
Pull the video.
Oh, Lord. Thanks, conspiracy. Not to mention, okay, we have sonar. What are those devices to use to measure the curvature of the Earth? The space station? If I'm not mistaken. Oh, that's conspiracy.
No, there's nothing that can measure the curve of the Earth besides the theodolite, and it measures them flat. So, flatness.
Actually, I just said telescope. What I mentioned earlier.
The telescopes are used to magnify, zoom things in closer.
Show me evidence that they can't measure the curvature of the Earth, because from what I'm seeing,
telescopes don't measure things.
All right. Can telescope? I literally just search this up. I'll search it up again for you. Can telescopes measure the curve of the Earth? There we go. We're gonna go look into it. Explaining. Yes, telescopes can help observe and directly measure the curvature of Earth, especially over large distances. While telescopes themselves don't exactly measure curvature like a ruler, they allow you to see the effects.
So they don't measure the curve. You were wrong. You were wrong. You were wrong. Just admit you were wrong.
They allow you to see the effects of Earth's curvature.
Stop screaming so loud.
And that's what I'm talking about. The Earth curvature. They allow you to see the effects of it. And I'm saying
no, they don't. How come when I use them, it's always flat? Am I broken?
You're not using the right way.
I'm not using it the right way. I have to use it the curve way.
Okay, for example, I'll do an example. Use a telescope, look at a tail lighthouse 30 miles away from a lake. You'll only see the top, not the base.
So when things get farther away from you, do they go up in the air or do they go towards the ground?
No one. They don't move anywhere. You're the person who moves.
So you've never seen a row of telephone poles that are up above your head, and then you look all the way down, and they look down below your feet because you have to look down, even though you're on a road looking at them. That doesn't happen.
First of all, nothing moved in the hypothetical I gave you. Nothing moved. Okay, the only person I think that moved was the person who was looking at it from 30 miles away across the lake. And what happened is that the lighthouse did not move. The lighthouse did not move. It did not sink. The lighthouse did not sink.
It's just farther away.
Exactly. And what does that do?
So it gets smaller in your vision. It gets smaller as it gets farther away. It's not going to stay 100 feet in the air, you idiot.
This is not in human vision, though. It's not
going to stay 100 feet in the air, is it?
This is not. Wait. First of all, this hypothetical was not done with human vision.
You can't answer the question, can you?
No. First of all,
if you stand next to a lighthouse and you look up at it, and then you start moving away from it, are you still going to be staring up in the sky at the lighthouse?
You listen to the hypothetical. This hypothetical was not done with human vision.
You don't get a hypothetical.
The hypothetical was not done with human vision.
No, you don't get one.
First of all, this was not done with human vision. It was done through
hypotheticals.
Jesus Christ. Do I have to explain some specifics? Okay, this was not done through human vision. Okay, you cannot go tell me the limits of human vision.
Somebody else can take over. I'm busy.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Hey, VB, dude. I want to show you. Like you were just talking about the lighthouse. Look, it's a good argument from your side if that were the case. All right. So I would like to show you an observation that takes that claim away. If you want to have a look at it.
I'd actually be very curious. But I would like, first of all, I'd like you to explain me the dynamics of how your claim would work, and then you would show me if that. I'll make most sense.
Sure, dude. Look, we can have a good faith conversation about. I'm not trying to debate with you. I just want to show you an observation. That's all. So we don't have to argue or anything. Right. So this is a 21-mile observation, right, over a perfectly still flat lake. Right. It's the Great Salt Lake in Utah. Okay, so are you able? Like, you're more than welcome to use your chatbot if you want to go along with this. Okay, so basically, they tell us the size of the globe, right? It has a radius of 3,959 miles. That means that you would have to have a horizon at a certain distance away from you, depending on the observer height. Right? You would also have to have a certain amount of drop over distance, over 21 miles. Right, so in this observation, the guy sets up the camera on one side of the lake, right? And he's going to zoom in across 21 miles, right? And we're going to see what we can see. Okay, if the Earth's a globe, you should have 293 foot of curvature over 21 miles. Now, you can double check that math if you want, but I promise you 100% it's correct, right? From the globe side. Okay.
Now, I'm so would you agree with the guy called maybe you'll know this name, okay? So I think this claim comes from a guy called Mark D. Sargent, from what I'm reading. Now I don't know if
he's a bit of a clown, that guy. But yeah, what about it?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he's the one who started doing these tests and essentially testing your claims. Like a lot of this shit he's been claiming, okay, is where all these flat Earth takes come from, if I'm not mistaken.
No, not really. Right. He's like a bit of a goofball, and he doesn't have any good long-distance observations that he's done himself. Right. I'm trying to present one to you now that was done by a lawyer. So, I'm just like, not that he's a lawyer matters. I'm just saying he's not an idiot, right? He goes out and he does these long-distance observations. I have a really good one to present because it has all of the variables accounted for. Right, I'm just trying to show you this particular observation. Mark Sargent's a clown, right? I don't advocate for anything that Mark Sargent says as a flat earther. Right, he makes a lot of dumb claims.
So who was this guy exactly? Was this just some random guy who just wanted to test?
Yeah, it's not. It's just everyone's just a random guy, right? That's what every guy is, just a random guy.
Not necessarily. No, there's certain people, okay, that are experts in it. Now, I'm not going to go to the whole appeal authority, okay, but there's certain people there, okay, that are actually study this type of stuff and know how to evaluate it correctly. And it only takes one mistake in order to give someone wrong information. That makes sense.
Okay, so anyone, I know I get you, right? But anyone could do an observation, right? All he's doing, right? We're validating a distance over a body of water. Okay, we can double check that distance is correct, which I'll show you validation of, right? And all he's having to do is set up a tripod, right? Use a super zoom camera and zoom it across the lake. Anyone can do that, right? You don't have to be a scientist for that. Now, all we have to do now is go over the observation, right? The observation speaks for itself. It doesn't, the camera operator, right? The qualifications of the camera operator don't really matter in this situation. As long as we can validate the height of the camera, the location, and the distance from point A to point B.
All right. Now, I would like to. Is this the video provided? Okay, so it's just some guy driving across the United States, from what it looks like.
No, absolutely not. Right. So I haven't even posted it yet.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So look, I will post the full video is done in high definition. I will post the full video, but I took a bunch of I took a GIF from it, right, and I took some screenshots from it, so I can explain the point of the observation. Right, so the camera is set up at 5 foot observer height. Okay, so I'm going to post. Yeah, so look, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to show you the camera setup.
All right.
Right. So
okay.
This will probably take like 5 minutes to go over, right? If you got time. Right, this is a really good observation, and look, you can criticize it at the end, but I want you to understand the point of the observation. That's all.
Okay,
so this is the Great Salt Lake, right? You can see it's very nice conditions. It's late in the afternoon where you don't have like a lot of heat haze. There's no wind. You can see it's perfectly still lake, right? So he's set up his camera just there, and it's 5 foot height above the surface of the water, right? So 21 miles across the lake to the other side is a big giant smokestack, right? Think of it kind of like the lighthouse example that you were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a huge smokestack in like a little town, and there's like a little beach on the other side, and it's 21 miles away.
Okay.
Okay, so 1 second. Here's just another image of the lake. So just so you can see it's nice conditions, right? It's not windy or anything like that. Okay, so now here's a Google map top view.
Okay, so you're sending me photos, okay? I understand.
This is screenshots out of the video. I'm going to give you the whole video. You can watch it after, but this is just so I can explain the observation, just so you understand the argument, that's all.
Okay, so let's get it straight. He's got a camera set up, okay, from a certain distance, okay, and he's looking, and is he measuring from a certain point? Like, is there a certain point he's measuring specifically, or is it just in that general area?
Yeah, so this is just going to be an observation, right? So he's set up the camera 5 foot observer height, right? And he's going to zoom in across the lake, 21 miles. Now, the next image that I posted is a top view of where he's standing, right? So you can see that yellow line. So he's at the top of that image there, right? And he's going to be zooming in across to the other side of the lake, right? So he's got a friend on the other side of the lake, which will come into play later. So what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to show you what it looks like on the other side of the lake. So just give me a second. Sorry, my computer's kind of spazzing out a little bit. So, okay, here we go.
Oh. Okay, now while you're doing that, there's something I do want to explain it too, okay? So I noticed too earlier the guy was talking about things sinking or rising. Now I don't want to go too far in that, but what I want to comment here is that when you see the tops of things, nothing is essentially sinking. Nothing's changing. Like the earth plates, tectonic plates are going up or down. What's going on here is that slowly, the farther you get away at a certain point, things start to look a bit sunken, okay? Now, it's not because they sunk, it's an illusion, okay? It comes from the fact that you're coming from a certain point perspective, okay? You're so far away, and the curvature of the Earth is slowly but surely just covering, okay, the object, okay, in position, okay? That's why, for say, from sea level, you can only see certain skyscrapers from like the top level, because slowly but surely the curvature of the Earth is
I get the argument. Yeah, so this is a rebuttal to that. I understand, right? So if the Earth was a globe, as you move further away from something, it should start to be obstructed by the Earth curvature. I gotcha.
Yeah.
Right. So this is directly related to that point that you just made. You know, and you're correct. If the Earth was a globe, I agree with you. If the Earth was a globe, right, that would happen. Okay. So let's continue with the observation now.
Okay, wait. So we agree though. That's interesting. I didn't think we did.
Yeah, we agree that if the Earth was a globe, that would be the case, right? But these long distance, so that's what we're doing, right? So that's what they tell us, that the Earth's a globe, right? It's this particular size, and there should be a certain amount of curvature over distance. We're going out to test if that is actually matching reality, if the globe math actually matches up with reality, right? So let me continue this observation, right? Because this is a rebuttal to that claim that you just made.
Okay,
Yeah, these long distance observations are clearly debunk the globe, VBBB. So that's what you need to understand.
So you're claiming the opposite. You're saying that it's not actually true that the farther you move away from objects, a certain distance, okay, the curvature of the Earth starts to cover it, per se, the bottom or the base of it. You go against that and say that doesn't actually happen.
Yeah, exactly, right. And I've got these observations that prove it, right? So look, let me just finish presenting the observation so we don't get too far off track, because we will cover everything that you are talking about right now. But I do want to present the evidence
so I can understand you. Like I understand all the evidence, but I want to fit it in the overall context of your ideas and what you're trying to prove here. Because there's a lot of information here, but I want to know what specifically is singled out here. So your overall claim is that when you move up from a certain distance, okay, it doesn't actually distort the Earth curvature, doesn't actually cover, say, the bottom or the base. You go against that. You believe that this is due to human eye restrictions, per se, like the other guy.
No, look, let me just explain it, right? Rather than you trying to guess what I'm going to say, right? It'll make sense when I explain it. Okay, so this is a 21-mile distance observation, right? So there should be 293 foot of curvature over 21 miles if the Earth's a globe. Right? Do you want to double check that, or do you want to? I mean, you can just go to any Earth curve calculator. Actually, in fact, I have screenshots of an Earth curve calculator reading, right? That will show you that if you want to see it.
All right,
right. It's all part of it's all. I cover all of that in this demonstration that I'm showing.
Oh, okay, I know you cover it all up, but there's just one that thing I really want to know before you go into all that. What do you think is going on then if, say, like, you can't see, if you go to a certain point, you use a telescope and you get farther, okay, and you can only see the top of it, or say the upper portion of something, not the bottom? What do you think is going on then? Is it human problem?
Yeah, that can be explained and replicated on a small scale, but we will get into that, right? Because it should always happen, right, if the Earth was a globe, but it only happens sometimes when you have particular things at play, right? And after I show you the observation, I can show you why sometimes that does happen. I can show you examples on a small scale on a flat surface, and I can give you citations from the mainstream that assist that, claim.
Okay.
Until then, just have a look at this observation, right? So far, you can see the camera setup, 5 foot high. And you can see the Google Map location. It's the Great Salt Lake in Utah. And you can see his path, right? He's going to be zooming 21 miles across the lake, right? So if the Earth's a globe, you should have a certain amount of curvature over that distance, which is 293 foot, and you should have a horizon at a certain distance. Now, when I was at school, they taught me that if you're 6 foot tall, right, and you're standing at the beach, the horizon's at 3 miles. So depending on the height of the observer, that's how far away the horizon is, right? So you can't see further because of the curvature of the Earth, right? So anything that goes beyond 3 miles from a 6 foot observation height will start to go over the curvature of the Earth, right? Like what you were talking about, how you could only see the top of it if it's a certain distance away because it's being blocked by the curvature of the Earth. Now, in this case, we've got the camera set up at 5 foot, right? So that the distance to the horizon on a globe from 5 foot is 2.73 miles. Okay, so I will post the screenshot now from the Earth curve calculator.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Also, you also there's another thing too. While you're posting that, I do want to keep in mind that the way the Earth's forces do kind of compress you to kind of look in a certain way, and so it's not just that the Earth is say also covering it. It's also the fact that your perspective is warped. It's like, have you ever seen like those little Mii's? Okay, you ever play like a Mario Kart game? Like you ever play that one? And little Mii's are just kind of walk around the little globes. Like if you know what I'm talking about, they walk in little globes, and notice how when they're in a certain perspective, they're looking at a certain direction. Like they're just looking at it. Like it's almost like they're in a different perspective. Like you have two people on the side of a globe, little small little ball, and they'll just be staring at different directions. It's just on opposite sides. Like
I get you. I get you. Right. So look, let's get through this observation, and then we can continue talking about it.
Globes are yeah.
Huh? What's that? Sorry.
No, that's nothing. It's just these people are kind of funny. Like I never thought I would actually come into a space that actually bought into flat Earth. So I'm
yeah, me too, dude. Like, look, I was in the same boat, right? It seems crazy, but then once you actually have a look into it, you'll find out it's not quite as crazy as what you thought, right? Like, we don't make really crazy claims. So look, just let me continue. Let me.
Okay, go.
Let me finish.
Okay,
just let me. Let me finish the observation because we're halfway through it, right? And I just want to finish it off. Okay. Right. So. Right, just to cover what's gone on so far, right? I'm showing you 21-mile observation, right? You've seen the camera, the image of the camera setup, right? It's 5 foot above the surface. He's going to zoom 21 miles across the lake, right? If the Earth's a globe, you have to have a horizon at 2.73 miles, right? So I just posted the Earth curve calculator screenshot in the side chat. So you can see I've put in eye height 5 foot, target distance 21 miles. And it calculates and it tells you the distance to horizon on a globe is 2.73 miles. Okay, so everything beyond 2.73 miles should start to become obstructed by the curvature of the Earth. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to have a look at the zoom. Okay, so I've just
while you're doing that. While you're posting,
no, I've done it. It's posted, right? Let's.
Oh, they are posted.
It's 2 seconds. It's finished uploading now. Okay, have a look at the zoom. Okay, so this is from that camera that you can see set up, and you'll see on the other side you have a giant smokestack, and there's like a little mining town, and you can see the shoreline of the lake on the other side, and in the observation, right, you should have a certain amount of curvature of the Earth's a globe, right? And you should have that horizon at 2.73 miles. First thing we can notice is there is no horizon present at all over the entire 21-mile distance.
I wouldn't even consider that far enough. Also, second of all, if you look at the photo I saw, you can see, look how small these buildings look. It's obvious from this perspective that these buildings don't actually look like that. They're not small. Like they look like mini little.
So let's go over the math right now. Okay, so if the Earth's a globe, right, we can just go over the math and let the math do the talking now. Okay, so how much curvature should there be over 21 miles? Right, the answer is 293 foot. That's a huge amount. Like, do you want to double check that math?
Yeah.
Actually, you could ask.
I'll trust you on the math part. So this is essentially a zoom in, which essentially makes things closer. Which when you use that, telescopes, and that's what I was talking about when I was saying that telescopes can actually go against the distortion, from whatever the curvature, because they
remember your argument, right? As you move further away from something, when you look at it, you'll only be able to see the top of it. Right, like a lighthouse you were talking about in your example. You would only be able to see the top of it. If you zoom in, right? Yeah. Okay, so say you're standing away from the lighthouse, you can only see the top of the lighthouse. If you zoom in, do you think you're going to be able to see the whole lighthouse again?
If you zooming, depending on most distances, I'd say you probably still could if you zoomed in. Now, there's a certain extreme point too where like you couldn't see it because the curvature is so small, that it's so small. It comes to such small curves that it'll only be from a very, very, very extremely far distance. You could not absolutely use a telescope to see anything at all. It'll only be from extremely far distances. But most distances you can still correct with the telescope because the curvature is not that round to the extent where like it would completely distort things. It only minorly distort things, which from your human
Right. But if you can only see the top of the lighthouse, what's blocking the bottom of it?
That's because well, first of all, there's you remember the guy who was earlier saying I think limits in human vision. Okay, now telescopes are able to see beyond this. Okay, that's why I was talking about earlier when I said that they can measure the curvature. They can measure the curvature. They can assess that, and this is confirms what I was saying. Okay, earlier. Okay,
But let's keep it on track though, right? So if you can only see the top of the lighthouse, what's blocking the whole bottom half of the lighthouse? The Earth curvature, right?
Overall, yes. The minor curves in the Earth, okay, also based on your point
they're
of perspective.
blocking the bottom. Okay, so you can only see the top of the lighthouse, and the rest is blocked behind the curvature of the Earth, right? So you can't zoom in. You can't take a telescope, binoculars, or a camera and zoom in and bring the lighthouse back to view again because it's blocked behind the curvature of the Earth, right?
Yeah, but this is from human point of view, okay? Telescopes don't exactly work the same way human eyes do.
But
So
it doesn't matter, right? I gave you the example before. If you had a long hallway and it curves away, right, and your friend walks down the hallway and walks around the curve, you can't zoom in and bring him back to view again, right? Obviously, because he's being blocked by something physical, right? If someone goes over a hill, you can't zoom in and then all of a sudden you can see them over the hill because you've used a zoom camera. So all you're doing is zooming in. Okay, so that doesn't negate the curvature that should be blocking the object. That's the point here. Over this distance that I'm showing you now, there has to be, if the Earth's a globe, a certain amount of curvature, right? And that's 293 foot of curvature over that distance. Okay, so that means that you shouldn't be able to zoom in and see the beach and the buildings and everything so clearly on the other side with zero obstruction, right? Because the horizon should be blocking your view. Now, we checked on the Earth curve calculator and it said the horizon is at 2.73 miles from this 5-foot observer height. Okay, so when he's zooming in, we see that there is no horizon at all at 2.73 miles or anywhere in the observation.
Okay, first thing I would say here too is that telescopes can only see they can see things. They can see more than human eye perspective. But if something's completely covered off, okay, they won't be able to see it. They can only magnify what exactly is there. They can't. At a certain point, okay, the Earth curvature goes to a certain extent where like a telescope can't see to the extent. Okay, now the reason why we humans, I think it's due to our eye problems. Okay, we don't see things as well as telescopes do. But even if, say, at a certain point, the Earth curves so much where you can't see everything with a telescope, even across flat ground. Okay, so you can't see everything. Like you couldn't see, for example, okay, you couldn't see from one end of the Earth to the other with a telescope. Like, do we agree on that? Even if it was flat Earth.
Of course, yeah, because of course.
I know, but if it was flat Earth, you could. If it was, say, it was flat Earth.
No. Look. You can't see forever through the air because it's opaque over distance. That's another conversation we can have after.
Wait, no. This is actually my point. If the telescope can measure light years away. Okay, light years away.
No, because you're looking. No, I get you. Look, I get your logic, right? Because the difference is when you're looking through a medium. Listen, this makes perfect sense, right? When you're looking through the atmosphere, right? So when you're looking horizontally through the air, you're looking right through the density, right? Through all of the densest part of the atmosphere. Because you're looking through the atmosphere, right, where it's dense, it becomes opaque over distance. Okay, when you're looking up, it's very different. You know, it gets less dense as you go up. So you're not looking through a thick layer of air. You're looking through a very thin layer of air. So it's not the same thing. So even if you look up, the mainstream claim is that you can only see a maximum in the most perfect conditions of 200 miles through the air. Right? Usually if you check the visibility report on the news, weather report, it's like 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, 200 miles is the absolute maximum. Right? It's the similar concept to how if you stand on top of a mountain and you're looking away over mountain ranges, each mountain in the distance becomes more and more opaque. Okay? Until eventually it fades off because it's opaque over distance. So sure, you can zoom in, but you can't zoom in through something that's opaque, if you know what I mean, right? Like another example is like the ocean water, right? If you just go 200 meters down under the ocean, it's pitch black because the light can only push so far through the opacity of the medium. So the air is just a less dense version of that. So yeah. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. But to be clear, my overall point, if say hypothetically, okay, you believe the Earth is flat, correct? You believe it? I presume.
I've tested it. Yeah, I've tested it myself. Oh, look, and what I mean by flat. Look quickly. I don't know the shape of the Earth, and we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? We can't find the curvature that must be there. So that's what we're talking about.
So you don't believe it's flat?
No, if something's not like if you have a surface and it's not curved, it is by default flat, right? Obviously, we have mountains and valleys and hills and things like that. But if you have a large body of water, right, no matter the size, it's flat on the surface. And when I say flat, I don't mean perfectly flat, right? I mean there's no drop over distance.
That's all right. I was not going to make that point anyways. That would have been very bad fifth. I wouldn't do that. But what I was gonna say, okay, assuming so you believe the Earth's flat, to be clear, just for context, because I want to make sure I'm
clear. You know it, tested it, measured it.
Now, hypothetically,
yes. I'll give you a yes on that, just to move it on. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, if hypothetically, if say there was nothing on this Earth, okay, it was all flat, okay, so there's nothing that could say block it, and it's flat, as you say, the telescope could measure the distance around Earth from one point to the other. It could measure, presuming, okay, that it's flat, okay, and there's nothing blocking. It could see from one end. So the distance for the whole Earth can be measured. It can be measured.
It's like you didn't listen to the first time, DJ.
Yes, it can.
Yeah, look, okay, so there's more to just the opacity of the air that's the problem, right? You also have something called perspective convergence and vanishing points, right? So if you look down like a long hallway, for example, here I'll post here's an example in the side chat. Right, so as you're looking out, like down the hallway, you'll notice that everything converges into like a central point, and that's a product of perspective. So all optics have a vanishing point, right, a convergence point. So you could see further down that hallway if you took out a zoom lens with a higher focal length than your eyes, right, and you could see further. So but every optic has perspective convergence.
Okay, so you're claiming that the telescope cannot see if, say, the Earth was flat and there was nothing on it. You're claiming that the telescope could not see from one end to the other of the Earth. You're claiming that.
Yeah, exactly, and it's perfectly logical because we have perspective convergence and the air is opaque over distance. And also, when things, like we were going over before, right? When things move away from you, once they get below a certain size, you can't see them anymore because the angular size makes them unresolvable. Like, think about this. Here's a good example. So when you see a 747 giant jumbo jet up in the sky, when it's just 6 miles away, like 30,000 feet up in the sky, it's the tiniest little dot. You can barely see it. So imagine if it was double the distance, you wouldn't be able to see it at all. So that's just something the size of.
I never said I would be able to see it though. A telescope could likely see it. Telescopes,
right? But then you've got the issue of. The problem is you've got the issue of the opacity of the air, and obviously you've got like things in the way. But yeah, the air is one of those things, and the main thing that you're going to have to contend with.
Yes, from what I'm seeing, yes, the telescope could hypothetically say if Earth was flat, and we know the distance of Earth. It's been measured, okay, so we know the distance of it. You know, assuming all things are flat, all things equal, okay, it could measure from one end to the other. You could legitimately see across, say, a flat plane from one end to the other with a telescope. Its capabilities are there. The technology is there.
Well, yes, you can only see, right? You would have to remove the atmosphere to begin with, and you'd have to have line of sight, and you would have to do something that's impossible, which is remove the atmosphere. Right? That's not going to happen.
You can. I know the atmosphere.
So it's theoretical. I get the theoretical thing, but I did want to continue the observation, right, to get to the end of it, because it does destroy the globe, and you'll see that if you focus on the observation, right, without getting sidetracked. I swear to you. But yeah, if you have a rebuttal to it at the end, we can go over that, right? But right now, you're seeing the zoom, right? right? There are certain things that have to be there if the Earth's a globe, right? And that's the curvature. So now when your rebuttal was to say it's not long enough of a distance, right? There has to be a certain amount of curvature over that distance.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
that's
not-
why I
this-
posted.
This is not long enough. Obviously, that is not long enough. Now, sure, that
Right.
is say it's not long
Okay,
enough.
so 293 foot, that's like a 29-story building, like a skyscraper. That's a huge amount of curvature that should be present.
Here, since we reviewed that photo, how about we go back to the photo I post, okay? Because
Well, I want to. Okay, so because I have this observation, right? I just want to finish the observation off, right? This would have been done already 15 minutes ago, right? If you just let me like finish off the observation. Okay, so do you agree that there is 293 foot of curvature over 21 miles?
Rod, I'd say I agree with you. I don't think I'd be about that.
Okay, so when you say it's not a long enough distance, right, it is because there should be 293 foot of curvature. That means that if you're a certain observer height, with it,
It's not
which
enough
in this
curvature,
case,
it's not enough curvature, but obviously.
okay, so
Curvature does
look,
not-
you're not understanding the math properly. Okay, look, here's a different way of going about it. Okay, if you have a 5-foot observation height and you're looking 21 miles across a lake, the shoreline should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth by a certain amount. Now, that amount from this observation height is 235 foot. So you shouldn't be able to zoom in across the lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake, or even the town on the other side of the lake, because it should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth.
Well, no, yeah, but that's only at a certain distance, okay? That's only a certain distance, okay? Only, for example, okay, it's like
Let's do the math on this distance.
It's say if something partially covers something, you could still potentially see it if it's within the bounds, okay? But there's a certain amount of distance, okay, that is being crossed and being met. You cannot go past that. Like, it's just a certain point. The perspective is just too distorted. Like, you're just
Okay,
at
have a look.
Well, have a look at. I want to ask you a question about my photo that earlier. Okay.
No, I'm not finished my observation yet. I want you to understand it, right?
I gave you a rebuttal to your point. Okay. Now I want to hear from.
No, you haven't rebutted it, right? Because the shoreline. Okay, so when he listen. Look, I'm trying to present something. You're not letting me finish presenting the evidence. You haven't rebutted it because you don't understand the math properly yet, which is fine. Right, but I just posted the Earth curve calculator, right? This is a globe Earth curve calculator, right? This is not something made by flat earthers, right? So it clearly says here that the target hidden height is 223 foot. Okay, so that means that the shoreline on the other side of the lake should be hidden behind 223 foot of Earth curvature, behind the horizon, which should be at 2.73 miles. Right, now he's zooming in. Right, there is no horizon at all, and you can see the shoreline on the other side of the body of water. It is not obstructed. There is no curvature. If the Earth is a globe, there has to be that particular amount of curvature there. It's not there. There is no curvature. You can't have a 21-mile lake with no curvature on a globe.
All right,
it's not possible.
Okay, first of all, I want you to show me the photo you're talking about. So get an idea. I don't want valid one time, okay? All right, now I want you to show me with a zoom in, okay? Because telescope zoom in, okay? But if say something's being hidden below, okay, and the below is being hidden, okay, that's not the same thing as you walking away and it looking smaller. No, it's not the same thing. The Earth legitimately covers, like the photo that I looked at, okay? Like you can see how parts of the building are obviously being covered by how small it's being looked. This is not just it getting smaller. This is also
okay. All right.
Partially.
Okay. You think something's being covered, right? So this is the view from the side of the lake that he's zooming into. Okay. So he's got his friend on the far side of the lake that he's zooming into. Look at the white tower. Right. Look at the shoreline of the lake. This is what it looks like where he's zooming into. Okay. Now he's 21 miles away from this location. Okay. So this is what it looks like when he zooms in. Okay, so I'm going to post the zoom right now. You've got to.
Look at the houses. Look at the houses in that photo that you just posted. Okay, look how small. Look how small. Look how small. You could argue, per se, that is also due to distance too. Okay, but there's also there's also a certain a portion of those houses that's being covered. The curvature, it's so small.
No, dude. This guy's standing. This guy's standing on the side of the lake that is being zoomed in on. He's only a few hundred meters away from that tower there.
And I'm saying
he's on that side of the lake. Then there's no curvature over that amount of distance. Okay, so he's not 21 miles away in this photo. He's on the shoreline of the lake that is being zoomed into, right? So when he zooms in 21 miles, this is other guys over there. He's just showing you this is what it looks like on the side of the lake that we're zooming in on from close up. Right, so it's hard to see the houses, right? But we can see the giant smokestack. Right, the white structure, and we can see the brown shoreline. We can see the lake.
Why can't we see the houses even if we zoomed in with the telescope? I'm curious. What's covering it? Like, there's something covering. I'm not saying it's the curvature, but there's something covering it. Why can't we see the houses?
There's nothing's covering it, right? They're just hard to resolve because they're small, right? They're hard to resolve because they're small.
No. If you look close in the photo, I will magnify this, but there looks to be, say, this per se wall. Okay. In the far
the left. Listen. I get you. You don't need to worry about that. Look at just the shoreline. Okay, he's standing on the shoreline where the lake touches the land. Okay, so don't even worry. The houses have nothing to do with this observation at all. So he can see the shoreline when he zooms in. I'm just showing you, right? I'm saying take note of the white tower because you can easily see the entire tower there, right? Take note of the shoreline. Okay, that's the things that we can clearly see in this. Now, have a look at this next shot. Have a look at this next shot, right? This next photo I posted. This is from 21 miles away, right? We can see the shoreline. We can see the tower. Okay, that the shoreline should be obstructed behind 231 foot of Earth curvature. There's zero obstruction. Zero.
You understand the consequences of what you're seeing, VBBB.
First of all, I do understand, but what I do understand too is that the curvature, as I said earlier, is not big enough to even distort or cover.
No, we know how much there should be.
It's not big enough. Okay, and also, first of all,
actually, it is. That's how we test it.
Also, the photo is very blurry too. Let's get into that. It's very blurry, and you can't quite see visual.
It's blurry.
Yes. It is.
Dude, he's zooming 21 miles. He's zooming 21 miles. It's pretty clear considering he's zooming 21 miles away with a camera.
Oh.
It's pretty amazing.
I can see the base of the tower in detail. Can you?
It still stands that this is not enough distance to say that someone would be covered.
Yes, it is. We know it is enough distance because we know how much distance there should be if it's the case.
No, it won't be. I'm sorry. No, it's just not the case.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me ask you.
Not listening to the.
Look, hold on. One second. Okay, please. Right. How much should hold on. Well, 1 second, dude. Right. Because you just made a claim, right? You said it's not long enough. Right. So we can see the shoreline. Okay. How much should the shoreline be obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth?
All right. Okay. Yeah. Well, I'll go pull up the quick math. Okay. Because I don't now I know that that's not a specific thing, but I want to give you an exact number to be most accurate. Okay. Go look at.
All right. I'm going to post screenshots from 2 different Earth curve calculators in the side chat.
Right. We already know what those numbers are. We're seeing if you are honest enough to pull up the same numbers.
Okay, yeah. The same numbers, right? Yeah. Okay.
So, yeah, because the Earth doesn't grow in size, does it? Do you think it gets bigger and smaller?
All right. Okay. Let's go. So there's a certain. Now I assume are using this formula called the key formula Earth curvature drop formula. Are you using this one?
I'm using. There's a bunch of formulas, different formulas that you can use, right? But the Earth curve calculators use their own formulas, and you're always just going to get the same result, right? So there's a bunch of different formulas I could give you, but all of them are just going to have the same result at the end.
Okay. So
and it's 231 foot. Okay.
In this example, okay, we'll take this 100-foot tall object, okay. and we'll take it. Okay, we'll put it over a certain distance. Okay, now if I'm looking at it from what it says here. Okay, and we're gonna say if you're saying 12.25 miles at it, it would be fully.
No, it's
hidden,
21 miles. Yeah, it's 21 miles away.
25 miles. Okay, do we agree on
21.
that?
21.
Well, no, 12.25 miles from what I'm seeing.
What's
here.
no?
Okay,
I showed you the.
No, a 300-foot tall object is completely hidden at 21 miles. Okay, that's for a 300-foot object. 21.
Right, but we can see the shoreline. Right, we can see the shoreline at ground level. Like there's nothing, zero obstruction.
For a 100-foot tower, it would be 12.25 miles. Okay, so I don't know where you got the 21 number from. Now I'm curious.
The observation. Hold on a second. The observation is 21 miles across the lake. That's what I'm saying. That's where the 21 miles is coming from. That means there should be just under 300 feet of curvature over that distance.
No, we have first of all, we have to measure the distance from the point you're measuring on. You have to pick a specific.
Yeah, that is the measured distance.
You have to have that measured. Okay. Now, if you can give me the exact measurement of the specific point you're referencing, we can
21 miles.
No, that's not. No, we're not talking about the distance. We're talking about how tall the object we're talking about here. Okay, because the
shoreline, it's zero. It's not. Okay, we're looking at the shore on the other side that you can see in this image, right? So you have a look at this image. This is the target. Is just the shoreline of the lake. Okay, so it's not any height. It's just the shoreline of the lake on the other side.
Oh, okay. But the problem though, that would be a bit hard to calculate. Okay, so let's just go with that tower in the middle. Okay. Well, I mean, in comparison, okay, if we were to measure the height of that tower, okay, I'm sure you could have an easier time finding the height of that tower in whatever that thing is in the middle in the photo. Okay, they'd say find the height of the shore. Okay, that'd just be easier for say calculation purposes. Okay, and then we got to find the distance.
It should the bottom. I already know the math off the top of my head. Okay.
Okay.
So the bottom
how tall is that building?
It's like 1,000-foot smokestack, roughly.
Okay. What is that building exactly? To be clear, okay. It's
a smokestack. It's a smokestack. Okay. I can get you the name of it.
Okay. What's the name of the smokestack?
I forget. 1 second.
What? Also, by the way, what area is that? Like, which state? Which area?
Utah. Lake Utah. Lake Utah. This is Lake Utah.
Oh, that's there. I've been out there. I've probably seen that.
Yeah, it's called the Kennecott Garfield Smelter Stack, and it is 1,215 foot high.
Dude, the air is unusually crisp and clear, and very thin.
Yeah,
It's so nice.
Yeah. Such a good spot for these long distance observations.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, so this is the math, right? I'll tell you the math, and you can tell me if I'm wrong. Okay, so excuse me. The bottom 231 foot should be obstructed.
Wait. So no, but I want to plug it in for myself. Okay, just get conversion. No, it's not a but I want to make sure we're getting the right number. So the tower, 100.
Go for it.
That tower is 115 miles tall. Is that what you're saying?
No. It's 1,215 foot tall.
Okay. Foot tall. Okay.
Yep.
And how many miles is the photo being taken away at?
21 miles.
Okay.
So the 21 miles is shoreline to shoreline, so it's actually a bit more than 21 miles to that smokestack, but we can just put in 21 miles. We'll give you a little bit of extra leeway.
Obscured. Okay, so the question is, okay, how many miles would it take for the smokestack of 1,250 miles to completely be obscured by the curvature of the Earth? Because that's the overall claim we're trying to prove. Okay.
I'm just kind of going about this all backwards.
No, because that's what we're trying to figure out here, okay? Because there's certain...
you should be trying to work out how much of the smokestack should be missing behind the curvature of the Earth, right? And the answer is 315, 231 foot.
I could do that, okay? But I don't need that to really prove my point. My point I'm trying to prove here, the Earth is round, okay? So if it doesn't matter if I do that or if I do this, okay? I mean, either one works.
So the Earth to be bigger than it is.
So a 215 foot tall smokestack would be completely obscured by Earth's curvature at a distance of approximately 124 miles. Assuming the observer is at sea level or ground level.
What's the point in that, right? Okay, look, the point is there's zero obstruction.
Oh no, I'm
You need
just
to
talking
ask
about,
it. You're asking it the wrong question. You need to ask it. How much should be obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth, of the smokestack at that distance?
Why would we need to do that to prove the Earth is flat? You could do
Because
that.
you can see the entire. Dude, you can see the entire smokestack, and you can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. There's zero obstruction.
No, the reason why I say that is because at a certain distance, okay, we could not be able to see this tower, okay, at a certain distance. It would be completely obscured by
We're not at that distance, obviously, right?
Yeah, we're at 21 miles. We're at 21 miles. We're not at 124 miles, right? The point is, from 21 miles, the bottom 230 foot should be missing behind the horizon. Okay, there's no horizon, so you're missing the whole point of it, bro.
He's changing the point on purpose.
You're missing the point.
He's either like trying to be dishonest and slick and being a retard at it, or he's just an actual
Shut up! Somebody's talking. VVVV.
First of all, the point doesn't necessarily need to have to matter whether the whole thing's disappearing or part of it's disappearing. The whole point is that if even some of it or even all of it disappears at some point, that proves the Earth is round. Okay, and so it doesn't really matter. Okay, which portion is because at some point, okay, if we agree that
you ignored the whole convergence explanation and demonstration.
If we can agree that at some point something's going to be distorted from it, that means at a certain point all of it will be distorted. Do you agree on that?
VBBB, can you show us where the geometric horizon is on that image?
If we were to agree that
he's not listening. He's not listening.
Yeah, VBBB, I'm going to mute you if you don't listen and answer. Can you show us where the geometric horizon is?
Okay.
Yeah.
Hypothetical.
Look, let me try to redirect it to something that we can agree on. Okay, so hold on. Let's do this. Right? I want the conversation to continue, right, without it getting out of control, right? So let's change it up a bit, right? Let's say on a globe you would have to have a horizon at a certain distance. Okay, so we're looking over the lake. How far should the horizon be from a 5-foot observer height? Right? Can you ask the internet for that answer?
Wait, but first of all, we don't even need to do that. I've already proven my overall point. I mean, I already asked the internet for this question.
Sequitur.
I want to ask you this: if we can agree that at some point there will be some kind of distortion, okay, something will be.
That's what he's asking you. He's asking you where that point is. Do you not understand what he's telling you?
And I did say it, 124 miles.
How far away is that point supposed to be?
He just wants to talk.
First of all, in the case of the question we were talking about earlier, the 10,250 foot tall smokestack, it would approximately be 124 miles. It's at one point it would disappear.
Yeah, no kidding. Okay, accepted. Now, how far away is the horizon from the observer height?
Now I want to know: DJ? Do you disagree with
listening, bro?
DJ, do you disagree with the math?
Broken. You're like a Nintendo that needs to go to the repair shop.
DJ, do you agree with or disagree with my math that I have presented? Disagree. That's what I want to know. Do you agree or disagree? And if so, why?
Your math is not wrong, but your observation is wrong if it's a globe.
Well, first of all, the question was very simple. Okay, I asked, okay, let's calculate how long it would take for a 10,215 foot tall smokestack.
No, it's not 10,000. It's not 10,000 foot tall.
Oh, no,
1,000 foot tall.
Okay, 1,000. Okay, we'll go.
It's like 1,000 feet tall. 1,200 feet is the height of the smokestack.
Brain is short circuiting and shooting off holy smoke.
Because he's not listening at all. He's just blabbering over everybody who starts talking. He just keeps talking every time he hears somebody else talking.
Everyone seems like talking over me. So
every time you hear somebody else talking, you start talking. That's the problem. You're still talking while somebody else is talking. That's the problem.
Hey, hold on, man. Hey, everybody, calm down. I think Rabwin, Rabwin or who was it that was talking? DJ?
That's DJ.
Yeah.
Yeah, DJ was doing pretty good. Leading him in the conversation pretty good. So just let him take over, man.
So now
I'm going to entertain his math, right? Okay, look, I agree. If the Earth was a globe, it would have to be obstructed the further away you get from it. Okay, so we've got 21 miles away, and we're observing it from 21 miles away. Okay, there's zero obstruction, right? If we look at the math, it would have to be obstructed. The bottom 231 foot would have to be obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth. That's the globe math.
Actually, okay. And now I want to ask you. Okay, now they were talking over you. Okay, so how tall is the stack tower? Because they kept on talking over you. Okay,
It's 1,200 foot. 1,200.
I keep asking the same question over and over. My God.
Yeah, you guys kept on talking over him. Okay, and that's
We
why I
already resolved how tall the smokestacks were like 10 minutes ago.
Like Jesus.
Yeah,
Christ,
look, maybe if we let him go through his method, then he'll realize.
Okay, I'll shut up.
No, he won't.
Okay, the
We'll give it a try.
Smokestack is 1,200 foot tall.
Yeah.
Okay. And we're looking at it from a distance, if I'm not mistaken, of
21 miles.
Okay. Right. How much? Second.
How tall are those buildings you can see? The factory at the base of the tower that you can see. Beyond the shore that you can see.
Yeah.
The water meets the shore.
Let's hope he can work
see.
out. Maybe he'll get to that himself if he does his own little thing that he's doing now with the math.
Yeah. Okay.
He's just asking ChatGPT to do the math for him, isn't
he? Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I never hid any secrets, so I mean, are you really?
No, you're right, dude. Right, just continue. Yep. Try to work out how much should be hidden of the tower.
All right. Look. Okay. All right. So you see the top 906 feet of the building, and the bottom 294 feet would be obscured by the curve of the Earth.
That's correct, and it would be obscured behind the horizon, which would be at 2.73 miles.
The curve of the Earth. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we agree. We agree then. So it is being obscured by the.
Oh my gosh!
Brother, there's zero obstruction. So yes, we agree that if the Earth were a globe, it would be obscured. But in the actual observation, right, you can see, not only can you see the shoreline of the lake, right, but you can see the buildings under the tower, and you can see the entire tower, just the same as you can see it from the close-up view. Okay, so once again, hold on, this is an important point. Okay, there's nothing obstructed, okay, because this is the close-up view, okay, this one that I just posted now. Okay, so you can tell from the close-up view, which is just a couple of 100 meters away from the tower, that the same amount is obstructed as from 21 miles away, right? So which is zero obstruction, right? So the Earth is not a globe.
All right. First of all, I would like you to send me receipts because from what the math is showing, okay, the math just seems to disagree with you on that one. So you are actively
no. I posted. Okay, so I posted screenshots from two separate Earth curve calculators. Hold on, they posted it 45 minutes. 45 minutes after the hour. There's two separate Earth curve calculators, and they both say that there should be 235 foot. 235 to 240 foot of obstruction over that distance.
Speak up.
Are we probably in the same numbers? 12 total building height is 12,000 feet.
No, bro.
Right?
12,000.
No.
Do you have an LD or something serious?
No. Look, we've told you a bunch of times it's 1,200 feet high, right? And you already said the math, right? You said that the bottom 240 feet would be obstructed.
Yeah.
Right, and we can see there's zero obstructed.
Yeah, never mind. Yeah, 1,200 feet. It says right now that the bottom, hidden below horizon will be 294 feet, and the total building height, so does it say that in your hypothetical? Does it show that the 294 would be obscured? Okay, so then we agree on the math.
We agree on the math, and that's the problem. The math doesn't match the reality, right? In reality, there should be 294 foot. 240 foot obstructed.
And how do you know whether that photo is real and that's actually calculated correctly?
It's because the photo's not real. Oh my god.
Yeah. Okay.
No, I don't.
Hold on a second. Okay, I'm gonna post the full high definition video, right, where he goes there. You watch him setting up his equipment, right? He's with his kids. He's got his friend on the other side of the lake. He shows you all the Google Map locations. He zooms all around the area. He shows you everything about the entire test, right? And there's even more to the test than this, right? They end up doing a laser test where they shoot the laser across the surface of the water, right? Once it gets dark, and the laser hits the target of the guy on the other side of the water. But don't even worry about that for now, because the actual observation itself is enough. Okay, I don't want to overcomplicate it. So I'm going to post the full video for you. It's only like a 13-minute video, so maybe you can go like watch it and then come back. So just give me a sec. I'll just find it. All right, I got it here. All right, it's posted.
All right, I'm gonna go. Also, I'm curious now. I'm gonna go look at that photo.
Yeah, go have a look at it and come back. We'll be here. So all good.
Lord, man, yeah, they go into all. You have to go on topics like this. I never thought I would, honestly. With a flat earther.
Oh, dude, I thought this was the dumbest thing I'd ever heard about, ever. And then I started looking at these observations. I'm like, damn, that's interesting. I ended up going and testing it myself over 18-kilometer big giant lake in Australia.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. Did you take into effect, okay, so I'm looking at the thing now and being now, that the fact that weather conditions and the refraction of light can obscure by hundreds of feet, so it can make things look more distorted than it would actually terms to be.
So are you absorbing the information, or are you just thinking of the contrary?
So
yeah.
Look really distorted.
First of all,
there's no visible distortion. There's no visible distortion in the image, right? So there's not a mirage taking place. Hold on a second. Okay, so a bit of distortion. It's not going to completely remove the horizon altogether. Okay, there would have to be a horizon at 2.73 miles, right? There is literally no horizon. All it is a perfectly flat lake, right? Super clear conditions. Clearly, there's no mirage taking place, right? Mirages are super obvious. So if there was some crazy atmospheric effects taking place, it would be easily visible.
Okay, first of all, atmospheric refraction is what's going on here. All right, so light rays from the smoke stack travel through layers of air.
It's not like he watched the entire video or anything. He just wants to talk loud over anybody.
No, I'm looking at the photo and the video, and this is what's going on here.
So you watched it in its entirety, and that's your conclusion?
Also, zooming in, especially with digital zoom or telephoto device, compresses depths in the image, okay, which is what's going on here. This makes elevations and dips in terrain less obvious.
So you watched the video in its entirety, and that's your conclusion?
Yeah, I already told you that.
Your rebuttal is something that DJ already addressed with you.
No, he didn't. He just said that there's no.
He addressed refraction already. He addressed. He did. He addressed why it's not.
Remember, or was he not listening? Which one?
He was not listening.
You can obviously see that. You can obviously see the atmosphere is distorting things. You can obviously see that from the.
No, do you not remember him discussing refraction, or were you not listening? Which one?
First of all, he's not disproved that. Okay, he's not said it's not there, so he's not disproved it. It's still there.
No. The question was, do you not remember him discussing refraction? Or
oh, me and him discussed it, but he did not disprove it, though.
Why should we auto believe it's there?
Wait. Now this is the claim you're coming from. Wait, so you?
No, it's your claim. Your claim is that we should automatically accept it unless we can disprove it. I want to know how you know it's there.
It's visible. Okay, look at
how
okay.
Do you
look
know
at the way. Look at the way the light is
refraction. Do you see? How do you know what refraction looks like?
How do you know what refraction looks like, dude?
Yeah, you say it's there. How do you know it's there? How do you know what it looks like when it's there?
Okay, because first of all, because it's been measured. Okay, we have people.
All right, what's the formula applied to this observation? Apply that formula for refraction to this observation for us.
All right, so camera elevation. So we're gonna look at. We're
Just
gonna look
admit you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, he didn't hear me at all. He doesn't want to say I don't know.
For example, okay. For example, the camera, the zoom lens distortion. Okay, it distorts it, which also hurts with reflection too. Okay, due to the camera and
camera lenses don't see around objects. You can't see behind a building by changing the lens out.
Yeah, what's the formula for refraction and apply it to this observation? Go.
I don't know.
Listen, the honest thing to do here is to say, I don't know, and to concede and move on. We can all move on.
Exactly. Just move on, bro.
Good luck with that.
She's not the one. Just move on.
Like, do you think we don't know what the refraction claims are? Do you think we have not looked into this and studied this for like the past 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years?
I mean, he might be right now.
Yeah, I mean, how would you know it's there in the first place to claim that it has to exist? Like, what is the evidence?
There is no evidence, and there is no evidence to disprove it. So,
yeah, I was asking VBBB down below, not you.
Okay.
So, what's the formula for refraction, Dylan?
No idea.
Okay,
fair answer.
To be quiet.
I could find it out, but I'm not.
Okay, look, dude, right, so according to the mainstream, right, you're claiming atmospheric refraction, right? That's a series of...
DJ, I'm back. I am back. Hold on a second. Your mic cut out, by the way.
Someone was talking, yeah.
Can you hear me now?
I can, yeah, I can hear you now. Your mic cut out, though.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so, right, if you're claiming atmospheric refraction, right, according to the mainstream, that's a series of different types of mirage effects that can take place due to varying temperature gradients that cause differences in the optical density gradient of the air, okay, the refractive index. Okay, so depending on what's going on, you'll have different types of miraging effects, right? All of those different miraging effects have different characteristics, very specific characteristics that go along with them. They're very easy to identify. Sometimes it'll look...
The Earth is round.
Oh my god.
The Earth is flat.
Wait your turn.
The Earth is flat.
But no, actually, if we're gonna have multiple people, I'm talking to, why can't she just say, I'm curious on that? I just wait. What?
She came in and interrupted me mid-sentence, saying, "The Earth is round. The Earth is round." Like, shut the fuck up, bitch.
Yeah, is that reasonable to you, VBBB?
The fuck? But just to be clear, though, I do see you guys do muting random people, though. That, for example, there's this guy in here.
Yeah, if people come in and interrupt mid-sentence, they're going to get muted.
It's just diverted away from the topic. Let's talk about refraction.
Yeah, dude. Your claim was atmospheric refraction. I was just trying to explain to you how that claim doesn't match this observation in any way, right? And then idiots started coming in saying random shit, and they got muted, right? You don't need to worry about that. Right, you should be more annoyed at them for interrupting our conversation.
I am honestly annoyed, but I've noticed too in this room that I'm the only one who's speaking, and there's plenty of people in this room on mute.
Divert.
We'll move on though.
If someone else can jump in, there's something going on with my mic. I'll mute up.
Oh, okay. What happened? Okay. All right. Anyways, while he's doing that, okay, all right. So we're gonna look into this, okay? Because there's certain devices that measure this type of shit, okay, that humans can't see. Now, I know you guys don't believe in the devices because they're all conspiracies.
What are you talking about?
Are you talking about devices? Optical refraction you can't see?
Yeah, there's certain things you can't see with just your human eye.
You're talking about an optical observation. How are you going to observe something optically without seeing it?
Well, I'm talking about through certain devices, okay? Certain devices give you a different perspective, okay? That we
what does the device do? Does it change the wavelength of light, for example?
No,
so we can make the observation in a different spectrum.
They just analyze what's there. They just analyze what's already there.
Dude, I'm going to ask you very specific questions. What device and what do they measure?
If I can find it, I'll find the specific ones actually.
Guys,
Clear.
what's this picture on the side chat with the tower thingy?
Your sister.
What's this?
It's a very undistorted view of a shoreline of a lake.
Dylan, you've been muted because you keep jumping in to interrupt.
Yeah, a refractometer. Okay, that's what we're talking about. Refractometer. That's what. That's what measures. Yes, refractometer.
Wow.
Refractometer. It's a fun. Unless he's a funny name. That's the most funny name I've ever heard. But yeah, that's what they call it.
Refractometer 9000.
There you go. So you're on ours.
Yeah.
What is refraction?
It's like a thermometer. It's like a thermometer. Just reflects, measures refraction light.
Good question, Jedi. Stick to that.
We also have. You ever heard of something called satellites? By the way, you guys ever heard of that?
Right, we're not going to start talking about satellites. We haven't even discussed what refraction is yet, dude. Can you define refraction for me?
Yeah, we did. You just jumped in, okay? Now maybe you were
Slow down. 20 minutes. You haven't defined what refraction is.
I already explained it. I already explained it.
Dude, you haven't.
To him, okay?
Dude,
Listen. Yes, I did.
Listen, before I mute you.
Hey, Jedi,
you ambled around using ambiguous terms which weren't fulfilling. Can you very succinctly define refraction for me?
First of all, DJ was the one I was interlocking with, not you. And
DJ had to step out. He told you
he's got issues with his microphone.
I know, but he didn't step out before. He didn't challenge.
He asked someone to take over. Jedi has taken over.
I know, but okay. Well,
so you're talking to Jedi.
Leave what me and Jedi were talking about. Okay, over there, and move on to something else. Okay, because I want to get back to that conversation. I'm not going to explain the same thing over and over again. I explained it to DJ.
You didn't. That's my contention.
I did.
Excuse me. Excuse me. You talk a lot, but you say nothing, which is my contention. Can you just, because you could have done it by now, just define refraction for me? What is it?
I already
did. But then you're not going to have a conversation to define the term.
Jedi. Well, first of all, we're not even talking about reflected light right now.
You did. Shut up. You did. Shut up.
We're talking about that with what was that guy?
We're talking about refractometers.
We're talking about that with DJ.
Yeah, so what's refraction?
I'll continue that conversation with DJ when he comes back. Okay. I'm not going to go restart.
Pussy, dude. Just define the term or fuck off.
Restart my voice for you. Now, if you want, we can go move on to something else, okay? For example, stuff that I'm talking about, satellites, okay? Like, which you guys believe are cults, right? Satellites, okay? They're not real, right?
No, I love satellites. I think they're real. I used to work with satellites.
Not real. What the fuck?
Okay. Well, these satellites supposedly say the Earth is round, at least from their data.
They say, do they? That what? They have thought. They're conscious, they say.
Bro, I think if you want to go troll, you want to do that, man. Just look like
an idiot. You just need to be better with the words you use.
Wait, why? You obviously know what I mean. Why do I even have to?
No, I don't know what you mean. You said satellites say.
Do you obviously know that satellites don't actually say things?
So okay, I'll tell you what. I'll dig into this. How does a satellite say?
You obviously know that satellites don't say. I was being hyperbolic.
Right. So what does this? What is it doing?
I said it measured. Okay. I obviously said it
measured. Measures. So a satellite measures what?
Measures, I think, areas around it. If I'm not mistaken, planets, things near stars.
He thinks.
The Earth.
He thinks. Whatnot. You think? You think?
No, I'm curious. So you don't actually believe in satellites?
You're not going to turn around and start asking me questions, Dumbo. What the hell? You said satellites. You said that we say that they don't exist. Now I'm asking you. We've got there in the end. What do they measure?
That's not what I said. I said you don't believe in satellites.
What do they measure?
That's not what I said. I said you don't believe in satellites because
what do they measure?
Satellites obviously exist. I already told you.
What do they measure?
Measure the area within space. They measure with bending of a wave, okay? And they measure, I think, area around Earth.
We're talking about the surface of the Earth, dummy.
They measure the surface of the Earth and the overall shape of it.
Do they? With what device?
We'll go look at the specifics of it, okay?
Dude, this is your fucking claim. This is your claim. You're saying that this is the evidence. Here it is, guys. And now you want me to go and find your evidence.
Shut up while he's talking, VBB. Shut up. You hear him talking. Why do you keep talking when you hear him talking? Shut up.
I figured we all agree on that. Okay, that satellites.
Are you retarded, bro? When you hear people talking, why don't you shut up?
He's trying to get himself banned.
It's not getting the point. I'm trying to get myself banned. I know. Funny.
Yeah. No, it's not funny.
At the end of the day, bro, you guys can go cope all you want, okay, with your old.
My God, you just don't answer questions, dude. You talk more than a woman. The fuck. Right, satellites are in space orbiting the Earth.
You won't shut up like a woman. You won't shut up like.
Come on.
I think it's time to say goodbye to this. To VBBB. What do you think?
Yeah. Fully cooked.
This guy is painful.
Doesn't know the difference between the top of a tower and the shoreline of a lake.
VBBB, we're going to put you on mute, okay? You can text, and when you're ready to come back, let us know in text, okay?
This conversation's done anyways, dude. Maybe we can go talk about this another day.
You're free to text all you want. You can hang out with us. You can listen to the conversation. When you've cooled off and had a chance to reflect on things a bit. All right, there you go. I mean, I didn't buy his act for a minute.
No.
Not get into the specifics of that. Oh, it's too funny.
No, he's trolling.
Yeah, I think it's like extreme cog dis as well. Right.
Right. He came in to troll and then suffered cog dis on top of it. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I wasted so much time with him because I have seen people come in like that, and then when you actually, like, they have a like a complete wrong idea of what flat earthers are, right? And sometimes when you present stuff, they're like, well, that's interesting. I wasn't expecting to see this information, but I think his cog dis got the better of him, and he kind of, like, spazzed out mentally and just couldn't handle the conversation.
No, I think you're right. He came in with the preconceived notion that these flat earthers deny this, deny that, deny everything. Probably because he's seen this on X, or TikTok, and other places. He doesn't know who we are. Yeah, and then you manhandled him. Wasn't quite prepared for that. I mean, he had that moment of clarity where you could see him flipping the script in his brain, I think. It was good that you persevered for as long as you did, because it, I think, allowed him to have an honest moment, which he then quickly covered up. You know, the psychological pressure to accept the reality of what he's been shown is just too much to bear against all the things that he's been told his entire life about us.
Yeah, definitely. And also, right, like, he didn't show good signs at the start when he couldn't admit about the angular resolution thing with the boat moving away.
Yeah, that was like 2.5 hours ago?
Yeah. As soon as he couldn't work out the angular resolution limitation thing, I was like, okay, this is going to be a big struggle. I wasn't even going to present a long distance observation because I figured it would kind of go like that. If he can't get the angular resolution thing, he's not going to be able to work out the Earth curve calculations and stuff.
Yeah, it's like, you're using words. You're using your words, and I'm using my words, and I don't quite understand your words because they're weird words. I'm like, listen, I just have a better technical understanding of what's going on, better than you do. No, Oh, boy. Well, he provided us a few hours of entertainment. What's up, Jedi?
I'm looking online to see if I can buy this for a Fractometer 9000, but I can't find it anywhere.
I know CJ was selling one of those back at the home server.
Refractometer.
Yeah, the Refractoscope 9000. See your own R's. You can see around the world and look at your own ass.
They measure the index of refraction of like physical materials. You don't apply them to a long distance observation of things like.
No, man, just change the lens out and you can see around the curvature.